Hello,
Is
hello,
this
hello.
on? There we go. Merhaba crypto arkadaşlar. Welcome to Istanbul. Welcome to Cosmoverse 3. This is the biggest and best Cosmoverse ever. Yeah, thank you. We're very proud and very grateful to have all of you here. And I think this week, I really want all of you guys to use that to network, to connect, to maybe start your journey in Cosmos. Everyone's here, the best of the best. But also this year, our theme is to branch out a little bit. So you'll see also projects like Polygon, the Ethereum Foundation. We have speakers from Polkadot, and even TradFi. So that's really cool to see. And to be honest, for me, it doesn't really feel like a bear market. I mean, look around, you saw the lines upstairs. Cosmos is always in a bull run. We always have Cosmos season. I know it's a bit of a meme. We always say that, like, there's a lot of drama, but we're waiting for this Cosmos season to start. For me, it's always Cosmos season. And if I look around, there's always new faces joining the community. So, yeah, thanks for being here, for making the way with people from all over the world. Japan, Korea, the US, Canada, China. So, yeah, thank you so much. And I'll give the word to Basil.
Hi guys, I don't have much to say. I just want to say thank you guys all for coming. It's been a long 10 months for us to put this, but you know what I mean? We're excited. This is for the community. It's time for all of you guys that are here to BD the crap out of this next week because the community is expecting a lot. No pressure, but yeah, bring us some value. Fabian.
Also, I want to give a big shout out to Dora Hacks, who helped us build our very first Cosmoverse hackathon this year. Yeah, so thank you for that. The hackathon will take place right after the main event on October 6th and 7th. So if you're a developer and want to hack and compete for over $60,000 in prizes, then please go to our website and sign up.
Thank you. Yuri?
Yeah, speaking about prices, also a quick shout out to our other partner, which is Circulo this year. We really wanted to make this year really perfect in terms of experiencing, in terms of traveling. So we partnered up with a Web3 project called Circulo. You can find their media banner in the coffee foyer. And yeah, they will host a couple of stretching sessions today at 4 p.m. and tomorrow, no, on day 3 at 10 a.m. And they also help you with facilitating traveling across the world. And we are also pleased to give out a giveaway for a 6-day trip to Kenya. So just meet them outside in the coffee foyer and you have the chance to win a 6-day trip to Kenya. And now I will give it over to our Turkish friend.
Yeah, thank you very much. Welcome everyone to Istanbul. Welcome to Turkey. This makes me especially proud as this is my home country where I'm originally from. So it's great to see you here and enjoy the conference.
One last thing I forgot to say. Today, the next 3 days, we have a lot of things, a lot of activities. So you guys want to go around. There's a lot of workshops on the 10th floor. Lunches in 2 different areas, 3 different areas, this floor and on the 7th floor. So get action. There's a lot of things. Go to the networking lounge, go to the exhibition lounge, go meet people, shake hands, and let's do this. Let's go.
Hello guys, good morning. I am Nina from Nolus and La Multisig.
Welcome guys, I'm Mohammed from Castrom Istanbul Venture Capital Firm.
And we are very excited to be the MCs of this event.
And please join me welcoming for Ethan Bahman, co-founder of Cosmos Network and also CEO of Informal System. Please welcome Ethan.
Woo!
Fasten your seat belts, enjoy the flight.
Hi, y'all hear me? You ready for this? Y'all know me, still the same Tanuki. Nah, I'm just joking. Can you imagine if I did that? Has he learned nothing? Couldn't even get a Turkish dancer? Listen, my performance last year, you probably remember, it was so hot. Number of people reported being burned in the audience. So I was asked to chill this year. Fire marshal confronted me at the airport. He said, Tanuki, I love your raps, but I don't want no problems. I don't want no fires. no rapping on stage. I said, it's no problem, gave him my autograph. It's all good. So instead of rapping, I'm just gonna drop a bunch of dank memes. Maybe we'll get a little bit spicy further on. But I wanna ask you guys, do I get a timer? That's what I wanna ask you guys, do I get a timer? Otherwise, I'm just gonna talk for an hour. All right, they'll figure it out. So I wanna ask, 20 minutes, yeah, I got a few extra seconds. All right, I wanna ask this fundamental question. How often do you think about the Cosmos Hub? Yeah? Because maybe you're familiar with this, clicker, bam, bam, bam. No. Here we go. Oh no, giving away the jokes. Shiza. All right, so here we are in Istanbul, aka Constantinople, aka Byzantium, home of the original Byzantine general. I believe you're going to hear from a Byzantine general a little bit later. He hooked me up with this dope Byzantine crown. Very excited to be here. And I want to talk to you about this question because you may have heard about this TikTok phenomenon. People all over the world are asking their friends this question, how often do you think about the Cosmos Hub? And it turns out it's all the time. Right? And people are reeling about this because they just found out how often their friends are thinking about the Roman Empire, and it turns out they're thinking about the Cosmos Hub even more than that, right? And this is really remarkable. Now, I don't really want to draw any kind of connection or analogy between the hub and the Roman Empire. It's not my thing. I want to move us away from empires, towards city-states. That's kind of my whole my MO. But it's really interesting to me that people all over the world are discovering how much their friends think about the Cosmos Hub. Oops. This was a mistake. This shouldn't actually have been here. So why is it, where's Sunny? Why is it that everyone is so obsessed with the Cosmos Hub? Okay, let's talk about this a bit. Now, the Hub was a pioneer of a new approach to building blockchains, right? Oops. What's happening? A pioneer of a new approach to building blockchains, right? Sovereign, interoperable blockchains, proof of stake with a brand new kind of stack, with the Cosmos SDK and Tendermint. Now we've got Comet, putting it all together, showing that communities could come together and deploy in a highly decentralized way a new kind of blockchain, and that was the Cosmos Hub. The Hub also has this kind of mythological history, right? It never really had a stable, organized, dedicated development team really until basically this year. It benefits from this Lindy effect. It's had no marketing, no single entity behind it, no sort of degenerative activity dominating what it's useful for. A lot of people think this is a problem. Oh, the Hub needs to compete. It needs to be DeFi. We need more degens. We'll talk about the degens in a bit. But I think it's cool that the Hub is kind of more minimalistic and chill and sort of like an anchor in a thrashing sea. It's also unique in its focus on supporting sovereignty and interoperability over its own value accrual, right? The Hub, its core position is to enable any of the world's communities to deploy their own blockchains that are sovereign and yet interoperable with all the others, right? And it's prioritized that and it's focused on that even over itself. And it's unique in that respect, in focusing on sort of growing this larger ecosystem. But more recently, earlier this year, we launched interchain security. Yeah? All right. And this has really unlocked a whole new era for the Cosmos Hub. So the Cosmos Hub is, it's really quite hot right now. Now, a year ago, around the same time, on the other side of the world, we were up here talking, we dropped this new paper, Atom 2.0. So today, I'm very excited to announce the Atom 3.0 paper. No, just totally kidding. It's not even funny, that joke. But in the last paper, we talked about a new secure economic scaling layer for the Cosmos Hub, right? We put forward these kind of two key ideas that the Cosmos Hub needs to evolve in these sort of two directions, in a direction of interchain security, a direction of interchain money, right? And it maybe wasn't articulated that clearly. Elijah from Duality, I guess maybe now Neutron, wrote a forum post recently about vision for the Hub, interchain security, interchain money. And so I sort of want to talk about those two prongs of the kind of Cosmos Hub vision today, because that was a big part of what the Atom 2.0 paper was about, and it's a big part of what everyone has been working on and working to deliver this year. So let's start with interchain security, yeah? So one way to think about this is that we're pushing for the Cosmos Hub to support a kind of hub minimalism, right? Or what I like to call practical hub minimalism. Recently, actually, Vitalik wrote a post very similar to this kind of idea, except, Ethereum gets a lot of good ideas from Cosmos, but their marketing is much, much better. So rather than like practical minimalism, he called it, minimum viable enshrinement, which is just, it's so much cooler. So we might have to adopt that. But the idea is that we want to reduce the surface area of the Cosmos Hub, right? But we still want it to be able to extend its functionality, but we want to do that in a modular way. Right? And so rather than adding features directly to the Cosmos Hub, it can extend its feature set by launching new chains that it then secures, right? And another way to think about what this is offering is that we can fill in the spectrum of sovereignty, right? So Cosmos started by prioritizing sovereign blockchains. Any chain could launch with its own sovereign validator set catered just to its community. And now with the Cosmos Hub, we can start to fill in the spectrum of different options of sovereignty. So earlier this year, the Informal Systems team delivered replicated security, sort of the first version of interchain security, and the community launched that into production. But over the next year or so, we're working on other versions of interchain security, like opt-in security and variations thereof, and mesh security. So we can the entire validator set doesn't necessarily need to be involved. We can explore a sort of larger spectrum of opportunities for chains to leverage the security of the Cosmos Hub. Yeah. So sometimes, people seem to think this is what's going on, right? That Cosmos is like giving up on sovereignty, and everyone's like, "Oh, damn! I don't need to be sovereign. I can roll with the Cosmos Hub." But that's not really what's going on here. The way to think about this is that we're filling in this kind of spectrum of sovereignty, because it's not the case that everyone needs to have a sovereign chain all the time. It's important that they have the option to do that, but sovereignty is actually expensive. You have, provisioning sovereignty costs something. You don't get that for free. And, there are times in bear markets or whatever where it makes sense to actually pool with others, to reduce the cost of provisioning your own security and to roll into the security zone of another blockchain, which is, what seems to be happening in and around the Cosmos Hub today. And the way interchain security was written was really to enable chains to come and go as necessary, right? Stride started as an independent blockchain, rolled in to be under interchain security, and maybe in the future, chains that are in the interchain security umbrella will decide, it's time for me to reclaim my sovereignty and roll back out. And that's all important. So again, it's about providing options to developers and communities to fill in this kind of spectrum of sovereignty. Oops, this was also a mistake. So I want to put forward an idea, if we're talking about extending the feature set and functionality of the Cosmos Hub, we could think about core sort of functions that we might want the Cosmos Hub to have, like virtual machines and service chains, right? So imagine that every major service, every major virtual machine running as a consumer chain, secured by Atom, pulling together in the same direction, a whole greater than the sum of its parts, turbocharged by new features offered by the Cosmos Hub, like Atomic IBC. We'll talk about that in a second. So you can imagine, we have the Cosmos Hub, we have a bunch of consumer chains for various core services, right? Some you might be familiar with. There's one here in the bottom, obligation clearing. I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. We might also have core virtual machines, right? We have a Cosmwasm VM chain, EVM chain, Solana VM chain, each scaling with its own set of rollups. All of this can happen under the security umbrella of the Cosmos Hub. That can be a place where we launch, many core sort of feature sets, and again, all pooling together to do something great, right? So I want to talk about Atomic IBC. So you might be familiar, we put up a funding proposal recently for Informal Systems and Haifa to move its funding from the ICF to be accountable directly to the Cosmos Hub. Now's the time for that. And one of the ideas we put in the roadmap was this idea of Atomic IBC, which is essentially the notion that if you have a bunch of chains under a common security umbrella, you can start to do more interesting things with the interoperability and communication between them. In particular, you can do atomic composability, right? So you can have transactions that execute atomically across multiple chains, which is basically like a holy grail of IBC. And so the way we're proposing to do that, and Jahan has been writing some great blog posts and other material about this, is essentially with a new kind of shared block space, right? We might call it a mega block, where different chains that opt into Atomic IBC can share the same block and the same mempool, and that allows them to essentially have their own separate state machines, right? They can still run transactions in parallel, but they can also place transactions together that execute atomically across all those chains, right? And so it looks something like this. This is the only slide on a white background. I hope your eyes are all right. Here we have chain A, chain B, chain C. We have our friend begin block from ABCI. So these things start in parallel, but then they execute these atomic IBC bundles that allow transactions to compose across these different chains in a single atomic transaction before finally executing the transactions for each different chain sort of in parallel, right? And this allows us to have the scalability of parallelism, but also the atomic composable functionality that atomic IBC brings you. And this can allow you to do many complex transaction sequences in a single step, right? Which can be very, very, very powerful. Okay, so I want to shift gears now from talking about interchain security to talking about this idea of interchain money. I have a feeling that a number of the following presentations are going to be about interchain money, so I'm going to tee them up with a very controversial take. Here it is. Atom is not money. Oh my God, why would she say that? Get 'em, boys! No, it's cool. We're gonna talk through this. I'm gonna take it easy on you, and we'll leave it to the other guys to convince you otherwise. Consumer chains and beyond, a lot of them are using Atom for fees and as collateral, and this is great. It's awesome. But I think it's probably likely, and many would probably agree, that as stablecoins, come into the ecosystem, and they're coming, right? They are likely to displace Atom as a fee token, and that's okay too. That's great. It's great for users. We care a lot about UX, and just having something that's useful as collateral doesn't mean it's money, right? And even just that it's used for fees on a bunch of blockchains, does that mean it's money? I'm not sure. I think there's a lot of confusion in our industry about what money is, confusion that's been perpetuated by the Bitcoiners and the Ethereum people running around claiming that their tokens are money as if that's the most important thing. It's possible for a token to be important even if it doesn't qualify as money. So what is money? Well, I've been really trying to answer this question for myself. I think money is for payments. It's for denominating and discharging debt. That's what money is all about. That's what payments are all about. You have the three functions of money: the unit of account for denominating debt, the medium of exchange for discharging debt here and now, the store of value for discharging debt elsewhere or later, right? It's a simple formulation. And a lot of people seem to think, oh, well, maybe these tokens satisfy this store of value function, and that means they're money, but I think there's more to the story. So I think I would rather conceive of these things as a form of capital, right? And maybe what we're talking about is interchain capital, and we need to work our way up to interchain money to really get there. And so today, it's true that core to security is a safe, stable, reliable medium to form the staking token. And this is what Atom has always been about. It's a staking token, right? It's designed to secure the Cosmos Hub network. And the minimalist design of the Cosmos Hub mitigates many different kinds of risks and exposures. It's all about reducing the surface area, right? And this core idea, minimal work, maximum results, right? Any senior engineer you talk to will love this, right? This is what they like to do. The least amount of work for the most amount of impact. It's also very nice that the Atom is well distributed. It was early. There's no sort of single entity that owns too large a proportion. There's no new tokens that are vesting, that are about to be unlocked or dumped onto the market or anything like that, right? So this all sets it up for a very sort of unique positioning, right? So that's today. What about tomorrow? Well, this was something we also talked quite a bit about last year in the Atom 2.0 paper, this idea of liquid staking coming. And with liquid staking and with revenue going to start to come online from consumer chains, Atom inflation can actually start to come down. And we don't need DeFi to compete with staking yields, right? And the liquid staking module, which also just launched a couple weeks ago, right? I mean, half of Atom 2.0, it's already here, right? Liquid staking, ICS, completely independent teams, independent development teams, independent tracks to get onto the Cosmos Hub, independent governance votes launched by the community. It's amazing to see the decentralization happening in this ecosystem, right? So, but I want to caution you because with liquid staking, everyone's excited about finance and financialization, and the degenerative activity is sort of coming back. And a lot of people in crypto, they seem to think, if we just build all of these all of the traditional finance stuff, but we do it open source and decentralized, then somehow we'll magically solve all the problems of money and finance, right? So is this true, that if we just do the same old stuff, but we do it open and decentralized, that this will be the future of finance? What do you think? Nope. Because the problems of money and finance are a lot deeper than this. Open source, decentralization, these things are important, obviously, but there's a lot more to the story. right? And so how are we going to avoid the same old traps, the same old kind of financialization issues, right? And I think, we all kind of agree that there's something deeply wrong about the structure of the current system. It has something to do with central banks, the structure of the commercial banking system. But where did these central banks come from and why? This is what we need to understand. And a lot of people run around talking about 1971 as if that was some kind of magic moment where everything went wrong. Well, I've got news for you. The real problem was 400 years earlier, and you got to go back to the 16th century to to WTF happened in 1571, right? I made a special website for this occasion. So now I'm going to talk about the 16th century, all right? Which my colleagues here, is Thibaut over there, is very, he's got his head in his hands. He can talk about the 16th century. It's so boring, everyone's going to go to sleep. Well, wake up, okay? This is important stuff. If you want to understand how we're going to solve problems of money and finance, we need to understand where it all came from. And it started in the 16th century, where there was a highly sophisticated banking system run by these exchange bankers from Italy, where they were focused on banking serving trade, right? Finance was in service of trade, of the productive economy, of commerce. They would gather at these fairs in Lyon every quarter, and they would clear all of the trade credit in Europe without using basically any money at all, which is astounding, right? They were doing this clearing, and it benefited all the merchants. But then there was this crisis that occurred in the 1570s, right? We can peg 1571 for the memes of it, and they got replaced by a new system that emerged from an alliance between the Genoese bankers and the Spanish Empire that was no longer based on financing trade. It was now based on financing permanent deficits of the state so that they could pay for their wars. Right? And so we moved from a world of banking being in service of trade to banking being in service of the debt financing of states and of war. And we never, and it was sort of out of that crisis and out of that new system that we got the rise of central banks and all this stuff. So we really need to understand where this came from if we're going to actually fix these problems of money and finance, because we never really had the opportunity to develop a more sound and sustainable approach to move from working capital concerns to investment capital concerns without passing through all this drama and fiasco of the permanent deficit financing of states waging war, right? And so that's what we need to understand and return to kind of the basics, right? Crypto is a return to the basics of store of value function of money, but we also need to return to the basics of the medium of exchange function of money, right? Money is for payments, for denominating and discharging debt, and finance is something that builds on top of payments, right? We need to build up from these working capital concerns to investment capital concerns, redevelop a real theory of capital, which the economists kind of gave up on because they found it too difficult, because they didn't really know what they were doing. But we're going to start from a much simpler position, which is just this question: how do you build a payment system? This should be the core question we're all asking. How do you build a payment system that reduces the most debt with the least amount of money, right? That's what it's about. We're going to turn to our friend Vince McMahon here, right? And he's going to reiterate the functions of money and then what you do with them. You denominate debt, you discharge debt here and now, you discharge debt elsewhere or later, and then you clear that debt collaboratively, right? That's what this is all about. So you may recall I said, I put forward this idea of an obligation clearing consumer chain. What's that all about? I want to bring it back now. The idea here is that you can build a system, and this is something we have a separate team at Informal working on, separate from our hub team. We call this collaborative finance, where people can collaboratively pool their obligations, their debts, in a privacy-preserving way, and you can run graph algorithms to clear the most amount of debt with the least amount of money. And you can use different liquidity sources to plug into all of that to facilitate that clearing. So you could have Atom coming in from the hub, you could have USDC coming in from an asset issuance consumer chain, you could have ETH coming in from a bridging consumer chain, and all these different assets can work together to ensure that the most amount of debt gets cleared using the least amount of money in a way that respects everyone's preferences, right? And this can allow us to kind of actually start to work towards, from interchain security and interchain capital, towards really having a meaningful approach to interchain money, which I don't think we have yet, but I think we can work towards, right? And so ultimately you get interchain capital, interchain security, really coming together to give you a strong Cosmos hub so that we can focus again on the problem of interchain money. Long live the Cosmos hub. Thank you so much. That's it for me today. Just a plug. Our team is hosting a workshop on the future of software tomorrow. Check it out, 10 a.m. Learn Quint. It's a beautiful, delightful new language. You won't regret it. Thanks, everyone.
Don't worry, we are friends.
Great and energetic presentation, Ethan. It was really good. And I would like to invite Yusuf Amrani to share his thoughts, co-founder of Atom Accelerator DAO. Please welcome.
Thank you, everyone. Last year, the Cosmos Hub didn't have any proper representation in Cosmoverse, although it was the main sponsor. This year, it's different because we have the Atom Accelerator, aka DAO, and we are basically a grant program that was elected. We got 588,000 Atom from the community pool back in February with an 80% yes vote. So we decided we would try if possible to put back the hub as the centerpiece of the entire Cosmos, and that starts with Cosmoverse this year. So I want to do a quick shout out to our team members, Bendy and Rina, who are in the room right now, who have done an amazing job in setting up what we call the AEZ room. So please come see us there. We have all the consumer chains, I like to call them partner chains. So Stride, Noble, Neutron, Leap Wallet is here as well, Long Hash as well. I see my friend there in the audience. So we're very excited. We have a lot of activities planned. We're also going to be hosting Twitter Spaces at the end of every day around 6 p.m. local time to basically do a recap of what's happening in Cosmos and in the AEZ. So I wanted to go back in time a bit and explain why we started with AADAO, the how and the why. So AADAO was it directly came from basically directly came after the aftermath of Atom 2.0. So just to go back in time, we had huge expectations around Atom 2.0. Everyone knows now what happened. And so right after that, there was a lot of uncertainty. There was a lot also of void, a gap. And we felt that it was the time to basically fill that gap and give back trust to builders and developers. Because of that uncertainty, we needed to step in and do something for the hub. We also wanted to move from a culture of rent-seeking with a 20% yield to a culture where people build, where the hub is becoming a friendly organization for builders, because at the end of the day, it is all about builders and developers. The other thing about AADAO is we realized that there was, although Cosmos Hub was by far the largest chain, the most prestigious, etc., there was no organization, at least decentralized organization, that was completely aligned with the Cosmos Hub. And what do I mean by aligned? It means that an organization that is 100% focused on the Cosmos Hub and is also owned by the Cosmos Hub. So AADAO, the Atom Accelerator, we're very proud to say that we're completely aligned with the Cosmos Hub and we're fully owned by the Cosmos Hub. So on our first mandate, we try to do things simple. do not overcomplicate things. Try to have a very clean mandate around two specific things. So the first one is, again, make the hub friendly for builders. So that means that we need to put food on the table. We need to make sure that the hub is treating its developers in a proper way, and that starts with basically giving money, giving grants, etc. So grants was a perfect idea for us to stimulate the ecosystem and reassure the people that the hub is there to stay. It's not going anywhere. Our second priority was to fix the Atom tokenomics. So this is underway. We learned our lessons from Atom 2.0, and we try to do something completely differently, almost the opposite. So we did it in a bottom-up approach. We published an RFP. We have 3 amazing winners. So Blockworks, a leading media and strategy research brand. We have RMIT from Australia, who's also working on ICS governance. And then we have Cosmos OG binary builders. Noam is probably in the audience watching here. And so we wanted to do it very differently. And it's underway right now. There is a tokenomics panel in about a few hours. Effort Capital is also going to do a keynote to present some of the early findings. So what is a DAO? So we're a DAO, so an internet native organization. Crypto works 24/7, and so does a DAO. So we're spread across all 5 continents. We're a grant program, so we give grants ranging from $10,000 to $1 million. We haven't given $1 million grant yet. Our largest grant is $250,000. We're trying to be conservative. This is the bear market. So we have a team of 11 members, 7 members on the review committee, who's reviewing grants, doing the due diligence. We have 3 members on the oversight. So the oversight is basically a self-regulating body from a DAO to make sure that we have the right internal controls in place, etc. So a DAO in numbers. So we started in February. We already got 197 applications. Just to put things in perspective, when I say that we needed to move from a culture of not building to a culture of building, the DAO is about giving grants, and we basically, we had that intuition that getting funding from the community pool was intimidating. It's not everyone who is ready to go seek funding from the community pool. It's all done in the public, and it's not easy for everyone. So we wanted to provide an alternative source of funding, hence a grant program. So if we look at the 12 months prior to DAO, we had only 13 spend proposals on the community pool. And right after we established ourselves, within 6-7 months now, we already have 197 applications. So that just tells us that there's always been an appetite for builders on the hub. We just needed to give them a platform to do that. And DAO is that platform. We received, we accepted 26 applications. Our mandate is finishing in November of this year. So we have a few more applications to process. But basically what we're doing differently from the community pool is that we have that power to negotiate, we have that power to do rescoping, we have the power to refine the strategy and talk with those applicants. And the community pool was not equipped to do that. So we're bringing that. We're very proud to say that we only had 1 discontinued grant, and that's because we do our work on a daily basis to make sure that we are following to our oversight committee. We're following with grantees to make sure that their needs are served and that they can keep doing their work and keep receiving their payments with our oversight committee. So far, we've spent $2.5 million in accepted funding. We project that we'll be spending $3.5 million by the end of November. And then the average size for our grants, a little below $100,000. So that's, again, this is a bear market. We need to be conservative with our spending. we also try to negotiate every time to make sure that we're saving, we're being as effective as possible. So this is an important slide, which is our key projects and initiatives from AADAO. So we worked on a few different verticals. So the first one, I already talked about it, tokenomics RFP. We have 3 teams. I think all day is going to be about tokenomics, so please contribute. Posts are on the forum. We encourage everyone to contribute, give ideas, share ideas. A lot is going to happen. Effort Capital is getting on stage later on. Second one, the Atom Economic Zone. So we're very proud to have basically facilitated the first ever protocol on liquidity from the Cosmos Hub. So we basically, with the Stride team, with the Astroport team, with the ADAO, and on behalf of the community pool, because we do not have the infrastructure right now to do that in a trustless way, we were given, assigned basically, the responsibility to deploy that liquidity pool on Astroport. So 450,000 Atom deployed on Astroport. I think it was a great milestone. More is incoming. The other thing that is very interesting about the Atom Economic Zone, we basically, so Neutron was the first consumer chain. They did an airdrop. In the first proposal, the airdrop was, the unclaimed airdrop was supposed to go back to the Neutron DAO. AADAO stepped in and negotiated with the Neutron team, who graciously accepted to send back that unclaimed airdrop worth $14 million today directly to the community pool of the Cosmos Hub. So that's money that we basically brought to the Cosmos Hub almost for free. On shared security, amazing job. I see Jihan and Ethan in the audience. I think that the hub here had its first working product. It's very promising. We also wanted to contribute on shared security. So there are different models. I think that mesh security and replicated security are complementary products. They're not opposed. So the hub, its main, if we put aside money, the other main mode from the hub is security. So we wanted to make sure that we're positioned on both mesh security. So we collaborated with Osmosis Grant Program and a few other parties to fund mesh security. And we also gave a very interesting grant to Crypto Crew validators to basically provide support to informal system and Haifa Co-op in order to facilitate and be a one-stop shop for consumer chains when it comes to testnet. So we're basically trying to decentralize the pool of contributors within shared security to make it more resilient. Fourth category, we are a grant program, so that means that we're exclusively a cost center for the Cosmos Hub. We're trying to change that at our very own pace and model. So we gave a grant, we negotiated a grant with Mystic Lab, who's developing a version of MetaMask Snaps. And we announced it on social media that we basically negotiated a deal where 33% of all IBC swap fees would flow back directly to the community pool, not to ADAO, directly to the community pool. We're owned by the community pool, so it just makes sense to send the money there. And then the last point is, we felt that there was a lack of representation of the Cosmos Hub in mainstream crypto media, so we aligned with Blockworks. They have a very interesting podcast called 0x Research. We also aligned with Messari to cover coverage. And we organized with our friends at Dora Hacks, who's also partner with Cosmoverse, the very first 100% dedicated Cosmos Hub hackathon. Shout out to Rina, who's been closely working on that. We also had a few challenges. I would be lying if I told you that everything was perfect. It's not. It's a DAO. The tooling is not there yet. It's still relatively immature. So I always say that building a startup is hard, but building a decentralized startup is even harder. And I would also add that maybe our second challenge was the super high coordination cost in blockchain. That is true for blockchain, but I think that's even more true for Cosmos in general, because Cosmos is the internet of blockchain. So the cost of coordination just keep increasing. Like if you want to do your job well and execute, as a grant program, for example, you have to make sure that the applicants didn't apply somewhere else. You need to do to make sure there's no double spending. You need to make sure you need to coordinate on the due diligence. This is very time consuming, and so I think that it is a major challenge that we're trying to overcome with better processes. We've also been victim of our success. When we started the DAO, we thought that 90% of our time would be on grants, and we quickly realized that much more. I mean, potentially 30-40% of our time is doing other things than doing grants. So I just mentioned we deployed the POL on behalf of the Cosmos Hub as custodians. We also been advising those consumer chains on their own proposals to join AEZ. We've been a trusted interlocutor. And the reason behind that is just that we are elected, and so we have the legitimacy to represent the Cosmos Hub because we only do the Cosmos Hub. And so with that comes a great responsibility and a lot of requests. And then the other challenge, the last one I would say, is there is a very important opportunity cost for us in running a grant-only DAO, because we sometimes see very interesting opportunities that we cannot take because we're not equipped to structure financial deals on behalf of the Cosmos Hub. We're equipped to give grants, but we're thinking about changing that in the next mandate. So on AADAO next iteration, so we're going to be renewing our mandate in November, so pretty much at the same time as our friends at the Informal and Haifa Co-op. It's great to see so many contributors to the Cosmos Hub. So I would say that next year, what we want to do to upgrade ourselves, we think that decentralization and transparency, we see them as a spectrum. So you start with centralized, and then you progressively move to decentralization, and it is the same for DAO. So we want to move some of our operation to DAO to become more transparent, more decentralized the decision making, and then also have better treasury management. So a DAO, you all know that it's very challenging to, especially in the bear market, to manage treasury. DAO offers wonderful tools to be more innovative in the way we manage our treasury. And so we're very happy to announce that we will be migrating to DAO in the coming weeks. And then we also want to move to a full-time model for our DAO contributors. So right now, around 20% of our contributors, myself and my co-founder, Better Future, are full-time. But we realize it's not enough. There is so much to do, and we believe it's time for us to move to a full-time model. There's no reason why decentralized organization in Web 2 and in the off-chain world have full-time employees. If we want to be serious about crypto, we need to be involved full-time. There's just no way around that. And then we're also trying to find the sweet spot between what off-chain organization offer and what on-chain organization do. So, for example, with our own oversight committee, we've tried to raise the bar and tried to raise the standard in terms of transparency. We've been praised for our transparency report. We keep pushing that. That's because we have someone from PricewaterhouseCoopers who's coming from the on-chain world who knows that trying to get some inspiration from, for example, publicly traded companies in terms of how you display your financial information and all your activities. So we want to keep pushing on that side. And I will finish with our strategic roadmap for next year. So we want to stay simple once again. We have 3 different verticals that we want to address. So first one is to support the creation of other DAOs, to remove some of the burden on a DAO. So we want to bootstrap other DAOs, so maybe give them, publish an RFP, have the application, give a team 6 months of runway to bootstrap themselves, build a website, build a social presence, and then go to the community pool and become a fully fledged elected DAO like we did, basically. So we want to pave the way for that. The other thing we want to do is progressively shift from an open grant model to a strategic RFP model. So right now, the only RFP that we did was around tokenomics because we felt it was the most important. But next year, we want to do much more of that, maybe 3 to 5 RFPs, just because RFPs are basically they're more intentional, they drive more value, the return on investment is more interesting. So we want to do that. And then the last point, what we're very excited to announce that is next year, we hope to basically build a Cosmos onboarding desk, so a one-stop shop desk. We think that we've seen a lot of feedback from builders who want to come to Cosmos, that it's very difficult to navigate the landscape. And so if we can bring our own fair share to that and try to streamline the onboarding process, try to simplify it, that would be an amazing win for the entire Cosmos. And then the last one is we want basically to 100x the interchain distribution. So I'm finishing in 20 seconds. I see the timer is done. I'll just take 30 more seconds. We have the most amazing piece of technology. I think I'm convinced of that this is the tech stack of Cosmos is by far the best one, but we're lacking users. And so we need to think outward and go there and bring those brands, bring those Web2 players, etc. TradeFi. There's so many low-hanging fruits. Just processing existing application, it's very challenging. We need to do that, and we need to do that now, not in 6 months. We need to do that before the next bull market starts. So thank you very much, and please come see us in the AZ room. Thank you.
Defiant Labs is working with the Atom Accelerator DAO to bring an open source indexer to Cosmos. GitHub.com, Defiant Labs, Cosmos Indexer.
All right. So our next speaker needs not introduction. Sonny, co-founder of Osmosis, welcome to the stage.
Good morning, Byzantium. Your general is here. Thank you all for coming this early morning. Today, I am talking about something that we've been working on for some time today at Osmosis, and I'm really excited to share it. So before diving into what our solutions are, let's talk about what the problem is, right? So, Osmosis, the interchain liquidity hub, what does that mean? We have a talk tomorrow. Saeed and Alpin are talking about this. What does that actually mean to be a liquidity hub? I think it's a very interesting framework of how to think about it. But for this perspective, we're an exchange, right? It's a liquidity hub, fancy way of saying the interchain exchange. And so the question, I was on the Rack FM Twitter space last week, and I was like, they asked me, like, oh, who is our biggest competition? And, was it like Kujira? Was it Uniswap? Was it Thorchain? It's like, no, our biggest competition is Coinbase and Binance, right? Like, if we're being serious about building decentralized finance, we have to, actually go after the centralized exchanges. And I think that today, very few DEXs are really taking this mission seriously, right? Like, you look at centralized exchanges, they have all the users because they actually capture the users and deal with user onboarding. Today, almost every DEX treats itself as a utility of the chain that it's built on. Uniswap expects that Arbitrum is going to go get users, and then they're going to just come use Uniswap on that chain, right? But Coinbase and Binance are the ones who are out there onboarding the next 100 million, billion users onto crypto. And how are they doing this, right? Why are DEXs unable to capture these users early on? And I think a lot of the problems come from the onboarding workflow. So what I did was actually, like, last week, I basically asked one of my friends, one of my close childhood friends, he is a software engineer, works at fintech, but has never used crypto before, and I gave him a simple challenge. Buy $10 of Maker on Uniswap. It took him like about an hour and a half to figure out how to do it, which is like absurd for a pretty competent, technical person. And so, I took notes throughout the entire process watching it, and I realized there were basically like 3 main challenges that we came into, right? You had like fiat on-ramp UX, which is a little bit out of scope for today's talk. I think the Cato team is doing some really cool stuff, Alpha Leak. But the second one was he had a huge problem understanding fees, right? You had this he couldn't grasp the concept that you needed ETH on Ethereum to buy ETH on Ethereum, and it was this weird cyclical issue. And so nice thing is in Osmosis and Cosmos, we've actually kind of basically solved this using fee abstraction. So now on Osmosis and soon on more and more Cosmos chains, you'll be able to pay your transaction fee in any token you want. But the third biggest issue that we ran into was the wallet UX. So I'll just quickly have a couple clips from that. Oh, I guess there's no audio, so maybe that might be complicated.
It takes you to a different page, download for Chrome if I do that.
So he got very confused that you have to go install this separate thing just to use this application. He's like, oh, where do I put this thing? Oh, let me put it in a text document, right?
Okay.
Then he minimizes it.
Next. Oh, fuck. Where was it? Ah, there it is. Oh, no. Okay, better unable. Oh, no.
And then later on, he's trying to find the extension. It's the UX of Chrome extensions is very hard. They get hidden away, and it was a mess, right? This UX is not okay, right? And centralized exchanges today, they give users this very familiar Web 2 UX that they're familiar with a username and password and a login system. Meanwhile, in DeFi, we have these wallets. So the question is, why do we need wallets at all? So today, how blockchains work is every account is equal to one key. And the problem here is if you lose that key, there's no recovery system, right? You're fucked if you lose that key. I mean, I'm sure this has probably happened to most people here at some point that they've lost a crypto key. The other issue is this single key has infinite power over the account, right? So, this key is like a nuclear bomb. It's a tesseract. It's like the ring of power. It can do anything on your account. And the thing is that the browser is a very scary place from a security perspective. And putting crypto keys into the browser, oh, sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing. I'm one slide behind the whole time. This isn't working. Oh, okay. Cool, yeah, don't put keys into the browser, right? So, just like the ring of power, you're taking through a dangerous place like Mordor, you need a fellowship to protect it. If you're holding keys in a dangerous place like the browser, you need something to protect it, and that's what the browser wallet, the Chrome extension security paradigm provides you. What about mobile, though, right? Why? The mobile security paradigm is actually far better than what we have on the browser. So, but at the same time, we still have all these wallets. You still need the MetaMask wallet and the Kepler wallet. We actually have a slightly different issue happening on mobile. So, many years ago, there's this ECDSA cryptographic key called the SecP256 R1 curve. Remember that, R1, which was standardized by NIST as this standard ECDSA curve. But when Satoshi was building Bitcoin, he said no to this curve because he was, paranoid that the NSA had maybe potentially backdoored this curve, which, fair enough. The NSA has historically backdoored cryptography before, but so what he did was he instead chose to use this K1 curve, which has become the standard throughout all of crypto today. But the problem is, in the 10 years that have come about since then, this R1 curve has become the standard of this the security paradigms that we have in the mobile OS system. So Apple's Secure Enclave does signing using the R1 curve. The Android Key Store uses the R1 curve. Your desktop OS uses the R1 curve. And there's this new standard now called passkeys, which you guys may have seen, in the last couple of months, they've been popping up on more and more Web 2 apps, where it's basically this standard where by the FIDO Alliance, which includes basically every Web 2 giant you can think of, Google, Apple, Facebook, Microsoft, 1Password, right? They're all standardized on this passkey system of moving away from passwords and into cryptographic keys, which is really cool. That's kind of what we've wanted as the cryptocurrency industry. But they're all using the R1 curve, and we are locked out of that. And so that we can't actually use any of the secure enclaves and all this security stuff that's being built by this rest of the industry, and crypto is kind of sidelined here. So, you have this issue, you must use the SecP, the K1 curve. And then finally, next you have this issue, we have to copy private key material between devices, right? So let's say I have a wallet already, but now I want to go download the 1inch app. In order to start using the 1inch app, I have to paste my private key into this. This is kind of insane, right? Because that means I have to have my private key on hand at all times just because I want to be able to install and try out different applications. This is an absurd security paradigm. So, and finally, there's no key rotation, right? Because you only have a single key, you put it on your phone or something, and you lose that phone, your entire security system is done. You probably have to upgrade all your accounts. That would be the same as hey, you logged into Google on one phone, and now you lose that phone. You have to you have to cancel your Gmail. You have to upgrade everything. That would be insane, right? But that is how it is today in crypto. So to solve this, we've had this concept of smart contract accounts, where instead of using an externally owned account or a traditional key-based account, you can use a smart contract as your main account. And this allows you to write arbitrary verification logic as contract code. You can do things like have multiple keys, you can have multi-sig. So in fact, multi-sigs on Ethereum were sort of the first smart accounts, right? Where you had the Gnosis safe. Because Ethereum doesn't have a native multi-sig system, you had smart contract multi-sigs as the original ones. But you can also do other things like key rotation, limits. We'll go into some of the other cool stuff you can do in a bit. But the EVM, account abstraction has become a big buzzword in Ethereum world these days, but there's a lot of limitations with the way that the EVM has done it. So one is that smart contracts can't originate transactions. All transactions need to come from a legacy account, which means you need someone to pay that gas and pay the fees for you. And to solve this, they've come up with this very complicated thing called ERC 4337, where it requires this off-chain mempool-based system with bundlers and paymasters, and it's going to get very confusing and messy. It's also very difficult to add new cryptographic primitives. So, there is a EIP up to add the R1 curve as a precompile to Ethereum, but historically, adding new cryptography to Ethereum has been a slow process. Adding the Blake2 hashing function took 3 years before it finally got added. The BLS12 curve, which is used in Ethereum's consensus layer, doesn't even have a precompile at the execution layer. So adding new cryptography to Ethereum is an extremely slow and tedious process. Next, you get a lot of fragmentation. So you have projects in Ethereum world today trying to build smart contract wallet frameworks, but they all are building their own non-composable frameworks. You have Amber, which is one that I really like. You have Avocado from the Instadap team. Great frameworks, but these are not composable at all. And basically, you're getting a lot of vendor lock-in. You make an account using Avocado, you can't use it with any other smart contract wallet framework, or you can't go use it with 1inch or anything like that. So lots of fragmentation. And there's no way of upgrading the current EOAs to smart contract accounts. So you look at some of the L2s, which tend to have more progressive users than mainnet Ethereum, and you see that the number of EOAs are magnitudes bigger than the number of smart contract accounts. And most of those smart contract accounts are Gnosis safes. So if you discount Gnosis safes, the difference is even starker. And the reason here is most current crypto users, they onboarded via EOAs, and they don't want to upgrade their account, right? I have been using the same EOA on Ethereum for 5-6 years now, right? And it's it's not just my tokens and NFTs. I can transfer those, but that account is part of, I have DAO memberships as part of that account. I have future airdrop potential as part of that account. I don't want to switch accounts. I would want to upgrade my account, which is something you can't do in the Ethereum paradigm today. So, you have all these limitations of the Ethereum account abstraction system, the can't-originating transactions, the cryptographic primitives, and the stack ends up looking something like this, where you have like all these different players at like different levels of the stack. At the, the mempool layer, you have a lot of these off-chain MPC signers. You have like these fragmented things, and some people look at this and be like, oh yes, modularity. What I look at this and I see is like, massive points of centralization with these MPC signers. You have rent extraction and MEV capture happening by these paymasters and bundlers. You have security risk and privacy leakage happening from this like so many layers, and then you have this like all this UX fragmentation happening. It's going to be a mess, right? It's going to get very confusing. And so with Osmosis, we want to solve it in the way that, our thesis at Osmosis has always been one around vertical integration, right? Taking the Apple model and building vertically integrated systems provides the best UX. So this is why we decided to build a smart account framework at the core of the blockchain. Similar to our takes on Token Factory, right? We heavily rejected CW20 tokens because we were like, no. Tokens are such a fundamental thing to what a blockchain is. It needs to be built in natively into the protocol. It shouldn't be relegated to the contract layer. In the same way, accounts are even more important to what a blockchain is, and it's important for this to be baked into the chain itself for UX reasons, security reasons, composability reasons that we'll get into in a bit. With our native smart accounts, smart accounts can originate transactions directly, so you don't need any of this complex mempool middleware stuff. You can plug in third-party account abstraction frameworks. So, there are people already building account abstraction frameworks. You have Obi and Vectis and stuff, right? And you can take all of these frameworks and plug them into this, more native account abstraction framework. And we allow upgrading from legacy accounts. So let's dive in. So let's dive into what actually is a smart account in Osmosis. So, what is a legacy account? A legacy account is basically you start with a private key, usually a SecP256K1 key, and you derive an address from it, and that account, that address on chain, is forever statically linked to that private key. You can never change it. But now, let's make the upgrade button. You want to upgrade to a smart account? What happens? It basically, nothing changes. It remains the same. But now you have the ability to do a new transaction type where you add what we call authenticators. So, and the classical key that you already had is your first authenticator. But you can say, hey, I want to add a new authenticator. Now I have two keys attached to my account. Or you can say, and what you can do is now that you have two keys, you can delete your old key, basically giving you key rotation. You can also add new cryptography types, right? You can have two different keys. You can say, hey, I'm going to keep my K1 key in my Kepler wallet. I'm going to keep my R1 key on the secure enclave of my Apple device, right? So you can have these multiple keys for different use cases. You can even make it so it's an AND system, like a multi-sig, where you say, hey, I want to be able to use the Touch ID of my laptop, but only if my Apple Watch is in vicinity of this thing, right? So you can have this additional security paradigms. And so, these types of keys, these K1, R1 keys, these are written as like Go-based code, cryptography code in the Cosmos SDK. But we also built a system for people to write new authenticators from scratch, not just as Go code, but also as CosmWasm code, or in the future, things like zero-knowledge verifiers. So let's look into like what kind of stuff you can do with CosmWasm code. One of the nice things with CosmWasm being this Rust-based smart contracting language is we can leverage existing cryptography libraries and import them to, write new cryptographic verifiers, but as contracts. So you can say, hey, we're going to import, some open source OAuth code, and say OAuth. Just call that library to verify OAuth, and now you can log in with Twitter and Google, not using these off-chain MPC signers like you see everywhere else, but actually doing real OAuth. OAuth is basically RSA, and doing that real RSA verification on-chain. And these things are composable. Just like the keys are composable, you can say, hey, I needed my phone and my Apple Watch's key. You can say, I need this Cosmoverse authenticator and this classical authenticator to approve something. So what you could do with this is you can write Cosmoverse authenticators as middleware. So you can say, hey, I want to write this authenticator that all it does is restrict a certain message type. It says, hey, if the message type is an IBC send, return an error. But now you can compose that with a classical key, and you get this restricted key. You can say, hey, on my phone, I can do any message. This key can do any message except IBC sends off of Osmosis, right? This is valuable for like providing the security limits. You can do things like trade limits. So authenticators can be stateful. As contracts, they can have state, and they don't have to be memoryless, right? So you can say, hey, this key is allowed to trade up to, this much per day. And so you can track that in the contract, and then if the trade amount that you're trying to do is greater, hits the limit, it will just reject the transaction, basically. You can do things like balance change limits. So we added this thing called a post-transaction hook, where not only can you run your authenticator run contract code at the beginning of the transaction, you can also run it at the end of the transaction. So you can say, hey, when the transaction starts, it'll note the balance of the account, it'll run the transaction, and then at the end of the transaction, it will say, hey, if the balance change is greater than some limit, it can throw an error, and it will revert the entire transaction. So for example, you might want a key on your phone that you use for things like voting and stuff, but you want to make sure that it never has any side effects where it can spend money from your account. You can use one of these balance change limit authenticators. And what's really cool is because it's all Cosmoverse based, you can plug into external protocols, right? You can say like, hey, we're going to just build an integration into something like DAO as a authenticator. And this is going to get really fun once you start to do things with like, Mars and DeFi protocols adding authenticators. So let's go ahead and make an account today. So we'll walk through a little bit of the UI of how this is going to work. So you come in, you sign up. First thing you do, choose a username, right? That's like what you do in normal systems. Next, you choose an authenticator. We're going to support things like passkeys, normal crypto wallets, hardware wallets like Ledger and YubiKey, and OAuth systems. We'll go ahead and do the passkey one. Then we want people to still have a backup system. You can download it, but we'll also integrate with like providers like 1Password and iCloud, where you can just easily, securely back up your key. Next, you can choose to add additional login methods, right? You're not restricted to only year one. So say, hey, I want to be able to use my laptop, but I also want to use Google OAuth as a backup system as well. And we also have this feature called one-click trading, where what it's doing basically is you're creating a hot key that's going to be stored in the browser. So basically, okay, what have we created here? We created this passkey-based one. We created the OAuth-based one. We had the backup key. But we also, that one thing that I just told you at the beginning, never ever do, hold a hotkey in the browser, well, that's what we're actually doing here. But it's okay, it's safe, because we're building all these restrictions. It'll be capped at how much of your account's balance it can spend, how much it could trade, can it actually move assets off of the chain. Maybe, as long as it's only doing trading but not sending off. This is kind of what happens with like centralized exchanges today, right? When you want to do a trade, you don't have to like re-log in every time you want to do a single trade. But when you're trying to withdraw off of Binance, that's when they make you re-verify to make sure that's really you doing it. So, great. With this system, Osmosis is going to have the most sophisticated smart account system. Obviously, you're going to want to keep all your assets on the Osmosis chain now, right? So to do this, we're going to make it very easy for you to take all the assets from throughout all your crypto wallets, your Kepler, your MetaMask, your Leap, your Phantom. You can choose, hey, I don't want to import my EVM assets. I only want to import my Cosmos assets, and boom, boom, boom. You'll have all your assets swept into Osmosis, and Osmosis will become your account, your asset hub, your wallet for the interchain. But great, now you have your assets on Osmosis. How do you actually still use all the other DeFi apps? This is where we get into interchain smart accounts. So today, you have these legacy, you have the wallets that have a static key, and you have these legacy accounts. You create an account on Osmosis. It's statically linked to that key. You create an account on Stride. It's statically linked on that key. And you have the same address on both. And it provides actually this pretty nice seamless UX and composable between them. But once we start to get into smart accounts, things are going to get difficult because smart accounts are not this stateless thing. They are stateful, right? And so let's say on Osmosis, I added a new authenticator. I want to be able to use my Touch ID on Osmosis. I make the transaction on Osmosis to add that as a key on my Osmosis smart account. I have to remember to go add that to my Stride smart account, right? Otherwise, the system is going to get out of sync. If I delete a key, I have to remember, because maybe I thought I lost, I think my Kepler key got compromised. I'm going to remove it from my Osmosis account. I have to go remember to do that on my Stride account, right? This is going to get complicated. And now you have this new awesome project that's coming. They want to airdrop to Osmo holders, and they're going to airdrop to your address, but your original address was based off of this original Kepler key that you don't actually have access to anymore because you deleted it. This is going to get messy. How do we solve this? Well, Chainapsis, one of the core contributors of Osmosis, many years ago, they came up with this idea called interchain accounts, which is, the idea that an account on one chain can make transactions on another chain. And so far, this has mostly been used by protocols, right? You have Stride using interchain accounts for the protocol to stake on other chains, or you have Quasar using interchain accounts for the protocol to do actions on other chains. But now, we're going to start to see this for normal accounts as well. So you'll have a smart account on Osmosis, and the analogy I like is in Avatar, you have astral projection where Korra's body stays in the physical world, but then her astral projection goes and does stuff in the spirit world, even though her physical body is still there. It's going to be a similar situation with interchain smart accounts, where your core smart account is still going to be on the Osmosis chain, but you'll be able to astrally project using interchain accounts and do actions on the Stride chain. So as you add keys, you change your authenticator, you don't have to make any transaction on the Stride chain because your account on the Stride chain is just a projection of your smart account on the Osmosis chain. How is this going to work UX-wise? So there's two main ways we see this happening. One is this concept of Osmosis mini app. So today, Osmosis is, for probably most people, already the way they access their primary thing that they do in Cosmos. So let's make it easier for people to do anything they want. So we have this quick launcher system. You can go and do these quick actions right from the Osmosis chain. You want to use Mars, you want to use Stride, you can do that from here. And if you want to go to the full app, you can, and it will auto-connect you to the interchain account for that app. We also have this option of sign in with Osmosis. So you come just using Cosmos Kit, just so you can connect to a different wallet. If you want to connect to your Osmosis smart account, it will basically pop open, similar to sign in with Google. It will open up the Osmosis site, let you authenticate yourself, and then you'll be signed in to this other site. So basically, this is how we solve this UX issue of how do you make smart accounts actually usable with an ecosystem of apps, not just special cased for a single app. So our goal here is we want to build the best account abstraction framework, make it safer than anything that's come before, better than anything that's on Ethereum, but also better than anything in TradFi systems, right? You can't go tell your bank, hey, I want to put rate limits on what my phone can do and all this stuff, right? You're kind of told what they tell you to do. Here, you have the power to do that, and using these smart accounts, you'll be able to make transactions on Stride, on Neutron, on the Cosmos Hub, and hopefully one day Ethereum as well. And that is how Osmosis becomes not just the liquidity hub, but the account hub. Thank you. If you want to learn, we actually have a workshop on Wednesday, actually going into the code of how
Don't worry, we are friends.
Okay, our next speaker is not only one of the youngest founders in Cosmos, but he also has a great hair. Valentin Plednev, co-founder of Quasar, welcome to the stage.
All right, what's up, everyone? It's always interesting to follow up Sunny, especially if he's a Byzantine general, but I am from the ex-Byzantine area, so I feel like that's going to be fine. Thanks so much for listening in. I'm going to talk about how Quasar sees itself as the interchain yield hub. You see a trend in these presentations, everything calling itself a hub, but I'm going to tell you why we fit into a multi-hub ecosystem and are actually something that adds value to the other hubs moving forward. Most of you know me, my name is Vallejo. I've been in Quasar, doing Quasar for 2 years at this point, been in Cosmos for a while as well, in crypto as well. And I'm now a very proud owner of a bad kid, so appreciate being part of that family. We start off with the vision of what an interchain yield hub means. And fundamentally, it means expanding IBC and it means expanding user experiences to more heights and really connecting the interchain and what you can do in the interchain when it comes to yield, which is the core of any DeFi hub and any DeFi ecosystem. We've done a lot since the launch of our protocol. We've raised a lot of money that we feel like is a strong signal from very reputable investors that DeFi, and especially IBC DeFi, has a future that is worth investing into. We were the first to launch an IBC-enabled yield aggregator back in March, which was a very interesting time in our life cycle. Now we are 13 plus full-time members. We pioneered the first IBC-enabled Cosmoverse contracts also back in March. And now we were the first to launch CL vaults on Osmosis, another massive step in our roadmap. We are unique, however, because even as a hub, the majority of our TVL is going to not sit on Quasar, but on the destinations, which puts us in a position where we are a value add to other existing hubs. Currently, most of the Quasar TVL is on Osmosis. So in order to counteract liquidity fragmentation that we see in the ecosystem, we actually consolidate liquidity by consolidating the user experience and the destinations of such. Note from marketing, make sure to mention that we are co-lead sponsor, and please make sure to delete this slide. Oh, oops. Haha, okay. I couldn't come with anything better yesterday. So, the big thing that probably most of you are interested and curious to learn more about, CL vaults. With the launch of CL, Osmosis did a massive step in really maturing the DeFi ecosystem in Cosmos. One of the core principles of DeFi is always capital efficiency and the ability to have big trades and facilitate swap volume, because this is the core of what all of DeFi is built on. However, compared to the old system, which is the full range AMM, there is a lot of different caveats you need to now consider. You cannot manually sit and forget your LP positions unless you do full range, which means that you're going to capture much less yield than before. You're competing against experts now. So when previously everybody had the same LP position, which was just a full range position, suddenly you're working against customized positions of different players that may have tools that you don't have access to or time that you don't want to spend. You have higher IL potential. If you move out of a range, suddenly your entire position is a singular asset that you may not be super interested in keeping, and you're not earning any more yield as you move out of range. And if you ever want to rebalance, that's all a loss that you incur in the midterm. Which all of this combined is just added complexity. CL is not easy. If you are a normal DeFi user, this is one of the most advanced things that you can do unless you start wrapping and bridging and all these other actions on top of that. And that combined means that it's very easy for you to miss out on yield. However, with all those negative things mentioned, it also means significantly improved capital efficiency. A CL pool with a very tight range can facilitate much bigger trades with the same liquidity as a full range AMM, which means that DeFi has a stronger backbone for its liquidity. You have lower slippage and tighter spreads, basically essentially the same thing. So if you do big buys, you don't lose a lot on slippage. And you're able to really have efficiency in the swap trading rates that you have between your assets, which again in return mean that there's a potential for higher yield if you can leverage that backbone of CL infrastructure. When I did the last presentation, the number said 0.7%. Now it says 4.5, and that is the total amount of osmosis liquidity currently managed through the Quasar protocol. We are in a pretty good growth mode. We are pretty excited for this number to keep increasing, as we believe that fundamentally what Quasar provides is a value add to the entire Cosmos ecosystem, to osmosis DeFi users, and also specifically to LPs in Quasar. What used to be our singular growth driver before, which was a UX UI, with our old implementation allowing you to use ICA and ICQ to effectively deploy to multiple legacy vaults, which, full disclaimer, we don't want anyone to do this anymore. Full range AMM is the old legacy model of osmosis. It's all about CL now, is now yield. And our CL vaults have significantly outperformed any other opportunities to generate yield without leverage on the same assets across the entire ecosystem. In fact, I think I can let these numbers speak for themselves. Obviously, these are historic, and they're subject to change based on a lot of factors, including TVL or swapping actions. However, we believe that that's a very strong start for a non-leveraged ecosystem DeFi product that facilitates the entire space by providing the liquidity it needs to execute what it wants. This is our TVL growth chart. You can very easily see where we launched CL vaults, and it was truly very humbling for the entire team, which, by the way, everyone is here in Cosmoverse right now of Quasar. It's been very humbling to see how well we received the CL Vault launch and how many of you have started to realize that that is the preferred way for you to LP into osmosis because it's easier, because you make more yield. So, by now we have around 2,000 Vault users with a very high retention rate. We haven't had a lot of drop-offs, to be honest. We have around 2,500 Quasar holders, which we'll get back to that in a later stage, and our TVL at this point is around 3.4 million, increasing every day. What this means for a user that is neither an LP in Quasar, nor someone that has ever engaged with the Quasar protocol or holds QSR, it means higher capital efficiency in swapping. On the left side, you can see a Uniswap pool that has $30 million of liquidity, where if you were to trade $950,000, you would get a price impact, it's pretty small, but of around 1%. We can provide similar price impact with just 2.7 billion TVL on osmosis right now in the same pool, because the only pool where you can match Uniswap efficiency in the entire Cosmos ecosystem is the only pool where the majority of capital is deployed by Quasar. And that is a sentence that we are incredibly proud of over here. What also launched actually yesterday night is a direct integration to osmosis. If you go to your favorite pool, if you click on create a position, you will now see the new Manage tab with the beautiful Quasar logo. If you click on that, you are going to see the specific vaults that we have available for that specific pool. We currently have 3 strategy types. Stable pool, so that is any stablecoin strategy. We have aggressive plus, which is something with very tight ranges. And we have moderate with wider ranges, which counteracts IL. We also now have a dashboard. You can now see all the vaults that you've deployed into on a singular page. It's already become the main page that I use, to be honest, and a lot of users have really liked this update. We think this is pretty important because as we upload more and more vaults, people are going to want a better and better overview of the rewards they're accruing and where their liquidity is deployed. Talking about more and more vaults, 7 already of CL with a lot more to come. We've covered most of the big pools on osmosis, and we're going to continue spreading to other pools as opportunities come out and as liquidity and volume increases in this market. All of this, however, is facilitated by the cornerstone of Quasar, which is the strategists, truly. The Quasar team, we are not trading experts. We are building infrastructure for the Quasar protocol. The trading experts are the strategists and the data providers that do nothing else day in, day out, for years, then analyze markets and understand how to place liquidity and how to earn the most on that liquidity. We have launched, because of this, one of the first interchain grants program Cosmos has ever seen. Osmosis and Quasar coming together, funding strategy teams to build out strategies on osmosis using the Quasar protocol. We are proud to say that now we've had the first strategist onboarded, Define Logic Labs, founded by Steven, the calculator guy. Many of you may know him. We onboarded basically the first professional DeFi data science team into Cosmos, which has been a huge step for us and I think for the entire ecosystem. They are also the strategists behind our current CL vault, and they were, again, the first team to achieve this grant that we mentioned. Now, while all of this is incredibly exciting for the end user and for the protocol, we've also unlocked a new user in the middle of this, protocols. We heard protocol on liquidity as a point on stage a couple minutes ago. But protocol liquidity is pretty cool because it lowers the expenditures that a protocol has to pay in order to facilitate liquidity of its own token. If a protocol deposits protocol on liquidity, they don't have to pay incentives on that. They just have to get a community pool spending proposal, potentially of the counterpart token as well, and suddenly the expenses of the protocol are much lower. You also capture proto-rev. Any trading fees that go into that pool go to the protocol because they own the liquidity. But it is near impossible in CL because a protocol would have to constantly update the ranges or go full range, which means low proto-rev involvement. And so they would have to either pass governance proposals every single day and have a 3-day delay of updating the ranges, or they can't do it, which is why they haven't. Let us handle it. If you have a protocol that wants to use a Quasar Vault to deploy its protocol on liquidity, it's going to guarantee you that you don't have to update the ranges, you're going to stay in range, which means all the benefits we talked about before, capital efficiency, ability to enter big swaps in the singular position, all of those available by using a Quasar Vault. Quasar protocol acts as the Arrakis of Uniswap in this aspect. We've had a couple protocols reach out already, and we expect there to be many more. So if you're curious, come to the booth, reach out to us on Twitter, or if you find me, grab me so I can't run away. Please actually don't do that. Up and coming. This is clearly not intended for usage currently. This is a very rough design. We haven't yet designed it yet, but the goal is that any strategist with a traditional TradFi background that doesn't know Cosmoverse, that doesn't know Cosmos SDK, that maybe doesn't even have any experience in DeFi nativeness, can access data it needs to figure out how to deploy ranges and how to create strategies on Osmosis and deploy those ranges from a front end that only requires them to effectively put in the numbers. You may already wonder, how do we do checks and sums to basically make sure that those ranges are not faulty? Not to worry. Currently, there is the Quasar Association dedicated by the Quasar chain to do this. In the near future, we're going to automate this process on-chain. There's going to be very clear factors that we're going to have in this contract that's going to ensure that a range is not automatically out of range when it's rebalanced, for example. We're also very proud to work with the Skip team and include the one-click deposits across IBC using the Skip API. It's going to allow you to effectively take any token on any IBC-enabled chain, for example, Atom on Juno, to one-click deploy into an Osmo USDC vault using this front end. We think that this upgrade of distribution is going to be a massive driver and massive value driver to Osmosis TVL, which we also fundamentally believe is currently something that we need to keep building up, as it is the cornerstone of Cosmos DeFi, and we need to have more liquidity there to really be the backbone of this entire ecosystem. It's going to be single asset and multi-asset as well, so we're also going to allow you to just take the same assets you have if they're on a different chain and deploy them as well. We're also very happy to announce that in collaboration with Sommelier, actually over here, we are going to build a CL vault for them bringing real yield ETH into the Cosmos ecosystem. So Sommelier currently working on bringing the leading ETH strategy to the Cosmos, are going to seed a pool on Osmosis that's going to allow Cosmos users natively in Osmosis to buy real yield ETH, and we are going to facilitate that trading volume, those tight spreads, and all the benefits we talked about using a Quasar Vault. It's been a long time coming that we find something to work on together, and I'm very proud we finally found a thing. Also very proud to announce that in collaboration with Union, most of you are probably very aware of them, the first ETH IBC implementation on testnet, we're also going to allow one-click deposits from Ethereum into our vaults. We fundamentally believe that one of the biggest factors for Osmosis and generally Cosmos' stagnant liquidity is that it's ironic in that you can only bring liquidity into the ecosystem by using the thing we don't want to use, which is centralized bridges, multi-sig bridges, or centralized exchanges. With IBC coming to Ethereum, we're going to be directly there on the first step and allow users to use what we love, what we in the ecosystem believe to be the one true bridge IBC to come from Ethereum into Cosmos. And we think that's going to be a massive value driver for Ethereum users as that ecosystem is so mature that yields are just generally much lower. And I think that we can all benefit from more liquidity. Now, I want to take a small section on this presentation to talk about the Quasar chain. Because the Quasar chain is a very interesting position in that with the outpost model, it can become and be a central role of the future smart contracts that are sitting on multiple Cosmos chains. As the yield opportunities advance, as we have more destinations for our vaults, we're not just going to be on Osmosis. There's a lot of other teams we're already talking to. The ability for those vaults to use IBC using the Quasar Hub in the center is going to allow us to create an IBC smart contract mesh that is suddenly going to advance the complexity of the strategies, not just bound by one protocol, but actually by any DeFi primitive that is connected through our Quasar DeFi strategies. So we think moving forward the next couple of months, we want to hear a lot of feedback from you guys. We want to hear what you are interested in, but we think that this is going to be a central part of Cosmos DeFi 2.0 to really consolidate these different protocols, even across IBC, and to completely abstract away the user experience so they really just buy a 3x leveraged Quasar vault, not knowing that we're swapping between Mars and Yumi depending on rates in the background and looping that vault share for you. If you're curious about the things I just mentioned, I recommend you to listen to Carol's talk on Wednesday at 11 a.m., how they're going to bring ETH liquidity to the Cosmos ecosystem using IBC. I'm a very proud advisor of that project, so I'm looking forward to that talk. And also, please listen to my co-founder Lawrence right after that, and Steven, the co-founder of DLL, on how Quasar plays a role in improving the interchain DeFi and Cosmos DeFi ecosystem right after that. Now, I want to take the last section of this presentation to take a step back and think about what protocols are about and what I think the token ecosystem and economy is about. And it's about participation and ownership of users and the stakeholders of a chain. The core of tokens is value alignment. If you have token holders that also use a project, you're pretty sure that they're going to vote in favor of advancing that project. It's a very simple way to align incentives. So would you say that those people should have a stake of the ecosystem? I would say that's a pretty obvious decision-making process. So subject to governance, and this has been a long time coming, we are looking forward to a Quasar airdrop. Governance props going out tomorrow. We are intending to distribute it in 3 waves. The first wave going to the testnet users that helped us be here today, without which we wouldn't be able to have built up all of this to this point. That snapshot has already been taken. Then we're going to have a second wave to the legacy LP vault depositors. That infrastructure had issues. ICA and ICQ were very novel technologies. There was a lot to iron out there. They sticked with us, didn't take out their liquidity, even increase their liquidity. We want to appreciate that. Then obviously with our new state-of-the-art infrastructure of our CL vaults, we want to make sure that those are also going to get a share of the Quasar protocol and be able to guide our decision-making moving forward. So I'm going to ask you, if you aren't excited about Quasar after everything I just said, do you even use Cosmos DeFi? Thank you.
Don't worry, we are friends.
All right, everybody. And our next speaker, it is my distinct honor to introduce our next speaker. Please join me welcoming for Brian Crane, President of the Interchain Foundation. Please welcome.
Hey everybody, yeah, it's great to be here. I want to thank also the Cosmoverse guys for organizing this. Pretty amazing that even in the bear market, right? This is a bigger event than last year. So it just goes to show how much is going on in the Cosmos ecosystem. So I'm going to talk about the ICF, the Interchain Foundation. Probably many of you have heard of it. At the same time, I think we've, could often do a better job at communicating what exactly is going on. So I'm going to try to do that here. So just briefly about myself. So I've been working in crypto since about 2013, but I've also been involved in sort of this Cosmos Tendermint world for a long time. So back in 2015 and 16, I was working for Ares Industries, actually together with Ethan Buckman. He was an engineer there, and that was like the first company to build on Tendermint before the vision of Cosmos existed. And then in 2017, I joined the company All in Bits, although that was also confusing because it was sort of, it never used that brand, right? It was basically Tendermint. As a COO, this was, basically when Cosmos got started. And then, I left and I started Course One the year afterwards. And, that's still the main thing I'm doing. But I also joined the Foundation Council of the FC, or of the Interchain Foundation in 2020. And then I became president of the Interchain Foundation in a few months ago. So, what is the Interchain Foundation? Right, the Interchain Foundation is a Swiss foundation, and a Swiss foundation means that it's an organization, legally registered organization in Switzerland, but it's not like a corporation, right? It basically, a foundation doesn't have any owners, but it has a mandate. The mandate is pretty broad. It's like to support the development of open decentralized systems and software, and the Cosmos network. So it's a broad mandate, and what the foundation needs to do is basically needs to act in accordance with that mandate, and it needs to use its assets in accordance with that. And there is a sort of supervisory body in Switzerland, which is a governmental entity that in the end is responsible that the foundation does that. So let's say if the foundation didn't do that, they could also go in and say, okay, we're going to change the people running the foundation to make sure that the funds are used appropriately. And so it is a fairly fairly regulated, like a somewhat regulated thing, including you have to do annual audits and some things like that. And of course, the Swiss Foundation, probably many of you are aware, but the Swiss Foundation has basically been the main vehicle that projects have used to bootstrap crypto ecosystem. So the first team that did that was the Ethereum Foundation back in, I guess, 2014. And then the Interchain Foundation was one of the earliest ones to follow. But, you have Interchain Foundations there, Ethereum Foundation, the Web3 Foundation from the Polkadot ecosystem, Solana Foundation, Cardano Foundation. So many of the largest crypto foundations, most of them are, that's the exact same legal setup. So Interchain Foundation history, right? So it was established in 2017 and then conducted this Atom fundraiser. So that basically meant people would send Bitcoin and Ethereum to an address controlled by the Interchain Foundation, and then basically a recommended Genesis distribution was published where people would receive atoms for donating their Bitcoin and Ethereum to the Interchain Foundation. And then the foundation basically received those Bitcoins and Ethereum that were originally sent, as well as around 10% of the atom supply. And basically what the foundation, the foundation has been using those funds to be the primary entity funding, the development of the Cosmos ecosystem, or at least of the core technologies of the Cosmos ecosystem. Most of this development is not done at the Interchain Foundation. There's a little bit done there, but most of it is done in other organizations and supported through grants by the Interchain Foundation. Briefly, so the Foundation Council is something similar to like the board of directors. It's basically the kind of people who are ultimately responsible that the foundation is doing its job, and they're also like liable for that. So if that didn't happen, they're personally liable potentially. And so currently this is me, then Ethan Buckman, who everyone knows here, and then Fernando Pedone, who's a computer science professor in distributed systems in Switzerland. And we have been in the process of adding some new Foundation Council members and increasing that. We put out a sort of call for applications, and we received a lot of great applications, and we've been going through that, and I think we're going to sort of have some news there soon and actually add a few new people. Now, one thing that's also a little bit strange probably, but it kind of makes sense given how the foundation structure is that the Foundation Council elects itself, right? Because there's no owners, right? So there's not like shareholders that elect the council. So yeah, the Foundation Council elects the Foundation Council. Yeah, so what does the Interchain Foundation do? So you can divide the work sort of primarily into three big buckets. One is supporting the core development of the Interchain stack. And I'll talk a little bit more about that and what the things are that we're funding there. Then the other thing is, okay, promoting the adoption of the stack by developers. So getting people to use the Cosmos SDK, IBC, all of those things, in a variety of different ways. And then I would say also sort of driving forward this vision, the Cosmos vision, right? The vision of sovereign blockchains that are interoperable. And I think the app chain idea was really a Cosmos idea, right? That was in the Cosmos white paper, I think, explained and advocated for the first time. And of course, today we're seeing that vision get traction in many different ecosystems. So in Ethereum with L2s, this app chain thing is coming up a lot, right? We have like the OP, optimistic stack that's doing that. Then, in Polygon, they're doing things in that direction. In Avalanche, they have the subnets, which is very, very similar. So we really have seen that idea, get a lot of traction. And that idea, like many other ideas in crypto, have come out of the Cosmos ecosystem. So yeah, so the Interchain Foundation. So the executive team is led by Maria over there, right? So she's the, so there's, besides the Foundation Council, there's the board of managers, what was it? Something like that, which is basically sort of the executive, right? So that is, and then, there's a bunch of different things. So one is the funding program. I think that is one of the most important things or probably the most important thing that the Interchain Foundation does, is because we give out so much funding to all of these different organizations. That's not easy to do, right? Because who should you fund for a particular project? And are they doing it well? And how much, what should be prioritized in terms of different development priorities? And, are they doing their job well? So this is something that we need to do. And it's not an easy thing to do. We have actually, we are seeking to hire into that team as well. So we've had a job post up for like an ecosystem lead. So if somebody's interested in this, please reach out. We're looking really there for someone who has an understanding of the Cosmos stack, who has like a vision for where Cosmos should go, but also great skills in terms of project management, relationship management, understanding of the ecosystem. So I think it's a super interesting job, and if you're interested, yeah, reach out. Then some other things is around marketing communications, things like the Cosmos.network website, at Cosmos Twitter handle, things like that where we're trying to communicate what Cosmos is to the wider world. And then there's of course operations, finances, stuff like that. And there's also basically one technical team at the Interchain Foundation, which is the IBC team, right? So IBC Go and sort of IBC spec and stuff are developed by a team at the ICF. Maybe just a word here on the history, right? Because the original company, All in Bits, sort of like fell apart. People went to different places. And then at one point, a lot of it ended up at this subsidiary, or like the Interchain Foundation created a subsidiary in Germany called Interchain GmbH. And a lot of development went there. But that has been kind of split up now. So there was a company, Binary Builders, I think they're going to speak as well, that spun out, and they're leading the Cosmos SDK development now. Then we've had some go to informal. That's especially the Tenement and the Cosmos Hub team. So they are kind of led by informal at this point. And then IBC is actually distributed. with a bunch of different companies contributing to that. But one of the main ones, and IBC Go, kind of the main implementation in use, is developed at the ICF. Yeah, so these are kind of some of the main things that we have been funding. So by far the main thing is software development. And of course, all of the software development that the ICF is funding, it has to be open source, and it's all sort of aligned with the interchain vision. So these include things like IBC, the Cosmos SDK, Comet BFT, the interchain security work, Cosmos Hub maintenance, the Cosmos Hub team, Cosm Wasm, Cosm.js, and I'm sure there's a whole bunch of other like smaller things that I'm not listing here. So basically all of the kind of core components have primarily been funded. Of course it's changing now with others contributing by the ICF. And there are some other things. So one thing I want to mention is the Builders Program. So the Builders Program, it's operated by binary builders. And the Builders Program is basically a sort of support system for new teams that want to come in and build in the Cosmos ecosystem, build on the interchain stack. So they do things like, give technical advice, help on, advice on legal setup, tokenomics, and where to go. And then there's also the Developer Academy. So this is basically a program for learning how to develop on the Cosmos stack. And I think that has, we've had some people at Course One do it, and they gave great feedback. So I think it's a very, it seems to be a very good program for those who are interested in that. Now it's not working. Oh, there. Okay, so let's talk about the finances briefly. So the current assets of the ICF are like $283 million. So that's great, right? Especially if you consider that in the original fundraiser, we had like, I think 17 million that went into the ICF. So it's great that, after all this work, after all this funding, there's like way more in there right now. If we break this down, around $100 million is in Atoms, so around a third. Around a third of it, 85 million, is in other cryptos. So that's really primarily Bitcoin and Ethereum that are still from the original fundraiser, like money left from that. And then, there's also also around a third is in fiat currency, government bonds, like that kind of thing. So that's the current finances. So the great news is that, the ICF it remains in a strong position and can continue funding the whole development of the interchain stack for, many years to come. In terms of the budget, right, 2023 budget, so this year, we're estimating at almost 60 million. And, because of the decrease of the crypto assets and the bear market, we have been we are reducing the budget for next year and estimating that it's going to be around 44 million. And maybe just a few more words on so, of course, there's a little bit of a balance, right? Like many foundations might only spend like what they earn on the investment returns because they're trying to have this like infinite horizon. I think that is something that doesn't really make sense in this context, right? Because time is of essence. The world moves fast, and if Cosmos is to be the leading blockchain platform, we have to invest and we have to move fast. And so, the ICF is spending at a rate at like, if everything went the same, it would run out of money. But of course, hopefully the market turns around, and then this will also increase the runway a lot. And in any case, I think, actually, if you look back at the original Cosmos white paper that was published, when the fundraiser was done, all of the core pieces there have been delivered. So I think that's fantastic news, and there's still so much resources and so much we can do to like take all of these things like to the next level. Okay, roadmap. So one of the things we have been engaged in as well more recently is this effort of an interchain stack roadmap. Basically, the issue is that, or the situation is that there's a lot of different teams that are developing core parts of the Cosmos stack. This is really unique in crypto. I think the only other ecosystem that's probably similar is the Ethereum ecosystem, where you have different clients, different teams working on it. And but in Cosmos also, we have a lot of different teams that get funding also from the ICF or that in other ways work on these parts. And of course, the challenge is like, how do you coordinate all of this? And so the Interchain Stack roadmap has aimed to like bring all these teams together to outline what are their priorities, what are their roadmap, how do they sort of intersect with each other. And yeah, so this has been going on. There has been some calls already where this was presented to the community. And if you're interested in that, like, you just check out maybe the Interchain Twitter account. Yeah, and in addition to this, so tomorrow there's going to be a workshop or roundtable on this Interchain Stack roadmap topic. So it's at 10 a.m. in this Munch meeting room. So if you're interested, just come there and yeah, you can learn more about it. There are some findings already from this whole roadmap process. One is the need to increase the modularity of the stack so that it can be more easily used for a variety of different use cases. So that's one. Then we have the improvement of the developer experience to make it even easier to build on the Interchain Stack. And then paying off technical debt so that progress can be even faster in the future. And then to drive user adoption in sort of value-aligned community. Those are a few of the things that have come out so far, but this is still ongoing. And this work is also kind of what's flowing into finalizing the 2024 budget, which we hopefully will be able to do within the next few weeks. So one more thing I want to touch on is the future funding of the Cosmos Hub. So at the moment, there is a draft proposal in the forum that's been put up by Informal Systems and Haifa. These are two of the main teams that are developing like the Cosmos Hub today. And that's basically to have the Cosmos Hub community pool directly fund those teams and that development. And that's in discussion right now. And if people have opinions on that, please go to the forum, add your input. I think that would be super helpful. Personally, I think it would be really powerful to have, the Cosmos Hub, like before we had to talk by Youssef about AA DAO and how it's great to have like this organization that's owned by the Cosmos Hub. I think ultimately, especially to have the core development of the Cosmos Hub controlled and funded by the Cosmos Hub and the governance, I think would be a really powerful thing. And it's definitely where we need to go in the future. And I think if we can do that, it can really become this enormously powerful, decentralized body organization, that moves at a very fast pace. And now, of course, at the ICF, we remain strongly committed to supporting the future of the Cosmos Hub, however the community thinks is best. Yeah, now just the last thing, I just want to thank all of you here and everyone who's kind of made all of this progress happen. I think this is really what's really unique in the Interchain ecosystem, in the Cosmos ecosystem, is that there's so many different people, so many different companies, so many different organizations, different ideas that are all driving this forward around this original vision and evolving this vision in different ways. And I think that's how we've ended up with this really decentralized and dynamic ecosystem. And it's just been beautiful to see that evolve. Yeah, so thanks so much. If you have any thoughts, feel free to reach out to me or to Interchain Foundation. And yeah, thanks so much.
Thank you for presentation, Brian. And without delaying any further, let's bring to Effort Capital to share insights and wisdom with us. Please welcome.
All right, everyone, good morning. Hopefully you can all hear me okay. My name is David Rodriguez. You also might know me on Twitter as Effort Capital. I'm a research analyst at Blockworks Research, and I'm here today to talk about how to make Atom interchain money. But the real MEV is Ethan Buckman coming up here on stage earlier before I was able to give my presentation and say that Atom isn't interchain money. So I was able to make a last minute change and call Atom interchain capital. So I think Yusuf did a really good job earlier today, kind of talking about the process of how AEDAO came to be, and I guess one of the things he mentioned was the tokenomics RFP that he put out, or that him and AEDAO put out earlier this year. So I think Atom 2.0, not to like harp on it again, but really woke up the eyes of the wider Cosmos Hub community and made everyone realize like the status quo of the Cosmos Hub, of Atom today, the tokenomics around Atom, are probably not sustainable for the foreseeable future. There's really no way of aligning Atom to the growth of the wider interchain economy that it ultimately birthed back in 2017, 2018, 2019. The Atom tokenomics RFP that they put out, 3 teams ultimately ended up winning that. Blockworks Research, which obviously I'm a research analyst as part of that, we're predominantly focusing on the growth of liquid staking in the wider interchain economy and what that means for Atom's monetary and fiscal policy. Binary Builders needs no introduction. They're great stewards of the Cosmos SDK and obviously running the Builders program underneath the ICF. They're predominantly focusing on how to align the Atom Economic Zone and the wider interchain with the Cosmos Hub, leveraging things like protocol and liquidity or even core development incentives. And then RMIT is a team of academic economists based out of Australia, and what they're focused on is like how to make shared security a profit-generating business for the hub and make sure that we have like a sustainable value capture mechanism for the wider Atom Economic Zone. One thing that I want to make clear is when you looked at Atom 2.0, there's like a lot of good ideas that I personally think were like directionally correct, but they tried to get everything passed at once. Taking lessons learned, and again, like Yusuf already kind of like said this earlier, so I don't want to bring it up too much, but there were a lot of lessons learned from Atom 2.0. Maybe the ideas themselves the community liked, but they did not want to push everything all at once as like one signaling proposal. These are 3 separate teams that are working on 3 separate work streams, and there might be some like very light dependencies across them, but overall, like what we plan on doing is a phased approach where there's like 5 to 10 governance proposals over the span of multiple months that we make sure that one step at a time we actually gain social consensus along the way and let ultimately the Cosmos Hub community choose the future of what the Cosmos Hub is and like what the future of Atom is. So what makes something capital? I won't say money. I think that there's everyone hears the same 3 characteristics, right? It's like store of value, medium of exchange, unit of account. But I personally like to bucket these things into 2 different things. There's the intangible, and then there's the tangible. I think for the most part, money, or at least the store of value narrative for money, is like a social construct. If enough people believe that something is a social value, store of value, then it ultimately becomes one. And I think Atom has this relatively within the Cosmos ecosystem. Despite not having like any service provision outside of replicated security up until recently, despite all the drama, despite not being like used as the IBC gas token of the network, Atom is still the token that most people hold in the ecosystem today. It is the asset that every other asset in the ecosystem is compared to. It is the numeraire of the Cosmos ecosystem. And I think that obviously, like the thing that it doesn't have today is like the medium of exchange and unit of account. It's not predominantly used as gas on most of the ecosystem chains in the wider ecosystem. Yes, it has a dominant position as a liquidity pair for like the Atom Osmo pool or the Atom USDC pool on Osmosis. But it doesn't really have some of the tangible things yet anyways, like reinforce the social contract that I believe it already has. But you're starting to see some of that change. Like Neutron, consumer chain that launched in the Cosmos Hub, over 65% of transactions today are actually being paid in Atom. And over the past month of September, you actually saw the amount of Atom being used as gas fees on Osmosis creep up from like 1% to 14%. So you're starting to see like Atom being used as money, as gas fees on the network, and also obviously like a dominant liquidity pair in the wider Atom Economic Zone. But take a step back, like how do you create a flourishing economy? A physical economy, a digital economy, really doesn't matter. What it ultimately comes down to is like the rule of law around secure property rights. In order to have in order to develop like a flourishing economy on top, you need to know that like what you own is yours, and that allows the market to freely and securely transact. And ultimately, like what you look at historically is countries or sovereign nations that have strong security property rights usually perform better economically than ones that don't. And the reason why I think this is a lot of parallels to the Cosmos Hub is past 4 years, everyone likes to kind of like, there's a lot of drama around hub minimalism. It ultimately allowed the hub to kind of fall behind while the rest of the interchain that it gave birth to allowed it to grow. And I think there's a different side to that. I think the idea of hub minimalism actually allowed the hub to ossify as a security provider. And by ossifying as a security provider, it can now ensure secure digital property rights for every single consumer chain that leverages the hub for security. But there's a new phase, there's a new regime, or that was like the prior security regime of the Cosmos Hub. There's a new regime that launched with the liquid staking module back literally 2-3 weeks ago at this point, where now you can actually see the proliferation of Atom, not just for securing the chain, but actually used as the predominant form of collateral in DeFi, potentially being used as gas fees on network, collateralized new stablecoins in the Atom economics on wider interchain. So what we like to say is like the pre-LSM was like the security regime of the Cosmos Hub. Post-LSM, it's now the security and monetary regime of the Cosmos Hub. One of the problems that we see today with Atom is its dynamic inflation schedule. So if you don't know, the inflation of Atom is a function of the percent that is bonded to the network. And it can inflate to as much as 20% max and go as low as like a minimum 7% bound. In a pre-liquid staking world, this made sense. So rational actors, if you can stake your Atom and get 15% yield, or if you can lend out your Atom on, let's say, Mars, and you're able to get 20% yield, what would a rational actor do? The rational actor would pull their funds from staking Atom, go deposit it in a liquidity pool or deposit it in the lending market in order to get like the higher yield on return on capital. So the dynamic inflation model actually made sense because it allowed the proof of stake network for the Cosmos Hub to actually compete with DeFi yield and ensure that the security of the hub stayed true. But in a post-liquid staking world, this is really not the case anymore. Like you don't have to choose between staking or depositing your staked Atom into a liquidity pool. You can do both at the same time. And we think that with the liquid staking world that we are now in, and it's ultimately inevitable, like the tokenomics of Atom should appropriately reflect this new world that we're in. So what do I mean by like the uncertainty around Atom's inflation? So what you see here is a scenario analysis based on the current parameters for the Cosmos Hub of how long it takes to get to the 7% min-bound inflation at different bond ratios. So about 4 weeks ago, approximately 70% of Atom was staked to the Cosmos Hub. We were on pace to get to 7% min-bound inflation by end of 2024. About 2 weeks ago, a select few whales decide to unstake. They're fully right to. And we're currently sitting at about 67.5% staked. Doesn't sound like that big of a deal. But what that actually ended up doing is kicking out the time to reach min inflation by over 3 years. So we're not reaching, at current parameters say, we're not hitting the minimum inflation of 7% until July of 2028, when just 4 weeks ago, we were getting there by the end of next year. And this uncertainty, I think, hurts the monetary characteristics of Atom, and there's also a bunch of other issues that I'll get into in a second. Also, by the way, that change in bond ratio, let's assume it stays that for the rest of the decade, that creates an additional like 13%, over 80 million Atom that will be minted by the end of the decade with its current parameters that we know of today. Additionally, the Cosmos Hub is just straight out overpaying for security. If you look at Atom, or if you look at the percent that is staked to the network as a function of its total supply, and how much it's actually paying its issuance rate on a year-over-year basis, Atom's all the way in the top right-hand corner. The Cosmos Hub is, anyways. Sorry. If you look at other proof-of-stake networks, Solana, Aptos, Near, Cardano, they all have over 60% staked to the network, but they're only offering their stakers 5-ish% yield, and most of these are actually going to be going down 10 to 20% year over year for the foreseeable future. But for some reason, the Cosmos Hub is paying 14.5% in security. And on top of that, to add insult to injury, not only is it overpaying for security, half the validators can't even support the consumer chains, which is like the first like service provision for the Cosmos Hub to be like this pristine security provider. So we're not only overpaying for security, but we're like doing it completely disproportionately. Liquid staking lowers the cost of security. So what I mean by this is, again, like if you are a liquid staker, not only can you get your staking yield, you can actually now participate in DeFi. So because of this, the proof of stake network no longer needs to compete with the DeFi yields and can actually offload some of this cost of staking to Atom onto the wider interchain economy around it. This also has additional benefits too, because in an ecosystem that like surely like needs liquidity, staked Atom is like the ideal form of capital that we would like to see kind of proliferate through the wider interchain economy. So in a proposed, like in this new liquid staking world paradigm, just like the Cosmos Hub had to ossify to become a security provider for the past 4 years through hub minimalism, or whatever you want to call it, we think for Atom to ossify, the supply schedule needs to ossify too. No longer can it be a dynamic inflation schedule where, I didn't even mention this earlier, but like most chains in the ecosystem do not have, or I'm sorry, in crypto do not have a dynamic inflation schedule, usually set. The only two assets that have dynamic inflation as a function of bond is DOT and Atom. But for Atom to ossify, so should its supply schedule. So what we're proposing is like a year-over-year decrease in supply in inflation on a block-by-block basis to about 3% on an annual basis. It'll approximately take to get till about 2026, 2027 to reach this 3% mid-inflation, and then we slowly, gradually decrease inflation at like a slower pace for like a long-term inflation rate over 1.5%. This 1.5% tail emission is kind of like a minimum security budget in perpetuity. So if you look at the Cosmos Hub's tokenomics today, or like the flow of funds, between the hub inflation and ICS revenue, 10% goes to the community pool for ad hoc spend proposals. 90% goes to Atom stakers. They pay a little commission to the validators. And then there's liquid staking now with the LSM, and it imposes a 25% max cap. If you don't know, the LSM actually like allows the Cosmos Hub to be cognizant of what percentage of its total supply is actually staked to the network. Or I'm sorry, is liquid staked. And this allows people to do DeFi things, whatever that may be. But when we think about this, liquid staking is inevitable, right? So like the LSM imposes a 25% max cap on liquid stakers, but it only imposes it on on-chain providers. Coinbase, Kraken, all those other major institutions that you know and love or don't love, they can skirt around this max cap. So liquid staking is mostly a winner-take-all market, just because of network and liquidity effects. It has a large centralizing force, and you're already seeing this play out in Ethereum, right? Ethereum's trying to be this credibly neutral base layer. I know Ethan already talked about it, but Vitalik posted a really interesting blog post about like minimum viable enshrinement, and they're already like talking about like the threat that Lido is to Ethereum's credible neutrality. I won't go into whether or not that's true or not, but they're already like they succumb to the market forces, the centralizing market forces of liquid staking. And I would argue, while the liquid staking module is a really good concept, and it's something that I think Ethereum is probably going to copy, like they copy everything from us, imposing a max cap that only affects on-chain liquid staking providers like Stride, Persistence One, and Quicksilver puts them at a structural disadvantage, and if anything, reinforces the market centralization forces of liquid staking, and predominantly on off-chain liquid staking providers. So we thought about, like, is there a better way of doing this? Is there a better way of allowing liquid staking to grow, but at least letting the Cosmos Hub kind of benefit from the growth of liquid staking and not creating as much of a structural disadvantage for partners like Stride that are actually leveraging the Cosmos Hub for security? So we took a step back and like kind of thought, I hate using this term, but first principles, like what are LST providers doing? It's not a perfect one-for-one analogy, but they're very similar to lending markets. So what I mean by that is you lend out your native asset, your native Atom, you get back, you borrow a liquid stake derivative of your native Atom, and instead of the interest rate that you pay like a flat interest rate, a flat taker fee by that liquid staking provider. And when you think about it from this lens, Aave is like a really good example. Their interest rates, based on how much of an asset is being borrowed against, or what is lent and what is borrowed against, is a function of like how in demand for a given asset is Ethereum, right? So there's something called a utilization rate. If over X% of ETH is being borrowed from a certain money market on Aave, the interest rate spikes up. There's like an optimal utilization target that Aave governance tries to decide, like what is this optimal rate? If more than this utilization is being targeted, then the interest rate for borrowing ETH goes up. And we thought, why not have a very similar mechanism? Since the LSM is already cognizant of how much Atom is being staked to network, why can't we create like a market mechanism that disincentivizes too much liquid staking, but allows liquid staking to grow and ultimately find like a market equilibrium between like how much is the right amount of liquid staking out there, should be out there. So this is a very similar like concept to the Aave interest rate curve. What we propose, we already kind of wrote a whole blog or forum post on the Cosmos Hub forum, is this idea of like a dynamic liquid staking tax. So we don't want to disincentivize liquid staking early on. Only about 2% of all atoms are liquid staked today. We do want to have this economic engine start because we do believe that like the growth of liquid staked atom is going to lead to like the growth of the wider interchain economy. So what we propose is having no tax for the first 25% of liquid staked market penetration. But the moment that over 25% is hit, there's a tax on, it's a flat tax on all liquid stakers. Native stakers, if you want a native stake and don't want a liquid stake, you can just sit there and chill with your atom. But if you want to go participate in DeFi, and because there's an added risk for a proof of stake network to allow liquid staking to grow, there should be some type of market mechanism that, again, finds like the right equilibrium for how much should be liquid staked out there. And again, as these are all governance-defined parameters that the Cosmos Hub can ultimately decide. They can decide, hey, you know what, we don't want the first 25% of liquid staking to not have a tax. We want to actually start this tax at 0. We want the optimum target utilization to be not at 33%, which is what we propose, and maybe we want it earlier. Ultimately, we want to give the keys to the community to decide like what is the right parameters to control the growth of liquid staking, but at the Cosmos Hub's benefit. So this allows the Cosmos Hub to actually gain tax revenue. It's like a speculation tax. Gain tax revenue from the growth of liquid staking, and then use this revenue for however they want to do with it. But what this liquid staking tax does, it creates like a liquid staking opportunity cost, we're calling it. It's like there's a yield spread now. There's a spread between native stakers, they're getting a certain yield, which is like the risk-free rate. And then there's liquid stakers getting that yield, but then getting deducted that tax rate. So what you see here is based on the proposed inflation schedule that we also propose, and based on like some of the parameters that we imposed as or proposed as part of this liquid staking tax, what you see here is like what is the amount of yield that a liquid staker at certain market penetrations of liquid staking, how much yield would they need to get in order to like make DeFi a positive EV opportunity for them? So I don't have it highlighted here, but like just to give you an example, let's assume 50% of all staked atom is liquid staked. And let's say you're in August 2025. It's the pinkish red line. Around August 2025, the difference between a native staker and a liquid staker is about 2.5% yield. So that means in order for me to feel like it's worth it to go liquid stake and do DeFi activities, assuming 50% of all staked atoms is liquid staked, I need to get at least 2.5% yield to make it worth it. And again, this kind of lets the market find like a natural equilibrium for like how much liquid staking should there be. And it actually could generate like significant revenue. I didn't show it on here, but it can be on the orders of like hundreds of millions of dollars, depending on obviously the market price of Atom over the remaining decade. But now the question comes like, what do we do with this tax revenue? Do we burn it? Do we create like a flywheel? So like one of the things we talked about before, and I know Binary is going to be talking about it at a panel on day 3 and also a little bit today, is like, can the hub become like an enabler of the community? Not only is it, or of the Atom economic zone, not only is it a security provider, can we actually leverage the interchain capital to get the economic engine jump-started as like protocol and liquidity? So what you can do is like the more liquid staking there is, the more hub protocol and liquidity there is, it deploys that protocol and liquidity strategically to benefit the wider interchain and the Atom economic zone, which should therefore generate more revenue for the Cosmos Hub through its shared security offerings, and then that should also generate more liquid staking, and it kind of has this like nice flywheel effect. But what if we decide to burn the liquid staking tax? Blockworks Research is relatively objective. We want to make sure that like we've given the community these like keys to decide ultimately what they want to do. But an ode to EIP 1559, it's a really elegant market mechanism. The more on-chain activity there is on Ethereum, the more burn. Well, Cosmos Hub doesn't have smart contract capabilities, but the growth of liquid staking is like really close, it should be anyways, a really close proxy to the growth of the wider interchain economy and specifically around the Atom economic zone. More liquid staking, more economic activity, more burn potentially. So what you see here is again, based on the proposed inflation schedule that we wrote about, at different amount of market penetration of liquid staking, you can, if you burn this tax, you can start seeing like an artificial cap on how much Atom there could be in circulation. In theory, if you really take this on the extremes, 100% liquid staking market penetration, you essentially have a set amount of Atom out there. I doubt it's ever going to get to that point, but I think this is a really elegant way of aligning like the growth of the interchain economy with Atom supply. Something that, again, Ethereum has done and a lot of other proof-of-stake networks have copied EIP 1559. So going back to the idea of protocol and liquidity, and I know I'm running out of time in I think a minute, but shared security by itself will be commoditized. Jahan and the Informal team wrote a really great blog post about this. They wrote about Atomic IBC being this market differentiator, but ultimately, like when you think about it, rollups for using either Celestia or Ethereum. I mean, Celestia is a great example. Data availability is like the major revenue driver for Ethereum from L2s. Settlement is mostly like a very low revenue driver for Ethereum stakers. And Celestia promises potentially to offer like 10x cheaper data availability. And there's a really good chance that rollups decide to move to like the cheaper infrastructure provider. Infrastructure ultimately does get commoditized. But on top of Atomic IBC, like how else do you set like a shared security offering that is a differentiated opinion or a differentiated market offering? If you bundle shared security with protocol and liquidity, one of the superpowers of the Cosmos Hub is its on-chain governance. Yes, it creates a lot of drama, but it's a bilateral shared security agreement that's like a new paradigm, in my opinion. Like one thing I like to say is L2s align with Ethereum, but Ethereum doesn't align with L2s. Ethereum is incredibly neutral. It does not care about the success of any given L2 that's built on top of it. But the Cosmos Hub it's kind of like semi-permission. It's saying, hey, we welcome you to join us as like as a shared security provider, and in return, like there's a shared success. The Neutron success benefits the hub, and the hub success benefits Neutron. You can't really say the same for, I think, a lot of the other shared security offerings. And I think the intention behind the shared security agreements that the Cosmos Hub and the wider Atom Economic Zone is generating is something that is like a market differentiator, and we should lean into that more. Now we should actually leverage our on-chain governance to ensure that like the growth of the Atom Economic Zone through protocol and liquidity, again, is like a market differentiator, and we get developers to start aligning with Atom. That concludes my talk. Thank you very much.
All right. Our next speaker is making all blockchains talk IBC. Jack Samplin, CEO of Strangelove, welcome to the stage.
Oh man, I'm Dean Tribble. I could not have asked for a better day today. That is just absolutely wonderful. And for that, I'm going to bring you guys Big Dean energy for this talk. Also, while my slides are coming up, hello Cosmoverse. It's been fantastic to see everyone this week, and I'm looking forward to getting a chance to speak with as many of you as I can. So thank you guys for all making it out of Turkey. Really, really appreciate it. There we go. I think that's the right one. Awesome. Great. And I'm in the middle. Can we start at the beginning? It's not a conference if there's no AV difficulties. It's like on Zoom. So I'm here today to tell you a little bit more about Strangelove and the IBC roadmap that we're working on and our future vision for the interchain. So just to start off, my name's Jack Samplin. Many of you guys know me from many of the things I've worked on in Cosmos. The Cosmos SDK, the Cosmos Hub, IBC, Akash, Noble, Sommelier, and many other projects. All right, well, we'll give this one a second. Let's see if they can get this up. Yeah, absolutely, thank you. This is not the beginning of my presentation. There's about a half dozen slides before that. Okay. All right. Well, we're just going to roll with it. Is this really the start of what you guys have? Okay. Okay. They're checking. Awesome. Yeah. All right. Okay, so you know me from all those projects. You might not know everything we do at Strangelove. We've built products at Strangelove like the Go Relayer, Interchain Test, Horcrux, Noble. I'm forgetting a whole ton, but there's a lot of open source work that we do on behalf of the Interchain Foundation that we give back to the Cosmos community. We also do for-profit work with a number of partners like the Wormhole Foundation, Hyperlane, Osmosis grants, DYDX grants, and many, many others that I'm forgetting that you would see in nice logos with my slides. And the core idea behind all of our work is driving forward this vision of IBC that's brought us all to Cosmos originally, connecting all of the blockchain networks and providing a single layer that allows them all to communicate on a peer-to-peer basis. We believe that this is the only way that we're going to drive global blockchain adoption. Asking everyone to settle down to a single layer is kind of inherently on Cosmos. We've always viewed IBC as this way to preserve sovereignty for these individual blockchains. And Strangelove has worked really, really hard to make that happen. Okay, let's just throw up the slides here. We can go in from there. Do you guys mind tossing up what we have? Let's just see where we're at. Yeah.
We don't have your presentation.
They're getting my slides. Give me a minute here. Sorry about the delay, folks. Now dance? What kind of dance do you want me to do, Dean? Happy to do a little Q&A if anyone's got some questions while I've got some time up here. Let's see here. What's the most interesting new relayer feature we're working on? Excellent question. We have a feature that utilizes fee grants that allows you to send transactions from many different accounts concurrently. So this fixes a major issue with relayer throughput where you can only send a single transaction for every block. With this fee grant feature, you can now send an arbitrary number of transactions per block. And this allows those relays to be much more efficient. And I know a bunch of folks out there love to compete on relaying, and this is a great way to get a leg up on your competition. So if you're looking to relay more packets, go try out the new fee grade feature in Relayer. We're really excited about it. Great question, Dean. Any other questions while we're getting started here? Why the name Strangelove? I think that blockchains are sort of this generation-defining innovation in a lot of ways. We don't get many chances as humans to reinvent the way money works. And I think that it's kind of a similar epochal change to a lot of what happened in the 40s and 50s around atomic energy, but in a different way. And I also love kind of how cheeky it is. And yeah, it's a fun name. I'm also a massive Cold War history nerd. So there's like a number of reasons why Strangelove felt right for me. It was a good question, though. Any other questions? What do I think about Turkey so far? The food's amazing. The people are absolutely wonderful. And it's spectacular. I really can't wait to get to go see the Blue Mosque and the cisterns and the walls of Constantinople. I've read so much history about this place, but I've never been here before, so this is a wonderful opportunity to see it. All right. Still waiting here. All right. Oh, my journey in crypto. I think a lot of folks here know that one. I've told it a large number of times. Do you want to just throw up what we have as far as slides? Are there more than 6 slides on that, or is it only 6? Just put up the interchain test.pptx, see what's in there. It is the right one. It's only a subset of the slides, though. There's only like 6 slides. I had more like 20. Okay. All right. Let's see. Yeah, okay, we can start here. This is great. Oh no, this is Dan's presentation. That's right. That's what that is. I could tell you guys about interchain test. That's pretty cool. But I'll save that for Dan from our team for tomorrow. Interchain test is the premier way to build and test IBC applications. It lets you seamlessly spin up any number of different Cosmos chains in a testing environment, connect them via IBC, and run end-to-end unit tests. It's powered by Docker, and it's used by all of the major IBC teams. So yeah, if you're looking to learn a little bit more about that, go check out Dan's presentation tomorrow, I believe. Okay. All right. Well, yeah, so what I was coming here to talk about was actually the IBC roadmap that we have. And there's a few key pieces on there that I'd like to sort of like chat about briefly. Let me think. Any progress here? Yeah? Yeah. Yeah, so that fee grant feature I mentioned will make relayers faster. And actually, if you go check out, the Go relayer is extremely performant. We've done a lot of work to reduce RPC load and increase transaction inclusion. The fee grant work is only part of it, but it is an extremely performant piece of software and broadly used within the interchain. So yeah, we're constantly working to make it faster. Push-based or pull-based? I think ideally it should be push-based, i.e. the Tendermint node should push the events out to the relayer. However, the existing Tendermint WebSocket implementation, as are all WebSocket implementations, so this isn't necessarily Tendermint's fault, it's just WebSockets are kind of flaky and unreliable. You can do some connection reestablishing stuff, but what we found in our testing is that that's not really effective in driving efficient performance. So what we've done is created a pull-based mechanism where we're pulling every block and using the previous block times to estimate when the next block will come out so that we have minimum load on the RPCs. Out of that block data, we pull all the events, and then we create a synthetic event stream within the relayer where, in effect, from a programming model perspective, it feels push-based. So does that answer your question on that? Great. Awesome. Pardon? On relay rewards. Yeah, so the ICF team has built out in-protocol fees with ICS 29. That really hasn't seen broad adoption, and I think a major reason for that is protocols don't really want to add additional layers of fees for users. And that's really a hard problem, and practically, the relayer market works fairly well right now. There's a large number of independent providers. there's a large number of buyers of that service, and there's a literal market there. I think the next step would be to put that market on chain and allow it to be more permissionless instead of having to like go through humans. The TFM team has kind of pointed the way here. They have an interface where you can go say, I'd like this route relayed, and they'll go spin one up in the background. So I think that Skip is also working on something in this area as well. So there's a lot of progress on that fees issue, but I think that because we work in crypto, there's a strong desire to make it like very quantified. But in reality, the easy mechanism that we launched with where validators and chains have this strong incentive to pay for relayer services, that was kind of the core thesis behind launching the way we did, has played out really well. And IBC has been able to scale to huge scale, and even during the Terra days, when we were doing billions of dollars a week, it was crazy. You know, relayers were still extremely performant back then. And we've only increased the performance of the software and the ease of using it. So I think that that's the answer on the relayer fees stuff. Is that a good answer there? Thank you. This is it. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it. Pardon? Cosmowasm, yeah, Interchain Test natively supports Cosmowasm. You can go deploy your smart contracts within that testing environment or start chains up with those Cosmowasm contracts already. It's a great way to go. All right, so Strangelove, thank you guys for finding my slides. Really appreciate it. I will try to keep this relatively short, so I'm gonna just touch through a bunch of this. Thank you guys, really appreciate it. Thank you for all the questions, by the way. Okay, all right, Strangelove. Oh, that's why. Who are we? We're a validator, an open source lab, and a dev consulting firm. So I've talked a lot about the open source lab and a little bit about the dev consulting firm, but I have not mentioned the validator at all. We recently transitioned to bare metal, and as most of you folks know, we build and maintain Horcrux, which is the premier piece of validator operator software. We're active on around 11 networks right now with plans to expand to many more as the Cosmos continues to grow. Here's the full list of different things that we've built. What folks are probably most familiar with recently is things like swap and forward and packet forward middleware. Interchain Test is another big one, but I think that over the next year, a lot of folks are going to be talking about the WASM-like client that we built that's going to help enable connections to many other blockchains through IBC because it allows for the inclusion of Rust-based cryptography. We're extremely excited about that. Here's the full list of different partners we've worked with. You'll see most of the chains in the Cosmos on here. That's because Strangelove, like Binary and Informal and many other teams, are sort of like quietly behind the scenes helping make sure everything works together and the Cosmos continues to hum and you guys can continue to be able to make transactions and go trade on Osmosis. We believe that centralized bridges are dangerous, but they're winning. IBC needs more adoption, and we need to bring it to more and more ecosystems. And it is imperative that we do that now. We're at this point where it's extremely important. So how do we drive IBC adoption? We need to target developers and give them the tools they need to make it easy for them to deploy on IBC and utilize the full features of the protocol. That WASM-like client I mentioned is an extremely important piece of that. Right now, in order to write a new IBC integration, it's extremely painful. We've done the first couple of these now, and we've helped make it easier. And a key software artifact out of that is that WASM-like client. This also allows for chains to upgrade to different consensuses relatively easily because you can swap in different contracts through that WASM-like client, which is a really cool thing. We're planning to expand this to many, many more networks over the next year. And Brian talked a little bit about the road mapping process. You can go follow along with exactly what we're planning in that road mapping process. One of the other features that we're planning to bring is a more full-featured interchain test. Right now, it's a heavily Go-based system that relies a lot on CI, but we can use this to build out a local interchain that just creates a development environment with any number of different chains configured by a simple configuration file. This is in beta right now. You can go test out the early versions of it. We're really excited about it. Part of that work also allows you to use interchain test from any number of other languages. This would be like TypeScript and Rust. so that if you're writing contracts in CosmWasm, you can have your interchain testing environment and you don't have to pull out any Go to do it. Generalizing IBC is another really key thing that we need to do over the next year. Right now, IBC Go is heavily tied to the Cosmos SDK, and a lot of it, through our work in bridging to Polkadot and Penumbra and many of these other blockchains that we've already worked on, there's a lot of Cosmos-specific assumptions baked into some of the code. Generalizing this to allow it to be imported into things like the Optimism stack, or Avalanche, or any number of other projects that are built in Go, is really critical to the continued adoption of IBC. We're looking forward to working on this with the Interchain team. One other thing that I do think we need to do is, in advance of building more full-featured light clients for optimistic rollups, many of which don't even have the cryptography to support those right now, what we really need to do is figure out ways to distribute the developer semantics of IBC to more users. And if you look at products like Composable and Polymer and Union that are all coming to market soon, all of those are individual blockchains that will embody a connection. That looks very similar from an architectural perspective. Octopus Network would be another one. That looks very similar from an architectural standpoint to something like a wormhole or a hyperlane. So what we're proposing to do is build out shim layers that allow developers to use the IBC developer semantics on places like Base and OP, but use many different forms of transport in the middle, such as Wormhole or Axelar. We think this is really important and will help get us out in front of more and more developers much more quickly, and then we can follow on with higher security options in the future, because this is effectively what is happening with IBC expansion right now. So expanding IBC outwards is one key piece of continuing the dominance of this protocol, but the other key piece is deepening the ability to compose within the protocol itself. One way to do this is with Atomic IBC, and the other way to do it is by leaning more directly into the asynchronous nature of IBC and allowing developers to build things like IBC.fun or TFM or Squid. And the middlewares that we've built that have helped start this revolution in IBC user experience, we need to kind of continue to double down on that and make more and more of these things and make it easier to build and deploy them. We think that this is going to lead to IBC having by far the best user experience, not only from a developer perspective, but also from a user perspective of not just any bridging protocol, but of any blockchain. And I think Sunny's talk about the account abstraction work they're doing shows the power of IBC and some of these more advanced features. Just to recap, developers, developers, developers. We need them. We need adoption. We need to bring more users into the space. And to do that, we need to make the software easier to use. We write software all across the interchain, and we love to collaborate. We work on the Comet side of things. We've collaborated with the Informal team a number of times on that. On the Cosmos SDK, I used to be the product manager. We work closely with the Binary team on a number of initiatives. CosmWasm, we support a number of CosmWasm devs via interchain test in the native support there. And then in Cosm.js, we're also looking to work to integrate interchain test into Starship, which is a piece of software from the Cosmology team. If you're interested in learning more about the interchain, come find me or any of the other Strangelove team members at our booth. I love to talk. I love to answer questions. Thank you guys very much for your time and sticking with me through the tough beginning of that. Really appreciate it. Thank you, everybody.
tax work, check out app.sycamoretax on Osmosis. Type in your address, get your report by Defiant Labs.
Now, if you like JavaScript, this presentation is for you. Dean Tribble, CEO of Agoric, welcome to the stage.
Hello, I'm Jack Zamp. Oh, no, I'm Dean Tribble. And I'm going to talk about a JavaScript odyssey, as she said. But before I go into that, this kind of all started with a vision. And it was a vision back starting in the 80s when networks started first being available broadly, of software that enables strangers to cooperate by enforcing the terms of the agreements that they've made. And we saw the possibility of that back in the 80s with the first production smart contract, in the 90s when Nick Szabo and us worked together to do early versions of the Agoric technology, in 2000 when we joined the standards committee for JavaScript to drive into JavaScript the elements needed for it to be something that I could talk to you today about, and then finally 2010, 2018, whatever it was, when we founded Agoric to build this. And it's been a long journey, but now we've crossed to having something that a platform to launch on and take the JavaScript odyssey going forward. And that whole vision of software enabling strangers to cooperate and all the many ways that we do that across the economy is not there's 20 contracts and there's an AMM and there's a perp engine and there's a lending protocol and now we're done, right? It's not even now we've got ticket sales, so that's a very good first step out from being pure digital into actually interacting with end users. No. In the extended larger economy, ticket sales is the beginning of the interaction the person has, or maybe it's the middle of the interaction the person has with the event that they're going to. There might be VIP parking, dinner reservations. They got the ticket through a lottery of the fan club that they've earned membership in, and they've been there more than once and they can show they've been at prior concerts or they've been at prior conferences, whatever it is. And so all of these elements where we just right now are barely starting to touch the real world of using software from blockchain will turn into little economies themselves rather than hopefully these large-scale monopolies that you see in the Web 2 world, right? And so that's what the focus is not a few thousand maybe contracts where right now in Ethereum there are 6,000 developers estimated that could actually build a credible contract. No, it's hundreds of thousands of contracts built by millions of people to solve all the everyday problems that currently software engages in, and that would be vastly improved and enable you to cooperate with more strangers in a successful way that adds value to both your lives by having smart contracts do it, right? So that's the beginning of the journey, and crypto from my perspective and blockchain from my perspective is at the beginning of that journey. So where's Agoric at? Where is it starting? Well, so it all starts with programmability, right? We've got a general purpose smart contract platform. It's a blockchain based, built on Cosmos SDK and Comet, and built so you could program smart contracts in the most popular programming language on the planet, using a modern component framework, the kind of thing like React or Vue that frankly, largely JavaScript is the place where people are able to successfully build these real extensible frameworks and be adopted by lots of people. And then natively integrating and working well with assets across the interchain, async operations across multiple chains, and over Squid to Filecoin and Avalanche and Ethereum and so forth. And so it's all those pieces coming together that makes the Agoric platform a different thing than most of the blockchains that are out there, right? So for Web 2 JavaScript developers, and to the nearest 1%, that means all JavaScript developers, right? Because there's such a tiny fraction of developers currently in Web 3. for JavaScript developers that are interested in Web3. And especially from our perspective, we're going after the ones that are outside of the community right now, but they could benefit from the support for asset ownership, the support for asset transfer, the support for cooperation. What Agoric provides, and uniquely provides, is the programmability where they can use their existing tools, their existing environments, and their existing expertise to solve their problems and provide Web3 solutions to everyday problems to billions of users. And that's the goal, that's the mission we're on, and that's the unique value that Agoric, now we've launched and have the JavaScript platform and things built on top of it, which I'll talk about in a moment. That's what we're now on the Odyssey to go succeed at, right? So, now, down in the right, actually if I go back, right, you can see there's sort of discover, right? Think about this from the developer journey point of view, right? DevRels, there's this developer journey. And so what you have now done is you have discovered Agoric, right? From a developer's point of view, you need to encounter it. And we have, like Thursday, there is a dev day for Agoric that isn't for all y'all. It's for your friends that are JavaScript developers that aren't in Web3 yet. Send those people, right? Go to the App Jam room downstairs and get them signed up. But that's our starting to reach out to the extended community of JavaScript developers, start bringing them in because we help them solve their problems, right? And so then the next step after discover is evaluate. A new developer is going to figure out, is this something, are the resources there for me to succeed at what I want to be able to do? Well, so one of the first things they might look at is either technical cred or the ecosystem. So, we have wallet providers, Kepler, we've even got integration to support some of these special intent-like offer interaction stuff that we have in our user model for smart contracts on Agoric. We also worked with MetaMask over the last couple of years, and I actually found the original message where MetaMask reached out to ask us for help on this JavaScript stuff, right? We worked with MetaMask to build the hardened JavaScript that MetaMask Snaps is based on. Right, so MetaMask now has extensibility using JavaScript that will enable the 30 million users of MetaMask to be able to smoothly come right on in and visit applications that are awesome and being built in the Cosmos ecosystem. And now they don't have to go, well, I've already got MetaMask installed. Wait, I have to install another wallet? Doesn't matter if it's awesome like Kepler. It's another wallet. I don't want to do that. We would like those 30 million users to have a graceful experience, until, of course, it all gets replaced with the cool design stuff that Osmosis was talking about earlier. Thank you, Sunny, right? But that infrastructure, okay, great. Our technology that we built, clearly some well-known, long-lived, very, very, very high-value projects are using that technology to get ahead. And so Mystic Labs built a snap for Cosmos, funded it, Yusuf talked about it earlier. Leap Wallet built a snap to pull you into the Leap Wallet. That same technology is users built Bitcoin snaps, so you could sign in Bitcoin. Solana snaps, so you could sign in Solana, right? So there's a lot of the crypto world out there now relying on our technology. That's a good checkbox for devs coming in, right? And we've got smooth integration and leverage assets and IBC access to assets economically with Osmosis, Crescent, Shade, Stella Swap, and so forth. That goes back to, these assets are now available from Agoric onto those chains. And lending protocols with UMI, right? So we've got integration with the cool, multiple zone connected economy of the of the Cosmoverse, of the interchain. We've got payments. IST you'll hear more about later. Zucky will be on a panel for stable tokens. He'll be talking about that. We've got fiat on-ramp and soon off-ramp with Kado integration, both smoothly into the assets on chain, but also made available to the applications building on Agoric so they can do straight, swipe a credit card, buy an NFT kind of thing. And we've got the infrastructure for finance, right? We've got a Chainlink-inspired Oracle network that's simply staking Drove that's being run right now by 5 top-notch, well-respected, robust, system engineering groups to provide the Oracle network on Agoric, with data indexing so that you get the info you get the ability to query about historical info for applications running on the system like Interprotocol. And so all of these things that, as a developer that's coming from Web 2, where I've got pretty high expectations because it's a pretty mature world, we've got those pieces, right? They can see that their ability to build and ship is pretty substantial. And then we have the economic integration, right? We've had, Aegis custody, Anchorage custody, Finua, CoinList, etc. We've got trading on Huobi, and this is my alpha slide. BitGo just added build support for their 1,500 plus exchanges, crypto traders, token holders, and enterprise and institutions, so that now transfer, custody, and staking of Agoric Build is available to those networks. So it'll be exciting to see, and we'll tell you more in the future about where that goes. So we're very excited about that. And of course, we work with CoinDesk, and they've got trading and integration as well. And then finally, we've got the bridges. We work with Axelar, Gravity. I think of Squid as a separate bridge because they're so active at helping development, and it smoothly integrates all the way up into JavaScript. And then, of course, there's our awesome validator set, which is a lot of you out there, a lot of experienced validators that run across multiple chains and that build, that really drive and test the upgrades to the chain, as well as, of course, the backers that helped to make the project possible. And the cool thing about this is the validators, several of these ecosystem participants, and several of the backers, they're helping to start put on developer events so we can start recruiting non-crypto developers into the space. They're helping to put on webinars where we can teach people how to, deep dive, how to integrate, payment on-ramp and that sort of stuff. So, so the ecosystem is active, it's growing, and outsiders are able to see that. So that was Evaluate. The biggest thing from Evaluate is, of course, could I do this? And the answer is, yeah, you're already an expert at JavaScript. You already know how to do server-side programming. You already know how to do application development. So it's not like you've got to learn a strange new language with some weird stuff that doesn't quite make sense and all that sort of thing. And I'm not referring to Rust, of course. I'm referring to, Move and Solidity. Rust is awesome. One of the important things is Rust is awesome. It will continue to be awesome. People will do great systems engineering with it. And regardless, there will still be 10 million plus developers that what they want to program in is JavaScript. And we need those developers. We are the opportunity for those developers. And so it's just JavaScript. We've had people come in and build awesome stuff. And when asked, how did you figure it out? Well, they looked at the doc site. It's just JavaScript. There's a doc site, right? We've been enhancing our documentation to start getting to that level, that very high bar that most of the crypto ecosystem, frankly, is not, that mainstream developers expect from their developer experience, expect from their documentation, and frankly, expect from their tools. So then there's other things for them to learn, right? They can obviously learn JavaScript. Oh, yeah, that's part of the learning thing, right? What does it take to learn the system? Oh, I already know JavaScript, right? But for the rest of the system, the safety features, the asset model, the framework that we provide, for the rest of the system, there's doc site that are recognizable to these people. So what is the system, right? There's some people here who haven't seen it before, right? We are Cosmos-based Tendermint with BLD as the staking token. It's like Atom. With the Agoric VM, the JavaScript VM that runs this hardened JavaScript. You may have heard of that. The right characterization is hardened JavaScript is the JavaScript you thought you were programming in, rather than the one that some evil library corrupted and stole your secrets with. And so the security properties, the safety properties in hardened JavaScript are a familiar programming environment and all your normal tools work, but you know that something can't come along and change what it means to be an array, right? And so to that, we added deterministic execution, checkpoint restart, data storage, all these kinds of things. And then on top of that, we built the Zoe framework, right? JavaScript is the #1 programming language, not because it's an awesome, wonderful language, but because you can build real frameworks with it that enable users to build components that can be reused. And that's one of those things where it's not just about getting JavaScript, it's about getting the framework, where like with React, you get affordances, that's a framework for user interfaces that many people here have built stuff with. And you have affordances for mouse clicks and rendering and asynchronous update from whatever your data source is. Our framework has has support for, escrow and trading and pricing and transfer of assets and claiming assets and all those kinds of things. And it enables more components to be built to put together to do these things. On top of that, using that framework is IST. So IST is the stable token that is built in Agoric or in JavaScript on Agoric. It was originally designed as the fee token for Agoric. So one of the elements that I like to talk about is when you look at these blockchains like Ethereum, where you're paying gas with ETH, right? ETH is clearly a volatile commodity, like gold or Apple shares or whatever it is. And if you think of the gas as like your rent, if you're a business, that's just your business expense. Gas is only important to you because you don't really want to pay it, but you have to, right? That's like paying your rent with Apple shares or gold. You can do it, but 1,000 years ago we figured out that an economy with a currency there is better. It functions better. It pulls sand out of the gears, so you've got a better functioning economic engine, and you can tell that your rent is the same this month as it was last month, right? And so IST is a stable token that is intrinsic to the overall tokenomics of Agoric, but actually at the very first Cosmoverse, we were inspired by reactions to IST that it should be a stable token for the interchain. And so it grew in terms of, right, it's, from my perspective, a part of the Atom economic zone in that it launched with MakerDAO style vaults backed by Atom collateral. And they've got staked Atom and Noble USDC and Kava USDT. All of those are starting to be integrated in by this now largely independent community that is driving the growth and evolution of IST. So it is the fee token for Agoric, but it's intended as the driving, underpinning wiring of the economy, a dollar parity stable token for the economy of applications and decentralized applications running on top of Agoric. And then on top of all of that, of course, you get to use all those components and all of these tools to build your own applications. All right, I'm going to move fairly quickly. I've talked about components before. This is one of the things that when you go to build, it's a component environment, and there's a bunch of interesting components that you can clone, use, adapt, change, or contribute to. That's why, again, why JavaScript takes off, why Node took off, is you got NPM where everyone knows there's going to be components, and they know they can get rep by adding more components. We have the same advantage. And of course, there's best-in-class tools. And I don't mean just, great, I got to use something that kind of looked like VS Code, or maybe I kind of twisted it in there. No. It's, this is standard testing tools, right? Ava or Jest, right? Our standard JavaScript testing tools. It's CI that all integrates with the reporting and roll-up inside of multiple applications. It's got, type completion and type information and pop-up help and IntelliSense and all the things that, that modern developers in the mainstream world expect from their development environment. Breakpoints and debuggers where you can stop in the execution of a contract and then retry it and see what's going on, right? And so all of the, and test infrastructure, Jack was talking about the change test stuff. We have a similar thing called Instagoric, which lets us run multiple test nets quickly, some of which have been running for a very long time to test upgrades to the infrastructure, but also we have applications that people have been building that they get to deploy to the test nets and run, and we got relayers from the test nets to other people's test nets and all those kinds of things. So it's a very active environment in which developers are starting to build in terms of support for them to be able to get their job done. And in that environment, right, the ones that we're talking about today that have been building are, Crabble, that's, I say NFT lending. I love that people go, oh, you're buying. No, it's not borrowing money against your NFTs. It's I've got an NFT that will get me into a club, or I've got an NFT that represents, the participation in some membership group, which I want to lend to someone who is also going to the VAT event, and they would like the discount at the bar that it gives me, or they would like the improvement in the order they get on board the airplane, or whatever it is that membership in an org represented by these NFTs that people will be collecting in the future, as part of their sort of normal engagement in commerce, you can lend them out. So NFTs with function that you want to be able to use. Tickets, box seats, all those kinds of things. We have Calypso, and I'll kind of go into more detail on each of these. If I push a button, there we go. like Calypso, so that is, smart contract that uses all of our async access to all of these other chains, where you can just send a message to unbond on osmosis and do a async await in JavaScript, and when that's done, transfer it over a bridge or, whatever it is that you're going to do in some multi-stage complex interaction. And, and these guys at Mystic Labs pioneered that in addition to doing that Cosmos snap. And so they've got a, self-custodial interchain trading terminal for non-crypto folks to be able to start getting into crypto so they can access these interesting economic institutions that all of crypto and Calypso themselves are bringing to the table. I got to move very quickly because I'm running out of time here. We have Cread. So Cread is, I could talk for the rest of the conference about it. It's not just NFTs, right? It is nested NFTs where if I've got a game character or I've got a story character, that is participating in online world creation, this is a particular characterization where that character has a particular mask, a particular hairdo, has, various jewelry, that sort of thing, each of which themselves are NFTs, right? If you look at games, your characters are not one thing that never mutates. It's a dynamic thing. It's dynamic both in that you can change what it's equipped with and also in that it accumulates story that is not part of the character itself, but is story that dynamically extends over time. And both of those are ways that these sort of static NFTs, which are great and interesting and got the ball rolling, but they're just the beginning, right? And so, go downstairs, play with this thing, because they're not in the build stage, they're in the launch stage. And this contract went live in production literally last night, where you can now go to the app and mint NFTs, buy components, configure them, turn around and sell the combination, or trade it or what have you. So it's an awesome new application, an awesome new step forward in what we'll be able to do with this. And it's, and they didn't bring out just here's an application. This is all built with interesting new NFT management components on-chain that are also reusable components, and the artist Emmanuel that did this art and a whole lot else in their thing is down there as well. So it's, NFT toolkit components, this application and sales infrastructure, you can buy and sell these things, and a NFT release. So, and where is all this showing up, right? It's showing up downstairs, or not downstairs, right outside, right around the corner. There's an app jam room that has all of the, Crabble, Calypso, Crya, interprotocol folks, all that are willing and interested to both demo and show you this, get you set up so that you can use them, get you on the wait list if that's where they're at, and explain how it all works. And if you're a developer, they can talk to you about how they got here and really what's the environment and ecosystem like going forward that these people are the seeds for. And so as I go from launch into scaling, which is really the next piece, there's that app down there. You can buy your NFTs with IST, the interstable token. And so, go, and interstable token is already launched. It's already out there. It's already in the scale phase where they're adding STAtom, they're adding all the Noble USDC, et cetera. And so you can get your IST by trade it on one of those parity stability modules. You can create a vault, take your atom, and lock it up, and later this month or whatever, you'll be able to take STAtom as well. Purchase it on Kato, where you can just swipe a credit card, well, after you set up an account, and get IST that way. Or buy it on one of the, whatever your favorite DEX is, because they all have pools, because IST is growing to be everywhere. So, do that, interact with the interesting smart contracts on chain in the app room over there where they've got contests and gaming and relaxing and conversation. So so the app jam room is the end of your odyssey today, and I'm almost done here, is to go there later and get involved in the fun things that are happening there, because and if you tell them you saw the talk, that you get more points for the various games and contests, some of which ends up as an I know some people were interested in the Nintendo Switch prize, but there are other interesting prizes that people are doing. So, and that's both showing the show here and also people are playing games there. So that's the end of the odyssey today, right? But the fundamental thing for developers is all of those phases were the phases that the developer has to go through, or that will go through in order to get to the point where they build, launch, and start scaling an application. And I talked some about a little bit of the non-traditional, much more mainstream use cases of not just ticketing, but all of the ecosystem of small businesses cooperating and creating events. You know, freight chain of custody spawns financial applications and applications to scan and do safe custody of actual physical packages and monitoring of geoposition of things and insurance and all these smart contracts where any one of these businesses is tens of thousands of contracts for millions of activity that will require literally millions of developers to build this stuff. So what my ask of you is if you know of a Web 2 application or Web 2 developer that is interested in Web 3, they've probably already got JavaScript developers, and we will enable them to be able to roll that sort of stuff out and evolve it much more quickly over time, where they don't have to find one of those scarce Solidity developers, heaven forfend, you know, or the not quite as scarce, but still scarce and really expensive Rust developers. They can use the people that are already working there to build the next generation of smart contract software. So thank you very much for your time. I hope you enjoyed this particular Odyssey and will join us on the rest of it. And I don't know whether we have time for questions or if everyone is just hungry. It's the last phase is lunch rather than launch. Thank you all.
Where are you guys gone? Okay. Thank you, Dean, for your presentation on Agoric. I would like to remind you guys we're going to start the programming at 2 p.m. and we're going to have also keynotes and panels. So for all builders and developers, please make sure that check that out. The Hacker Lounge is located right next to exhibition area on the 7th floor. And it's time to introduce our next speaker, Hyung Yoon Lee, CEO of Crescent. Please welcome Mr. Lee.
Hello, everyone. I'm Hyung from Crescent. Today, I'm going to introduce Flip, which is going to disrupt TradFi derivatives. So derivatives, it sounds really complicated, difficult, but not from today. So I want to start from introducing what futures and options are. So do you really know what options and futures are? Futures contract, created 17th century in Japan, Dojima Rice Exchange. They try to pay samurai rice in advance before harvest, but it ultimately begins to speculate. So rice brokers, they try to trade with margins, speculating the price movement of rice, coming from like weather reports. So government doesn't like that. So they make it illegal, but it gets more popular. That's the nature of human being, and it is the origin of futures contract, speculation demand. And also options contract created in UK. It is created by a person called Jesse Livermore, who is a legendary stock trader, but he started a house called Bucket Shop. That was also illegal in UK, but it gets a lot of popular demand from the people trading options like a right to buy and sell stocks in advance. So from this origin, we see that futures and options are created from speculation demands from the people, and they loved it. So Flip is a protocol on Crescent focusing on providing options. But why we focus on options rather than futures, which is you think is larger than options, right? So let's compare futures and options. We have like maturity, target price, product variety, payoff, strategies, all in these aspects. Options provide multi-dimensional trading experience and opportunities compared to futures, which is really one-dimensional. So did you know that futures are just a specific example of options? If you combine with call option and put option, then it becomes exactly futures. Did you know that GMX perp future is just also a call option with knockout barriers? Knockout barriers means that if the price goes beyond the barrier, then this position will be automatically closed. So that's GMX perp, just option. So from today, you forget about futures. You think that the futures is bigger? No, not anymore. Everything is included in options, so it's just all options. So this is the map of derivatives. You can see that the basic option is European option, which is 100 years old, and then it is expanding to exotic options, and we have an undiscovered space of option strategy, which is gamified option strategy we are going to introduce further. So you can see in this map, futures, GMX perp, just one dot in this space. So now let's talk about the market. Unlike our thoughts on GMX, actually the monthly user of GMX, the biggest Web3 derivatives market, is only 600. This is the biggest DeFi market. Uniswap, actually it's the entire user base in entire blockchain DeFi, which is 500,000. Guess what it is? 50 million users. This is India option market in TradFi. So that's like 100 times bigger than global DeFi market. So this is the traditional finance growth in futures and options. You can see that futures staying there while options 6 times the trading volume has been 6 times over 5 years. It's exponential growth compared to future. This is the growth individual continents. And if you can see, the APAC, which is like mostly India, is leading the derivatives market right now. It's even like bigger than US. This is the revenue source from National Stock Exchange of India. The blue area is representing revenue source from option trading. They are making a lot of revenue from options. It's like more than 80%. And futures, very small, less than 10%. So in this context, we want to introduce Flip, which is a new generation derivatives, which is not taking the path of like Web3 derivatives or traditional finance. So our mission is really simple. There are lots of young people in the world, not only in Web3, but if you can see, India market is the biggest one with 50 million traders, and their average age, guess what? The average age is 29. They are young people. So we are going to welcome these young people to our platform. The UX for DGen is our mission. So let's talk about who are the DGens. We are the DGens. But we have like several characteristics. Proactive participants, search for alpha, looking for fun, desiring instant results, and love simple things. So for Degen, how about what if like trading UI looks like this? For Degen, game UI is really familiar with these young people on mobile, first generation. They are desiring this kind of like UI. So how about we create this kind of derivatives market? So this is one example. This is a variation of a perp trading, future trading. And if you use an item called boost, then your only profit will get multiplied, but not the loss. So like expert kind of speaking, this is buying additional call option from your future position. That's complex. But if you think this is a game and you are going to use boost, which will strengthen your position, then it's very intuitive and easy to onboard. This is another example of game. So the mouse is trying to get the cheese. And there's a barrier which is really dangerous. This is like professional talk. This is selling option straddle with knockout options. That's very complex, master degree talk. But if you see the game, there's a mouse. The mouse is atom price. And then the atom price move around, right? And then like when it gets to near to the barriers, you're in danger. You are going to lose your margin, right? And if you survive for 3 minutes, you will get high yield. How is that simple? It's a very complex option. It's very simple mini game. So how we achieve this UX for Degens? We have 5 methodologies. One is permissionless product creation. So typical exchange, like literally every exchange existing, they provide predefined product. But in Flip, anyone can create new product to play with. The second one is multi-dimensional trading experience. So typical exchange, they are like one-dimensional trading. Buy, sell, that's it. When in Flip, we have various strategies and position status so that you can deploy along the trades so that the position is not going to be like open and close. You will be open it and then transition to another state and then the other state again and come back to the normal state. That's like games. If you use skills and items, your status become different. That's strategical utilization of your items and skills. That's what is going to happen in Flip. And also, the third one is gamified UI. So typical exchange, you can see that every exchange have the same UI. You cannot tell what it is. You have like 10 different Web3 exchange, all has the same UI. Such a boring UI for Degens. We are doing differently. Most important thing is fun and excitement for them. The fourth one is short-term products. Typical exchange is not optimized for short-term maturity, especially for options, because the slippage cost is really wide, and people are buying this and holding for like several days, several weeks. But in Flip, we are specialized only for short-term products by allowing only intraday trading. And the last one will be comfort onboarding. Typical exchange, onboarding is the biggest challenge, especially because derivatives are very complicated to understand. But Flip, we provide a step-by-step learning curve so that we can allow smooth onboarding for everyone. So how we can achieve this kind of like UX for Degens? we have 5 ingredients. One is a derivatives factory. So derivative factory allow permissionless creation of new derivatives products without code. And with our new product simulation engine, you can create with our UI. And this will be created from combinations of existing options, including like exotic options and combination of those positions. The next one will be trading items. So trading items allow you to escape from simple buy and sell market. So using this item, your trading position can become multi-dimensional. It's not going to be like open and close, but it will be like transition of different states. So you can maximize your own strategy with all these tools and items you can use. So multi-state trading positions looks like this. You have a normal position open up, and then there are different market situations, different items you want to use in different times, and you utilize these items to become a different state of position, like including like protection mode, extend maturity mode, like wider strike price mode, or like boost mode, like infinite possible design space of items and skills you can use while you are having your normal position. And the third one is gamified UI, how we can achieve that. We are going to collaborate with Game Studio, the professional gaming studio in Korea, so that we can have this professional game UI, but also professional DeFi engine under the hood. So everyone will know that game is adopting finance, right? So that's called GameFi. That's a $9 billion market right now, and it's like quickly growing right now. But nobody is adopting game on finance. And that is Flip. We are approaching a gamified way to trade finance for DGens, and this is a meeting point between game and finance. GameFi is adapting more finance, finance is adapting more games. After several years, you will tell that the finance and game does not have any border. You cannot tell Flip is finance or game. That's the future we are heading to. It's a finance game. And the next one is short-term products. So we only focus on intraday products for higher turnover. So a higher turnover means that more revenue for LP providers. And it means that they have more capacity to provide better slippage cost, lower slippage cost. That means frequent trader will be attracted by this environment, because if you see other option protocol, your slippage is like 10% or more. It's impossible for frequent traders to trade with. But if you go to traditional market, the slippage cost is only like 1% or below. So we are going to achieve that by providing short-term trading products and making LP providing less slippage over time. The last one, for comfort onboarding, we introduce EVM on Crescent. So Flip is for everyone in the world, and there are lots of users in Cosmos, but also bigger marketplace in Ethereum too. So we want to comfort Ethereum users to join Cosmos ecosystem and Flip to trade our own protocol. So joining from Ethereum to Cosmos, it's not an easy task. For developers, it's easy, but for users, it's complex. So we want to make it as easy as possible so that they can join without effort. So that's what we are integrating, which is EVM. So Flip is running on EVM, on Crescent. So this is our roadmap. Trading competition will begin end of this month. Submission will be started, and there will be 2 seasons with different kinds of products and gamified products to be traded with. There will be like competition and prize for that. So we are very excited to open this competition. And the mainnet launch will be Crescent version 6 upgrade. This will be happening early next year in January. Yep, so this is the roadmap for Flip, and we are looking forward to see a lot of activities around our Flip protocol. Yep, that's it. Flip is disrupting TradFi derivatives. Thank you. So I think we have like 2 minutes left for Q&A. So if you have any question, please raise your hand. So everything is very clear, I guess. So let's wrap up as now. Thank you.
Okay, hope you guys feel great. So before we move forward to, let's introduce our next speaker. Please join me welcoming for Fisher Yu, who is founder and CTO of Babylon. Please welcome.
Hello everyone, my name is Fisher Yu and I'm the CTO and co-founder of the Babylon project. To be honest, I'm very nervous right now. I prepared a 15 minutes presentation about our topic today, Bitcoin staking. And I practiced very hard to squeeze it into 14 minutes. Not until like 1 hour ago, I realized I actually have 20 minutes. So I don't know what to say for the remaining 6 minutes. Okay, cool. So Babylon is a relatively new project in the Cosmos ecosystem. In last year's Cosmoverse in Colombia, my co-founder, Professor David Shea, introduced the Babylon project to the Cosmos ecosystem. And a lot has happened in the last 12 months. And I'm very glad to see many familiar faces again in this year's Cosmoverse. And I'm even more happier to see like new projects and people joining the Cosmos ecosystem, which is the most friendly, collaborative, and decentralized ecosystem in the world. But there are much more to love about the Cosmos ecosystem besides being friendly, collaborative, and decentralization. Cosmos ecosystem is actually the first ecosystem that allows every app chain to have its own sovereign and high-performance blockchain. And yet, all the applications can interoperable with each other through IBC in a very scalable way. The only inherent issue of the Cosmos ecosystem that people may be concerned is its security. Because the app chains, the solvent app chains, turn to be smaller in its market cap. So it is more vulnerable to attacks that may overtake it or stop its liveness. Okay? On the other hand, we also love Bitcoin, which is the very blockchain that bring most of us in the crypto space. Hey, I see people coming in. Thank you. You also must love Bitcoin as well. Great. So Bitcoin is the largest blockchain in the world, and also it is the most secure and decentralized blockchain in the world. So indeed, the security of Bitcoin complements the Cosmos ecosystem perfectly. So because we love both of the two ecosystems, then we ask ourselves the question, hey, what can we do for them? So this question motivated the founding of the Babylon project. And at Babylon, our vision is to bring in Bitcoin security to the app chain universe, aka Cosmos. Our first offering of Bitcoin security sharing protocol to Cosmos is the Bitcoin timestamping protocol. So what does this protocol do is it generates succinct and provable timestamps of the Cosmos chains onto the Bitcoin network so that there is a copy of the true history of the Cosmos chains on Bitcoin, and this copy, its security level increases over time with the growth of the Bitcoin network. Okay. This protocol solves the so-called long-range attack problem of the Cosmos chains, where the validators of the Cosmos chain first unbound from the canonical chain, and then go back to an older block where they are still a validator, and then fork the chain from there. So by solving this long-range attack problem, Babylon removes the need of social consensus from Cosmos chains. And a very powerful benefit of this timestamping protocol is that it allows Cosmos chains to significantly reduce its stake unbounding time from weeks, such as like 21 days or 28 days, to guess how many days? 1 day. 1 day stake unbounding time for Cosmos chains. Early this year, in February, we launched our Bitcoin timestamping protocols testnet, which provides a 5 minutes integration to allow any Cosmos chain to enjoy Bitcoin security. Yeah, just 5 minutes, build IBC connection, and you're all set. Okay. So since its launch, we have already integrated with over 30 awesome Cosmos chains. Also, early this year, we passed osmosis governance proposal so that the osmosis mainnet will use the Babylon's BTC timestamping protocol when Babylon launches its own mainnet. So any osmosis holders here or osmosis validators? Yeah, thank you so much. You're the best. Yeah, 99.62% support rate of this proposal. Thank you. Okay, so we solved the long-range security problem for Cosmos. But we don't stop here. We are not done yet. The reason is the protection from the timestamping protocol is kind of slow because Bitcoin is slow, so you can at most get 1 timestamp for every 10 minutes. This slow protection is more than enough for the long-range security and for stake unbounding time reduction. But if we want to secure the fast confirmation, which is the character of any POS chain, we actually need the help from staking. Okay? So we ask ourselves the question, so, hey, Bitcoin is not just a proof of stake blockchain. It is also a 500 billion USD plus crypto asset. Does it make sense to turn Bitcoin, the asset, into a staking asset for Cosmos? Okay? So it turns out that Bitcoin, the asset, is indeed an excellent staking asset for the following reasons. First, it actually provides POS chains with up to 500 billions of security budget before we apply any leverage on it. Okay, so this is abundant. This is more than enough to secure any POS chains combined. Okay? And this is particularly important for app chains, Cosmos app chains, because for Cosmos app chains, as I mentioned earlier, they tend to be smaller in its market cap. So using Bitcoin staking will allow app chains to bootstrap itself with a very high security level, which cannot be achieved with the native staking alone. So with a very high security level, the app chains can bootstrap itself and encourage its users to actually lock a lot more values on-chain, so which is good for the app chain. And second, using Bitcoin staking will reduce the inflation pressure of Cosmos chains. This is because most of the Bitcoins right now are sitting there doing nothing and generate no yield. So Bitcoin holders, when they stake, they demand less reward and yield as long as the protocol is secure. Okay? So if a Cosmos chain adopts Bitcoin staking, it will no longer need to impose a very high inflation to just mint tokens to pay for the staking reward. Okay? It can apply a much healthier tokenomics and also give much more utilities to its native tokens. Okay? Also, using Bitcoin as a staking asset means you will have a very stable security budget. This is because the Bitcoin price is the most stable compared to any other crypto assets. In the Black Swan event like Terra Luna, blockchains that use Bitcoin staking will not have a dramatic dive in its security level, so that it's much less likely to be attacked or overtaken by malicious people. Okay. Last but not the least, Bitcoin is arguably the most decentralized asset in the world. So bringing Bitcoin as a staking asset will help with the decentralization of the chain and also reduce the staking reward concentration. Okay. Yeah, Bitcoin staking makes sense and sounds great. However, when we try to communicate, to share this idea with people, most people's first reaction is, wait a minute, is this even possible? Okay? On the one hand, Bitcoin holders are very well known to be conservative, to say it in a very nice way. Okay? Any Bitcoin holders here? Anyone holding Bitcoin? Yes? Yeah. So what's the very famous saying here? Not your keys, not your coins, right? So Bitcoin holders hate bridges, hate third-party custodian, hate wrapping, hate collaterals using altcoins. As long as you ask them to transfer their tokens to someone else's address to do something, they will just turn away. Okay, no. Deal breaker, okay? So people ask us, will Bitcoin holders actually willing to participate in this BTC staking? Okay, this is the first question. And the second one, obviously, Bitcoin, the network, is not smart at all. So people are wondering, Like what kind of staking asset can you turn Bitcoin into without a Turing-complete smart contract system? Okay, so let's dive a little bit deeper into this. Okay, so what is a proper staking asset? The most important property is called slashability, which means if the staker tries to attack the POS chain, its stake can get slashed. And this slashability is indeed the foundation of any POS security. Okay. The next property is called fractional slashing. Like most Cosmos people here are very familiar with this. Like it means when the slashing event happens, only a fraction of the stake, instead of all the stake, gets slashed. Say like 5% or 10% gets slashed. Okay. So this property will make people much more comfortable with staking and slashing and become willing to participate in staking. The next property is called trustless staking, which means in order to stake, the staker does not need to send its tokens to anyone else's address. Okay. This is the one single most important property that the Bitcoin holders care. As I explained earlier, if you ask the Bitcoin holders to send their Bitcoins to another address in order to do staking, they will just outright reject it. Okay? So trustless staking is very important. Then the next property will be loved by all our validator friends here. Any validators? Yes, great. Yeah. Delegation or delegatable. It means for retailer the token holders who do not want to run a validator by themselves, they actually delegate their coins or the stakes and the voting power to a validator. And the validator can charge a commission of the reward. Next one, on-demand unbounding, which is again very familiar in the Cosmos ecosystem, which means the staker can get their token back anytime after a certain unbounding period. The last property, which is very enchanting, is called restakeable or restaking, which means the staker can place one piece of the token to multiple places and earn multiple yields. Okay? So these are the 6 properties we have identified for a first-class staking asset. And we are very proud to announce that we have made Bitcoin to achieve all these properties. For the first time in history, Bitcoin becomes a first-class staking asset for Cosmos. And this is achieved without any modification to Bitcoin. And it's done in a completely trustless way. And we achieve this through advanced cryptography, our deep expertise in the BTC scripting language, and we leverage the Bitcoin timestamping protocol we have developed earlier. Okay. So yeah, a few more words before I wrap up the talk. So our progress and roadmap. So we came up with our Bitcoin staking idea in May, and within just 4 months, our awesome Babylon team has already developed the minimum viable product of the BTC staking protocol with both an Explorer and a web application that actually allows people to connect BTC testnet wallet and try the BTC staking by themselves. So Babylonians, where are you? In the front. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, so we plan to launch our new testnet that has both BTC staking and timestamping by the end of this year. We plan, hopefully, to launch our mainnet in the next summer. After that, we will develop Bitcoin-based data availability. Okay? Once all the security properties are in place, we will then tackle the crown jewelry, which is the Bitcoin liquidity. Okay, yeah, so BTC staking is still in its very early stage, and we are looking for partners from Cosmos ecosystems to build the BTC staking design, develop it together. And we also have a booth upstairs in this venue. So Bitcoin holders and app chains and ecosystem builders, please come to our booth after lunch, talk to us, and experience BTC staking by yourself. And yeah, we look forward to build a Bitcoin-aligned Cosmos universe with you. Thank you very much.
Oh, sure. And now we're going to have a panel. Will be about the rise of AEZ. I would like to invite moderator of panel, also co-founder of Interrupt Ventures, Sebastian Cotter, with us. Please welcome Sebastian. Put your hands up together for.
Me. They can't hear me. How about now? Still
One,
not.
two, one, two.
There you
Okay.
go. Hey, really excited to be here. First of all, I wanted to say congratulations to the Cosmoverse team for putting this on, because hosting events is hard, and hosting an event like this, of this caliber, is even harder. So let's give them a big round of applause. I'd like to now invite my panel up on the stage, so guys, come on up. And we're going to be talking about the rise of AEZ as we're getting ready here. We're saying that our goal is to make this the most event. So get your phones out, get your spice emojis ready, and let's get started. So I'd like to give the opportunity to everybody to introduce themselves, starting to my right.
Okay, yeah, won't take long. Hi everybody, Shikai here, partner at Longhash Ventures. We've been bootstrapping ecosystems since 2018, and right now really excited to be running the AEZ Accelerator.
I'm Avril, also known as Spade, and I'm one of the early contributors to the Neutral Network, which is, as I'm sure you're aware, the first consumer chain and a cross-chain small contracting platform.
I'm Riley. I'm one of the co-founders of Stride Labs. We build safe and minimal liquid staking infrastructure for Cosmos.
Hi, I'm Hello. Hi, I'm Yelena. I'm the co-founder of Noble. I've been a Cosmos contributor for the past few years, and excited to be part of this panel.
Great. So I think we need to start with some simple definitions here. And I'm sure there is a very simple and straightforward definition for this, as for everything in Cosmos, right? We know exactly what that means, Cosmos, right? Interchain, it's clear. AEZ, what is AEZ? And maybe to reference some interesting sort of Twitter semi-drama in the last couple of days, Jack Zampolin tweeted that IST was part of AEZ. Is it? But yeah, broadly, what is AEZ in all of your view?
How should we do this? Yeah.
I mean, who wants to start?
I'll take it. Like, I think when the AZ name was coined, the definition was fairly simple and straightforward. AZ is the Cosmos Hub plus all of those chains that are very deeply aligned with it on both a security, economical, and political level through the means of replicated security, right? So today, in practice, that's Stride, that's Neutron, Noble soon, and any other chain that makes a proposal and gets approved to launch on replicated security. Now, I think what Jack and others are hinting at with this is that, like, yeah, the hub has relationship with other chains that are outside of the AZ, and that's completely fine, right? Like, the Atom Economic Zone refers to this like subset of Cosmos. It doesn't intend to like replace Cosmos. But I wouldn't say that IST is part of AZ currently. I would say it's part of like the interchain economy, which the hub plays a very large role into.
So, for a lot of people that know me, I think like political analogies are something that I like to reference. Sunny is another person, that loves to talk about political analogies. Ethan as well. I think in Cosmos, we like to talk a lot about sovereignty, and a lot of those times, inevitably real-world political systems come up. So, let me throw one political analogy out there and kind of see where it lands, as it relates to the Atom Economic Zone. So recently there were sort of discussions, Atom is a fee token on different app chains. For example, Atom is being used as a fee token on Osmosis more and more, which is great to see. But I think this doesn't necessarily kind of paint the whole picture, right? So, for example, if you have a country like, let's say, Venezuela, that has, the US dollar as a core kind of bedrock, of their economy, does that mean sort of Venezuela and the US have kind of close economic ties? Not necessarily, right? It's not to say that the US dollar is not like, effective in the country of Venezuela, but it's just to say that there are ways that we can sort of measure kind of economic relationships between, different kind of sovereign entities. And it's the same thing with the Atom Economic Zone. So it's a bit of a spectrum, and I think, speaking to that spectrum, there's different ways of sort of assessing that economic tie.
I think another analogy, actually, that we could use is like, kind of like the organizations of the world, right? So like, I think I see AZ as a bit of like the European Union in a way, whereby like you have states together, where each chain is a state, right? And these can have like very deep relationship with other countries. That doesn't necessarily mean that they have to be part of the union itself, right? You can have like very layered sort of like relationships between the various entities. So yeah, that's how I would see it.
Well, if I may add, the counter example to what is AEZ is what is not in the AEZ, right? And I think that's actually quite clear. I think what we see today with Neutron, right, having a 25% share with the hub, and Stride having a 15% revenue share. There's a very clear economic relationship whereby the growth of Neutron and the growth of Stride is directly benefiting the hub and Atom, right? And sure, like you might have some applications that indirectly help, drive demand of Atom, drive utility of Atom, but it's not so tightly and clear, like with a contractual agreement that is sanctioned or legitimized by the entire governance community. I think that part of that legitimacy is what forms the foundation of the AEZ. And of course, I mean, that's to draw a line, right? But that does not mean that it is a static kind of thing, and also doesn't mean that new people can come and join, right? The whole idea is that as more people find alignment or find ways to align with the hub, then they can also form these opt-in contractual obligations and then be part of AEZ.
Yeah. Ultimately, I think it comes down to what are the goals of the Cosmos Hub? What are the goals of Atom? What are the value accrual methods? And yes, ICS is one of those, but I don't think it's the primary method. I think the main value accrual method for Atom is its moneyness. So to the extent that chains in the interchain support the moneyness of Atom, they are in the AEZ. Now that may be through ICS, but primarily it's through driving on-chain usage of Atom. And of course, Neutron and Stride are doing that through liquid staking and through DeFi activity, and also through driving revenue back to the hub directly. But there are other chains in the ecosystem that drive value to Atom through moneyness, through promoting it as a store of value. Roll back the clock 12 months, and the only thing you could do with your atom was swap it on osmosis, LP it on osmosis. So the AEZ of 12 months ago was basically just osmosis. And flash forward to today, and Atom is used as a store of value on Mars, it's collateral on UMI, it's collateral on Levana, it's used across a suite of DeFi applications across the ecosystem. And that's why I think this question of identity is rising to the fore. Until today, Atom has been all about liquidity, and finally it's about real usage. So Atom is going through this question of identity. How do we define ourselves? Where do the boundaries lie? And ultimately, I would put a pin in it as saying any chain that drives on-chain usage of Atom is part of the AEZ, to the extent that it does that.
But isn't this like recreating another name for something that we already had a name for, which is Cosmos?
Well, there are chains who use the Cosmos tech stack, but have nothing to do with Atom. And I would argue that those have
And that
a
would be the
different
interchain
purpose.
in my book.
Interchain.
Yeah, we have
everything
a
is
bit of a
super
taxonomy
clear. All the
problem.
definitions are like really pinpointed, on point, and everything. So I think we can maybe lay this question to rest. But I think what I'm hearing is that AEZ is more about economic activity than actual security. That security is one of the products of the hub, and I want to talk about.
It goes hand
Can I-
in hand, doesn't it?
Sorry, can I just jump in here?
Yep.
Because so I mean, it's the first question, and there's already quite a bit of debate even within the panel, which is great to see. I think there needs to be like some threshold, or at least like a burden for at which point do you join the AZ, right? Like, and this was sort of what I was trying to get at with my political analogy, to say that Atom is used in these different DeFi protocols, in different dexes, like that's great. I mean, that's a legacy reason. It's the reason mostly because there's a lot of integration points. It's easy to buy on centralized exchanges, et cetera. But that shouldn't be sort of the burden of proof. I think it should be a lot higher. And I think maybe that's what we can sort of discuss. Like, at what point, yes, I mean, all of these projects are within the interchain, within the Cosmos ecosystem, but the AZ is something more confined and requires a higher sort of threshold at which you enter the AZ, right? Like, it should be something to almost aspire to at a certain point. Can't just be sort of granted.
So let's talk a little bit about the the products of the hub. Like we've talked about security as one of those products, and for those who didn't see Ever Capital's talk this morning, he was comparing it also, like making this political analogy to countries with very stable property rights as countries that typically flourish, and Atom has sort of codified these very strong digital property rights, and that can lead it to becoming sort of a stable economic zone. But it has to have more than just property rights. It has to offer products, maybe services, in the same way that like a country or any nation state offers to its citizens, businesses operating there, certain frameworks, legal frameworks, infrastructure, services, etc. So what are the products that the hub, currently have, obviously ICS, but what are the other products that the hub should offer chains that are part of the Atom economic zone?
I think for now, I think today the hub has a few existing products, e.g. its stake, right? A very high degree of economic security, which is it is able to monetize through replicated security. Its validator set, which is also kind of like the most established validator set in the Cosmos. And I think there's a number of, and obviously like Atom itself, right? The token is, and its liquidity is kind of like the ultimate hub product, I guess. I think there's another few ways that the hub can monetize that we're going to head towards in the future. And I think one of them is kind of like this idea of distributing Atom, so like liquidity as a service, and potentially also other ways to distribute its validator set, right? So today we allow the hub to lend its validator set to other chains through that want to be like proof of stake chains through replicated security. Similar mechanisms could be used to basically use the validator set for example, like sequencing rollups, right? You want to decentralize your rollup? Well, here's the sequencer set, and with an embedded lead selection mechanisms through proof of stake on the hub, basically. So there's a number of kind of like offers that the hub can compile that don't derive from its current offering and that can be used to complete this sort of like set to really bring the like other chains and projects like flexibly into the AEZ.
Yeah.
I'm going to throw something out there, which is a little bit more esoteric and intangible, but I think still important, but a good narrative for their partners, right? This is something you see in Ethereum and in other kind of layer 1, layer 2 ecosystems. There's a very clear relationship between sort of the kind of underlying protocol and applications built on top. Obviously, in Cosmos, we have the app chain model, so it's a bit different. But a clear narrative for consumer chains that decide to be part of their sort of security model. Making sure there's a clear understanding of why the validator set is making this trade-off, because there is a trade-off. Deciding to support Stride or Neutron or hopefully Noble in the future is a trade-off to supporting other chains. So a good narrative is something that I think would be very valuable to their consumer chains and something I'd be interested in.
I agree. I think there's potentially one thing that the hub should definitely equip itself to do really, really well, and that I think it's on the right track to do, but that could even become a business eventually, is just like excellence at governance, right? Having all of the infrastructure, the frameworks for making decisions that are like very high in quality and that are sort of like made in a predictable, reliable way, so that, like one of the risks to ICS right now is that on-chain governance is not particularly known for its like reliability, predictability, and such. To an extent, that's a good property, but when you sort of like start having these like very long-term, very deep relationship with other chains, and that's something that you want to found kind of like the core business of the hub around, you do need to move in that sort of like era of stability, right? Like the hub as the anchor in the trashing sea, because otherwise you add risk, and therefore you sort of like reduce the rewards that the hub could get, right? Like you want the consumer chains to have absolutely no concerns, like the consumer chains and other partners, to be fair, to have absolutely no concerns about the hub, right? The hub is the most trusted partner, and as a result of this, they're willing to give up more, basically, because there's no perception of risk. There's only the, what the hub actually brings them, right? So security, alignment with the rest of the ecosystem, distribution, mindshare, all of these things, right? So I think, governance would be another, like excellence at governance would be another thing that I think can even become like a business model eventually.
Yeah, if I can expand on the governance bit, right, I think this starts to get into the social aspect of the AEZ, right? It's not only about the hard products like the validator set and the Atom liquidity, the tokens themselves, but also if you start to go outside of the Cosmos ecosystem, and why should another application or another L2 or app chain decide maybe they want to borrow some of the minds and brains and community of Cosmos, is because of this plurality. Like, we are diverse. We are not just so in consensus all the time. We have differing leaders and clusters and views. And this is invaluable if we want a resilient, decentralized ecosystem. And so this is the foundation of a robust Cosmos AEZ, which can also be exported to other ecosystems that may need it and eventually see its crucial importance.
It's part of the reason some of the new chains are coming over. I think talking to the DYDX team, the legal defensibility around having a very decentralized validator set is a big reason why they decided to come to Cosmos.
Well, I mean, I'll speak from Noble's perspective, but the main reason we're opting into interchain security or replicated security v1 is partially because of the decentralized nature of the validator set. Yes, the high market cap of Atom gives a strong guarantee to a generic issuance chain that is issuing USDC now and set up to issue other native assets in the future, but having sort of more regulated, compliant, large entities kind of come into Cosmos, they need a place to land where the validator set isn't, necessarily is decentralized and not centralized. It has a large distribution of validators from a geographic perspective. So this decentralization piece and really like celebrating, how far we've come from a governance perspective, from a node infrastructure perspective is also very important. Thought I'd throw that in there, not necessarily AZ related, but I wanted to plug in that piece.
Thanks. So one of the things we've talked about here is, right, is security as sort of one of the main points and one of the main things that that the AZ provides its partner chains. The crypto security scaling design space right now is full of lots of great innovations. Obviously, we have like data availability is one, restaking with things like eigenlayer, mesh security, and again, pointing back to Effort Capital's talk this morning, he was talking about how security would become commoditized. I think this has been coming for a long time. What is the unique sort of selling proposition if you're a project and you're looking for a chain on which to land, right? Like where you want to be secured, and you're considering maybe the hub, maybe Celestia, maybe Eigenlayer, or maybe some other like Ethereum rollup style security. What should be the AEZ's unique value proposition? How do we market that to projects?
I think it's actually fairly easy to coin. The idea is that, like, for example, you can go on Ethereum, launch a rollup, and inherit your security from Ethereum, right? To benefit from all of the liquidity distribution that you can get from the Ethereum base layer, you will be aligning with Ethereum, making concessions, making efforts to appear Ethereum aligned and such, right? But in exchange, Ethereum will not be aligning with you. The Ethereum base layer wants to be credibly neutral. It will never take a bet for your specific rollup or another. And so, that's one given value proposition that is extremely valuable, and Ethereum is not making a mistake, but there are other sort of like trade-offs that you may want to be, right? Like the unique value proposition of the hub and replicated security is that like the hub explicitly aligns with you and is going to support you and is going to have like shared destiny with you, basically. So it wants you to be as successful as possible. And so I think that's like a very differentiated offering, whereby it's not just you're getting a service agreement with security basically being provided to your chain. It's like, no, we're kind of like coming and building this like AZ, which is like a community of blockchains that share a mutual fate, essentially. And through this is where you get the distribution, the mindshare, potentially like decentralization even of your like token holder base, and security, and maybe in the future like liquidity as a service, right? There's I'll pause there, but I guess that's kind of like the main fundamental difference that I see between these offerings, right? Like your chain has a direct relationship with the security provider, which it doesn't have on Celestia, on Ethereum, or other mechanisms that intend to be like completely market-driven, formal, and not kind of like as social as replicated security is, at least today.
Avril mentioned a lot of them already. And liquidity as a service, already live in the AEZ, expanding as we speak, proposals up, going up. But I think that the POL is a big part of it, but ICS is version 1 of Mesh. So it's differentiated from these other security provision agreements in the sense that it's not hierarchical. It's more of a partnership between chains. And I think that's one of the unique differentiators of the Cosmos and the interchain relative to something like restaking through Eigenlayer, teams working together rather than one being the sole beneficiary and the other paying rent and being extracted from.
Yeah, I mean, similar to what Riley said, it's a very flexible protocol. Obviously, this is just version 1 of interchain security or replicated security, but there is a sort of path to more of a mesh-style network. It's also so flexible that you can have a situation where you potentially have ETH as part of the security sort of guarantees of a mesh network. 5 to 10% of all, let's say, ETH market cap sort of coming into Cosmos, potentially staking their ETH, sort of like an Eigenlayer type shared security model. That is very compatible with something like replicated security, or in the future, what will be mesh security. So the fact that you have this sort of partnership-based model, as Riley said, and this kind of opt-in nature, where it's a flexible sort of ever-expanding sort of shared security mechanism, is pretty unique within the overall kind of crypto landscape.
And the relationships between the partner and the consumer, provider, whatever you want to call it, they're evolving. I think the contracts that have been established today are very narrow. You pay some revenue, you get security, maybe you also get POL, maybe you get some auxiliary services like expedited audits, maybe you get discounted access to wallet integrations and custody solutions. There's a whole suite of auxiliary services that could be provided, but the main one is access to the store of value that is Atom through POL, and advancing DeFi through that liquidity injection that many chains in the Cosmos, frankly, are lacking, but Atom has available to give.
Yeah, agreed. If I add, so, and the reason that will continue to grow is because there is alignment, right? In one sentence, right? Credible neutrality is great, but it means it's impartial, it's inhuman, it's cold, it's just business. Right, but with the AEZ and how the alignment is done with the consumer chains, it's more like we want each other to win. It's not just credibly neutral, but like, oh yeah, come use my service. You know, if you survive, if you do great, great. Yeah, if you don't, sorry. But in this case, we're cheering each other on. We're providing liquidity. We're helping with distribution. But it really forms a coalition that is inspired for mutual success, and that's the difference. And if I may add one more, which is this is the more kind of like positioning and software aspect, right? But there's also a more concrete reason, which is now we're starting to see atomic IBC. We saw the blog post. And now it means it's no longer just purely commoditized. We start to see also network effects form from being able to form these like atomic bundles of transactions. And this forms a moat because even if you just move to another zone, you lose all that atomicity within that cluster of apps. So either this whole cluster has to rejoin a whole other one, or you have to find like a new partners to establish that. So it means that you're more sticky, more likely to be retained within the ecosystem, and inspired for mutual success.
I think there's an interesting point here, which is like beyond atomic IBC, which is a super interesting idea. I do think it's going to be interesting to see it develop and being researched. But like, I think the exact same dynamic of you gain something when you join and you potentially lose something if you leave, which seems fair game, also applies to like Atom as money, essentially, right? Just like where the value in your chain ecosystem comes from, sort of like dictates your alignment in like primarily financial systems. Like if Atom becomes one of the like main stakeholders and injector of capital into these ecosystems, then it becomes like fairly, there's a strong disincentive to leave that zone and then lose, that sort of like cornerstone of your whole DeFi ecosystem as well. So I think, like active participation in the market of the hub into these consumer chains is like kind of like one of the core value propositions of replicated security, both for the hub and for the consumer chains.
The overwhelming thing that I'm hearing here is that good vibes. That's one of the key selling proposition is like, good vibes. We want your chain to succeed. Chains want each other to succeed. Yeah. Everybody's happy.
So, right. Well, conversely, good vibes should be a prerequisite to being part of the Atom economic zone.
There you go.
So
take
that at what you will.
So I want to. There's 4 minutes left, so I want to do like rapid fire questions. I'm hoping to make these as spicy as possible. Is Osmosis part of AEZ?
Right now?
Is the proposal up yet?
Not right now.
I don't know, make up your own mind.
So not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet, but they can easily be part of the AZ.
Should it be?
I think yes.
Would be great.
I'll bump on this. Like, I think one of the things that is going to be tremendously tricky for the hub as a whole community to manage basically is that due to this like super deep alignment within like with the consumer chains, it creates one potential issue, which is internal competition. E.g., if you start like introducing a lot of dissent and dissenting interests within the AZ, you can potentially end up in a very bad outcome whereby the resources that are still limited of the hub are basically like kind of like allocated in two ways, trying to achieve these two things, competing against each other, and therefore reaching like worst outcomes. And so like I think like over time, the hub needs to sort of like develop a framework of like, hey, what do we have in the AZ? What do we need to like to make it stronger, basically? And what is kind of like redundant, or how can we have like different types of relationships with other chains that perhaps like are in this category, basically.
I mean, in true Cosmos fashion, more drama will inevitably entail, is what you're saying.
Indeed.
Yeah.
A feature, not a bug.
We can do like an RFP kind of thing, right? Like, hey, we need this kind of function, this kind of module as part of AEZ. Hey, what are the options, right? And let it duke it out, let the drama happen, and then pick the winner almost.
So my next question is, can and should the hub secure rollups?
I think so. I think so. Like the rationale being that like replicated security is an opportunity for the hub to create a small group of projects that it aligns very deeply with the upside of. And so as a result of this, you want the hub to have a choice over like a large number of projects so that it can pick only the best ones and have that upside, that shared like alignment with the best projects available. And so if we limit ourselves to Cosmos SDK blockchains running on Tendermint, we're only getting like a much like smaller share or pool of projects, right? Whereas if the hub also is able to provide security to rollups, then it has this ability to choose from this new pool of of projects as well. So yeah, that would be my take on this.
Yeah, or through a consumer zone that is smart contract enabled, not directly.
Yep.
I'm surprised that you would say that because, why not do a roll-up on Neutron, right? Because now you would need to then deploy contracts, and how do you verify proofs, or have a Trine bridge?
So I guess some alpha where, the idea, one of the ideas that we want to propose and sort of one of the kind of core driving mindset and thesis that has driven Neutron and the AZ as a whole is kind of this idea of you want to synthesize, not divide projects, right? And so one of the things that we're seeing develop in the ecosystem is Celestia is coming, and there's concerns about is Celestia going to displace Atom and such. And I don't think that's the right mindset. I think the right mindset is hey, how can we maximize the benefits for both so that we bring Celestia, we bring rollups, we bring DA, we bring TIA into the Cosmos ecosystem, into the Atom economic zone, so that the hub as well benefits from it, right? And so Neutron is at least, well, not Neutron itself, but Hadron Labs is working on a couple of developments in this regard that should help kind of bring Celestia into the AZ in a way. So
we've got 30 seconds. So my last question is, should the hub be acquiring chains, and if so, which are the best candidates currently out there to be acquired by the hub and brought into ICS?
Stargaze?
Stargaze?
Yeah, Stargaze is awesome. So
anybody from Stargaze out here?
No cheers here.
But, it has to be consensual, right?
Yeah.
E.g., is Stargaze willing to be as part of the AZ? I think that's a thing that for the two communities to discuss together, basically. But yeah, I think it would make sense.
Any other ideas of chains we should be acquiring? I mean, it could be also apps outside of Cosmos, right? That just we want to bring into the AZ.
Yeah, that's a lot more of a technical lift. I think the main thing is what does the AZ need to be better than it currently is, basically, right? So that should be the framework for choosing.
Maybe that's actually the last question here, and we've got 20 seconds. Maybe we could push it a little bit further. But what does the AZ actually need to succeed? And I'll ask everybody to maybe keep it under 20 seconds.
Well, I think this is almost a broader question of what, not even just AEZ, but what does Cosmos need, right? And actually, I was really inspired by Sunny's talk about the interchain accounts and the account hub and leapfrogging the smart contract experience that we see on EVM. I think that interchain UX is still a huge problem, and I would love to see that solved. And I would love to see Osmosis as part of the AEZ kind of officially as well.
I'd say more concrete coordination mechanisms and incentive alignment mechanisms. I know that's very broad, but for the AZ to succeed, we need to be working closer together as consumer chains and also in coordination with the hub validator set and their stakeholders and Atom holders. Right now, it's way too fluid.
Agreed.
Cosmos Hub has finally turned a new leaf, and there's real DeFi usage today. There wasn't 12 months ago. So we're entering this era where the hub is trying to define itself. It's going through an identity crisis. Who's part of the AZ, who's not? Who do we provide POL to? Who do we not? So answering that question and focusing, I think Elijah's post on the Cosmos Hub forum articulated this very well. Communities, startups, organizations need focus. And so aligning on a common goal, whether that is doubling down on ICS, or doubling down on Atom as money as a store of value and providing POL and the various services that you described to all the chains that do that. Alignment is the first thing, and then take actions to support those chains.
Agreed.
Any final thoughts?
I mean, they basically covered it, but I agree. Like, I think, coordination, like setting objectives and getting all of the things that we need to achieve better coordination within the AZ is kind of like the critical thing that will make or break how successful the AZ is, in my opinion. So.
Let's make Adam great again.
If I
Thank
may.
you. Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Final plug. If you feel inspired by this conversation, right, by the good vibes we have on this panel and the potential of Adam and AZ, come and build. Right? We're recruiting for the AZ Accelerator. Early builders, come. Let's bring volume. Let's bring users. Let's bring liquidity to AZ, and let's all WAGMI together.
And come to the Atom Economic Zone room here at the conference
Yeah.
on this floor, I think. All right, thanks everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
Don't worry, we are friends.
Tamam mı?
Don't worry, we are friends.
Okay, guys. Actually, we're gonna have a lunch break until 2 p.m., but we're gonna also continue at 2 p.m. But you guys also continue your lunch. Enjoy your meal. Thank you.
Don't worry, we are friends.
yourself and your background in crypto and let everyone know. That'd be great.
Yeah, thank you, Danny. So yes, I'm Theo. I'm a co-founder and head of ecosystem at OKP4. My background, I started in basically finance and then life sciences engineering, and then from life sciences I started to study a lot of things, but a lot of things related to commerce as well. I mean, that's strange, but when you study plants, you also study nutrients and global exchange of things. So basically, I started to study money and currency, and then I was interested in Bitcoin. Quickly after that, the first applications on Ethereum, and then I realized, okay, you can build crazy things on crypto, crazy mechanism to coordinate people, to build things without intermediaries. And since 2019, I'm deep into crypto. First started with a few DAOs, and then in 2020 got involved in OKP4. That's mostly my background. And now, we are building new primitives. We are building new things that are pretty exciting, and that goes way beyond crypto. That goes mostly in the off-chain world. That enables coordination in the off-chain world. So that's a lot of experiments and a lot of exciting things.
No, that's great. And can you just quickly just explain what your role is within OKP4?
Yeah. So let's say I joined the project as the crypto native guy. The Emmanuel, the founder, is more of a business guy that was in data-driven marketing, and I joined mostly to lead the choice of Cosmos and everything related to the token, to the business model, so to the fundraising of the project, to the different projects that are building on OKP4 and on the project itself. So I have many caps, but let's say I'm not the most technical guy. I understand the concepts, but I don't code, not that much, and I have all these different caps.
That's amazing, and it's great to hear. So really, what we want to, if you can just try and explain what OKP4 is to users at home. Like myself, I'm not a very technical guy, so sometimes, like you say, understanding the technical aspects become quite hard. So can you sort of, when you're explaining OKP4, if it becomes technical, can you try and break some things down into sort of layman's term, so the users at home can understand everything? If you can just explain what OKP4 is, and we'll go from there.
Yeah. So first, OKP, it means Open Knowledge Protocol, and it's about knowledge, and basically knowledge. Let's say it comes from data sets and algorithms in the digital world, and what we want to build is to enable the right, let's say the right coordination mechanism for people to share their data and share their algorithm, so that together we can create knowledge that was not accessible before, because the data sets and the algorithm, they were not shared. Mostly you have your data, it's private, you don't want anyone to have access to it. But maybe if we put a system that can create the right trust or trust minimized environment, you will be able to say, oh, I can make my data available to such and such kind of algorithm in such and such kind of environment, so that my data is never exposed to other people, but still it can contribute to some application, to some knowledge. So it's a bit abstract, but we've designed a blockchain specifically to create what is called off-chain workflows on these shared resources. So flows is a set of actions towards a desired outcome. And off-chain workflow is really, you have many data sets that come from different environments, and you want them to interact with different algorithms, and you can design that workflow and enforce the rules on-chain. So if you want your data to be like, I just want my data to be accessed under such conditions, under such business model, with someone who has such and such credentials, you can code all the different rules on-chain. And you can enforce them because all the validators understand the rules, they can verify them, and then if someone who wants to consume your data on algorithm is compliant with the rules, then the validators, they accept the transaction, and then the workflow happens off-chain. So you have all these different data sets. So to be clear, the data and the algorithm, they are off-chain, they are not on the blockchain. The computation is also off-chain, it's not on the blockchain. The blockchain, all it does is it references the data and the algorithm, and it enforces the rules. and that's it. So it's basically a new way for people to build applications that have an impact in the off-chain world and that can enable the off-chain world to be orchestrated by the blockchain. So it's a new paradigm. Let's say maybe you know about oracles. You know, oracles, it's provided the ability for a smart contract to access some data that is off-chain, like for example, price feeds, or I mean, if you want to code a smart contract that knows the price of ETH or of Atom, you need an oracle. What we're building is like the other way around. We have smart contracts that enable to do action in the off-chain world. So it's maybe another image, but that's it. And then, so we have the protocol, and then builders, anyone can come and create applications. So it can be in the B2B side, it can be DAOs that, for example, want to run a Twitter account, or DAOs that want a bank account. I mean, doing a transaction in the bank account, it's a workflow. So you can connect your bank account API as a service to the protocol and say, okay, I want a DAO to control that resource that is off-chain. And so you can do that, or you can say, I want a DAO to set some requirements for data to train an algorithm. So maybe you want a DAO to collectively train and own and govern an AI. You can do that with OKP4. So you can say, oh, we build the right incentives for people to share the data. That is, we want this kind of data for this purpose, and then collaboratively retrain the algorithm, and we share the ownership of it and the revenues potentially of it. Or if it's open source, then there is a DAO with a mission, and it has a token and everything. And so you can align the interest of everybody. So yeah, I talk too much.
No, that's absolutely fine. No, like you say, again, where I'm not very technical, a lot of it it's hard to understand certain aspects of it. So what would be your main target audience? So what sort of audience are you looking to try and attract with your project?
Yeah. So we're not building new things, we are making new things possible. So the people are going to make new things, they are the builders. So they are either the developers or just the communities that come and say, oh, this is a perfect infrastructure for our use cases. So maybe we want to incentivize people to share some kind of data, or to do some curation on data that already exists, to say, oh, this is good, this is bad, I don't know. Maybe they want to build a marketplace. Maybe they want to build a DAO, as I said, with some extra features in the off-chain world. And this guy will see that we have all the tools for them, and a lot of no-code interfaces as well, to share anything, to put some rules in the protocol, and to consume the resources all without being a developer, all just by clicking in interfaces, and even the workflows, as I explained, there's different data sets and algorithm. You can drag and drop within a workflow builder to say, I want this data to interact with this data for such outcome, and connect the outcome to the output of the workflow into an application. So our target audiences are the builders, not necessarily developers, but the builders, and these guys will attract the right data providers, service providers, and consumers. So they will create their own, let's say, ecosystem on top of the protocol.
No, that's amazing. So you're, so in a sense, you're sort of trying to connect traditional, like the traditional world to Web3 through data and things like that. So what I will ask is, what attracted you to come and build in Cosmos and on the SDK stack, and obviously Tendermint BFT? Yeah, if you can just explain what drew you to this ecosystem.
Yeah, so Cosmos is amazing. I mean, if we start with just the SDK and Comet BFT, I mean, the main thing is sovereignty. So we're building something that is pretty complex, and it's also something that couldn't be done on Ethereum or on any other, like the large, any other VM or any other, let's say, environment like Ethereum or Solana, because every time you need to define some rules, and to enforce them, you need basically another smart contract. So at the end of the day, if there is thousands of different people who have different kind of rules that they want to make a requirement, they need to push other smart contracts, and it's a mess. So we choose the Cosmos SDK because we can define I mean, we have a module. So a module is a bit different than smart contracts. It's let's say closer to the machine of the validators, and it's way more performant. So it's something that is, and we can completely customize the blockchain. So we customize the blockchain for our needs, and it makes something, as of course, that is performant, but also as composable as we want, because everything is customized, and the sovereignty aspect is more. We have like the governance. I mean, the token holders, they are completely sovereign over where they want to be. You know, this trilemma of decentralization, security, scalability, and they can decide where they want to be. And this is something, and we can customize. Like, if you want to have native oracles on chain, if you want to have like encrypted mempool or other technical stuff. I mean, it's you can do whatever you want. So that's amazing. And the other side is interoperability. So as well, with the SDK, we have IBC, we have Cosmoverse enabled, and the idea is to be like the hub for off-chain governance for the off-chain world. We'll be the hub, and we'll connect with many chains. You know Akash, you know Jackal. For example, Akash, it's decentralized computation. We will provide use cases for them. Jackal is programmable privacy for data sets that are stored. Same. Provide new use cases and benefit from their ecosystem, and it's really powerful.
Yeah, no, that's amazing. You're smashing it, absolutely killing it. So, what I will ask next is, what's the main thing needed, or the main area you feel needs working on for users within Cosmos?
There's a lot of things.
Express exactly how you feel.
Yeah, I mean, there are many things. Let's say most of them, people would say like liquidity is an issue, UX is an issue probably. But I think what I just explained about interoperable sovereignty is that it enables new things. And Sunny just gave a talk earlier about account abstraction and how they're going to implement it in Osmosis. That's something you can't do on Ethereum. And from these use cases that are not possible elsewhere, we will bring users, developers. I mean, already we've chosen. We could have done it everywhere else, but it's just the best technology to do that. To do this thing that is quite specific, and that will bring new use cases that are not possible or very difficult elsewhere. I mean, now you have the rollups on Ethereum, and maybe you can customize it a bit, but at the moment it's the best technology to bootstrap a blockchain or to bootstrap a sovereign environment.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. So do you think, like, from a UX point of view, is that one of the main areas that you think we need to improve for the user aspect? Because again, like, being a user myself, when you're exploring certain areas in crypto, it becomes scary because you don't understand what the coding is, you don't understand the data that's being expressed. Is that the sort of thing that we need to almost hide from users when they're doing transactions and things like that, so that it sort of just feels like traditional sort of tech?
Yeah,
if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think there is these two ways that you need to improve UX. So it means abstracting complexity. That's improving UX. Like, there is a lot of complex stuff, but as a user, I don't want to see it. And at the same time, exploring new complex things. Like, let's say what we're building is mostly focused on, yes, it can be seen as a bit complex, but it enables new things to happen, and then we will abstract the complexity. And on the other side, it's completely necessary for people, I don't know, in the wallet space. I mean, these guys, they're already working hard on making it safe while making it easy to use. And this is absolutely necessary. And when we see IBC, I mean, right now of course, it's a bit of a mess. You know, you need to, what are these kind of tokens flowing everywhere? I need to connect a different kind of wallet already. My MetaMask doesn't work. What is that? But you know, MetaMask snaps just arrived. It's slowly but certainly, and with IBC and the other interfaces that are going to be built specialized for it, the other explorers and everything, slowly but surely it will be as more easy and easier for users, and that's the way to go.
Yeah. No, that's amazing. Like you say, I think for me, the point is, like you say, we need to try and make things as easy as we can from a user perspective, because that's where the adoption's coming from. Like you say, so that is one area we need to focus. But what I do want to do to finish on, it's probably a bit of a different question, but Cosmos was obviously one of the most affected ecosystems at the beginning of the bear market, because obviously Luna crashing, UST, it really sort of damaged the ecosystem. So my question is, what can we learn from it so that it doesn't happen again in the future?
Yeah. So the ecosystem, as you know, was really dependent on UST and on Luna. So of course, Cosmos was, it's still very focused on finance, and as long as if there is no stable coin around, then it's really a mess, because stable coins are the main use cases of crypto right now, let's say, and it's of course it's depleted everything, and the whole ecosystem. So we were a bit too dependent probably on this. So I don't know if we can learn from that, because it's all about incentives. So maybe tomorrow there will be a huge project and everybody will be dependent on it, and it will happen again. So I'm not sure we will learn, let's say. But let's say as builders, we have a responsibility to make things in a way that reduces the risk of such things to happen. So to give the right tools for people to if they feel too dependent on something, maybe to balance that out. But yeah, it's still difficult. I think with interoperability, and as IBC goes everywhere, of course it will reduce the risk, I think, because as the Cosmos ecosystem becomes more of an interchain ecosystem, let's say, it will of course be more resilient, because it's connected to many different ecosystems. It will be very easy and seamless to flow around, to use smart contracts in other chains from one chain. This will become less of the Cosmos ecosystem, I think, and more of an interchain ecosystem, of a more resilient ecosystem. Of course, bigger, but if something crashes, yes, it will hurt, but less than happened to Terra, because Terra was really, the whole osmosis and the whole ecosystem of Cosmos was really dependent on it.
Yeah. No, that's amazing. I think we can pretty much wrap it up there for this interview. We're going to try and just keep them quite short and engaging for the people. But it's been an absolute pleasure chatting with you. I hope everyone at home enjoyed the interview and sort of learnt from it as much as you can. I know not many people are technical like myself. So yeah, appreciate it, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you, Danny.
Thank you very much. Cheers, Theo. Thank you. Welcome to the second interview of Cosmoverse 2023. I'm joined by Adrian from Namada. So if you can just explain a little bit about yourself and your background in crypto.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much for having me. So I'm Adrian. I'm one of the co-founders of Anoma as well as Namada. I got into crypto back in 2016, 2017, because I was writing my grad thesis on censorship-resistant e-voting to help the Catalan people secede from Spain, or not directly to help them, but I was like, this idea, like, how do we build voting systems that can be used independently of sort of central government elections? As a result, I came across Tendermint, the distributed systems algorithm, joined Cosmos as the second or third core dev back in early 2017, and sort of been building up the entire stack ever since then. And really, Namada is there to provide interchain privacy. Very simply put, I think these systems won't work without privacy guarantees in them. Because, and I think people don't understand this well enough, but like, it's not privacy against the government, it's privacy for national defense. If you're the Swiss government, you need to be able to defend its citizens and yourself against other foreign powers. And the way to do this in an asymmetric conflict is by having privacy guarantees for your entire infrastructure, right? So like, I think we should phrase privacy as a very positive thing to safeguard democracy, not as a thing to like escape the nation state necessarily. And the second, this is Namada, and then Anoma is really a redesign for how you build blockchain architectures around intents, and Anoma implements generalized intents as the first chain, really, as the first protocol. And this just enables everything from decentralized DYDX to decentralized cow swap to decentralized Gnosis safe, whatever you name it. This is a much more complex topic I think we can go into if you want to.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a massively technical guy myself. I'm not sure whether the users at home are going to be massively technical. So I don't know whether you can break it sometimes down into layman's term. But I think a crucial point that you said about privacy, and like you say, it is about the users at home having their own privacy, and like you say, having privacy of your own data and knowing that other people aren't going to be exposed to it. So can you just explain like a bit more in depth of what the benefits are with Namada and how it benefits users?
Yeah, absolutely. So the first thing to consider is Namada brings interchain privacy, as in we have all these very nice applications like Osmosis in the ecosystem, and Namada helps you to retrofit privacy guarantees to existing applications, also future applications, so that not everyone has to build their own privacy solution, but rather everyone can focus on their core business, whether this is swaps or an AMM or something else, and users just get privacy guarantees via having this composable IBC ecosystem. And I think sort of for the end user, the important thing to realize is that you need privacy if these systems ever gain any sort of real-world tractions. There's no way in hell that like major institutions are going to adopt decentralized systems if they're fully transparent, because they're going to be targets of hacks, they're going to be targets of extortion campaigns, and sort of even further than this, individual users can be front-run in their trades because we don't have currently privacy. So like privacy fixes a lot of the fundamental problems in these systems. And sort of my pet peeve here is that I view privacy as like privacy for national defense, for safeguarding democracy, because functioning, healthy governance systems need privacy at the individual user level. And without this, these systems become very sort of draconian and authoritarian over time.
Yeah. No, that's amazing. And no, I think you are right. I think you've hit a point. It's a crucial part. If we're going to gain trust from, like you said, the governments, and I know people don't like it, more centralised sort of entities and things like that, we need to be able to house everything within, in my opinion, within the ecosystem. We're going to have centralised, decentralised. We're going to be able to house everything. So really, that leads me on to ask what sort of attracted Namada and Oma to build within Cosmos ecosystem and on the Cosmos SDK?
So Namada is actually not built on Cosmos SDK. It's fully built in Rust, but it's built on top of Tendermint. And so my co-founder Chris, he wrote IBC, he's the chief architect behind IBC, and he built most of the IBC implementation. So I think we built this tech stack up from the ground up, so it's like this is the obviously right tech stack, right? The world is going to be interchain. There's not going to be one chain to rule them all. We're going to live in this multi-chain ecosystem. All these other people are trying to build their own interoperability solutions, and they're all out of their mind. You cannot do better than IBC. If you do better than IBC, you trade off for decentralization in most cases. There's just a spectrum of what you can do on the interoperability side. IBC is obviously the right ecosystem. I also think Tendermint is currently the single best consensus mechanism in the world, because you get fast finality, you have efficient light client support, all these kinds of things. I think it's something we're working on with Anoma as well is Typhon, which you can think of as Tendermint 2. It allows you multi-chain atomic settlement. So where with IBC, I can have chain A and chain B, and you can transmit data between these two systems or assets between these two systems. With Typhon in the future, you will be able to have atomic commitments between two systems, so that you can, for example, do an atomic trade across two sovereign blockchains if the validity set overlaps largely enough. There's no better ecosystem to build underlying infrastructure, really. This ecosystem is vibrant. It keeps moving every day. Yeah, this is why. There are many other reasons I just love this. So
that's fine.
Yeah.
If you feel, carry on talking. It really doesn't bother me, like you say. No, and it's great. And like you say, I think a lot of things that do attract people or builders to come and build within Cosmos is the sovereign factor, but with IBC and things like that. So moving on to something slightly different is what do you think's one of the main things that needs to improve for a user perspective? So to make things a bit easier for users.
I think this really comes down to what Sunny was highlighting in his earlier talk around UX improvements for individual users. currently the way seed phrases work and wallets work is honestly horrendous. I think this needs to improve greatly. I think a lot of teams also need to be more honest on like what the actual guarantees are that are provided to users here. And
Hello, now. Hi guys, I hope that you enjoyed lunch. I don't know you, but I think that the food here is amazing. I'm really looking forward already for dinner, which is a problem, but okay, cool. Whoever that is outside and that wants to join, we have a lot of seats, so welcome. And we are going to continue with our second panel of the day. And as a moderator, we have Michael Perklins. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. How you doing? I'd love to welcome our panelists on stage. So, Neil, welcome. Hi. Seema, welcome. Jeffrey, welcome. We've got an interesting panel for you guys today. Before we jump in, I'd like to ask our fellow panelists to introduce themselves. But first, if you don't know me, my name is Michael Perklin. I worked with Shapeshift for 6 years, and I'm currently working on a project called Archeo. But it's not about me, it's about our panelists. Let's start with you, Neil. All right, Jeffrey, would you like to introduce yourself? We'll go this way.
Okay, yeah. Maybe I will go first. I'm front running with the other panelists. So my name is Hashi. My company is Hashi Capital. So actually, Hashi Capital is one of the largest crypto fund within the industry right now because our current AUM is over $1 billion US, and we are also one of the earliest institutional investor of the Ethereum back into the 2015, and after that, actually, we continuously looking for and invested lots of the good projects, including Cosmos itself and many Cosmos ecosystem projects. So we are continuous to position ourselves as a strategic and also ecosystem investor. So currently, we are still our portfolio is over like 200 projects right now. So we're continuously looking for new projects. And I'm Jeffrey, and I'm a tech lead of Hashi Capital. So we are doing, I'm leading the tech team to doing this technical research and tech DD for the Hashi Capital. And I myself actually also wearing another hat of the for the Cosmos Chinese community. So that I'm also a community ambassador of the Cosmos Chinese community. So we together with other teams, we co-host lots of the meetups, dev events, and also dev training course, this kind of things. So if later on you have this kind of the needs or requirements, so please feel free to reach out to me.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Seema.
Hi. First of all, welcome to the best city in the world, Istanbul. Istanbulish. So, my name is Sima Baktash. I am crypto lawyer, let's say Web3 lawyer. When I say to the people, they say, oh, we need you. Everybody's reaction like that. And also I'm co-founder of Crypto Female, as it's based on Turkey. The team is there, girls. Yeah. So we are actually right now around 6 countries. It's based on Turkey and in Philippines, Australia, London. It's upcoming other countries. So basically, I'm consulting JAX, stacks, and startup project, blockchain, and also my other interest area is cybercrime, cryptos, and so many different subjects I'm interested in. So thank you for inviting me to this wonderful panel.
Excellent. Neil.
Hi, everyone. Pleasure to be here. My name is Neil Kuna-Gomes. I work at the SoftBank Vision Fund. I'm responsible for our fintech, insurtech, and crypto investments across EMEA. We've got about 500 companies globally. We've deployed about $150 billion across these companies. And our fund is about 1% invested in crypto, which means that we've got about $2 billion deployed in crypto over the last 3-4 years. As you can imagine, these are relatively large numbers for most of the VC scene in this community and ecosystem, but we've done mostly later stage deals. That's really where we're focused, and really excited to be here to get to know more of you across the Cosmos ecosystem. As I understand, this does seem to be the epicenter of a lot of innovation across crypto globally.
Excellent. Thank you, panelists. So we've got a pretty interesting panel today. I'm actually really excited to see how this conversation is going to go, because it's going to be a little bit spicy, and that usually means it's going to be interesting. I'd like to open up with just looking at a little bit of history. When you take a look at telecommunication businesses, cell phone companies, back in the 1980s, phone companies had a very successful business by charging all of us long-distance fees. And that kept them very happy with their revenue streams until all of a sudden they realized the environment around them changed. They looked around and they saw the internet, they saw Skype. People were talking to others over long distances without paying a cent in long-distance fees. These phone companies had an existential threat. They needed to either adapt to the new world or die. And today, when you look at phone companies, instead you're looking at internet companies that are charging for internet access, internet content. And a lot of the phone companies that may have been around in the 1980s, the ones that didn't survive were merged, bought, and became just relics of the past. Today, we look around and we see a lot of different businesses that are ripe for disruption by these blockchains that bring us all here today. We see exchanges, centralized exchanges that are being replaced by decentralized exchange protocols. We have banks that are being replaced by self-hosted wallets that you and I can carry in our phone. And we even see in the legal world, what used to be handwritten contracts are just starting to become smart contracts enforced by code rather than a judge. So I'd like to invite our 3 panelists to learn their opinions on how these 3 industries that I just mentioned, exchange, banking, and law, how those industries are changing and what they may be doing at their own respective companies to help not only drive this change, but survive and evolve with the change in the same way that telecoms did. Who would like to go first?
I'm happy to kick it off. So, look, I think definitely trends we're seeing across the board. From a conversation we were having backstage, Michael and I were just chatting about the news with UBS, who've just announced a pilot where they're about to tokenize their money market funds, and that's probably one first step that you're starting to see a lot of banks, traditional banks, do, which is how does any incumbent avoid disruption or stay ahead of the curve on disruption? And that's really to start to integrate some of the newer technologies into what they're doing in their day-to-day business. And what's quite encouraging to see across some of our portfolio companies, for example, we've invested in a business called Elliptic. It's on the AML compliance side of this space. They're selling into exactly these traditional finance institutions, banks, exchanges, government entities as well. If you think about, tax collection agencies, but also investigative agencies, you have a lot of this traditional ecosystem that's actually already adopted early parts of the crypto ecosystem to try and understand what's going on first and foremost. And they've been doing that for years. They're actually relatively smart on the space, and they're relatively slow to move and adopt, of course. But at the same time, what's really fascinating and encouraging to see is that they're actually starting to embed this now into their day-to-day. So disruption's an interesting point, and it's interesting to see that they're actually thinking along the same lines and actually trying to embed a lot of this in what they do.
Great thoughts.
Actually, this is really good questions, and I think it's very important to think about this kind of to adapt new technology. First of all, a couple of weeks ago, I watched a BlackBerry movie. It's so interesting movie, and then they didn't so much focus on new technology, and then iPhone is coming up and destroy everything, and now nobody has BlackBerry. Yeah. So we can give so many example kind of these things, not only telecom sector. And as a lawyer, my observation is I can see that like traditional law system it's now surviving, but in the future can be really hard. Imagine before, let me give you just one simple example. Before, when even divorcing, and it was the evidence, you just called some witness, but now most of evidence based on technology, with WhatsApp or there has to be evidence from the technology base, and you must know kind of these things. Not only this, and also nowadays so many law office doesn't need office and hire 100 people. Now it's some owner of the law office is good, but for the new lawyer is not really good. I don't know, because artificial intelligence is maybe take their job, and they have to be aware of this new technology because it's coming very strongly. And then that point, lawyers should adopt new technology and should not seem like AI their enemy. They should adapt to AI. For example, in my law office, I give them free ChatGPT, project GDP they can access. I say, my lawyers, you should learn this, not copy this. Learn this. How you can adapt your ability or your talent. So this is, and also now I believe in the upcoming future. Not only legal office, but most of people who they won't be in office anymore. They will meet in metaverse office, and they will meet their client in metaverse. It's now metaverse is not high topic, I know, but in the future it will be more adoption, and then people will just meet up their metaverse law office, and maybe they will have legal file against, and maybe it will be online court system. It can be happen in the future. So many futuristic things can be happen. But as a lawyer, we talk so much. That's why you should interrupt me. Otherwise, you have to listen until morning.
Well, Steve, you brought up a great point. By embracing the change rather than resisting the change, it helps you survive. Did you have anything you wanted to add, Jeffrey?
Yeah, exactly. Maybe I can just go from the exchange side. But first thing I want to make some clarification is that I'm not from the Hashi exchange. So probably you have know that there's a
capital.
Yeah, Hashi Capital, because we are crypto fund. Well, Hashi exchange is a regulated exchange within Hong Kong. So, but I just want to share my personal observation of the exchange, because right now, but maybe too long don't wait for this. For my insight is that I think maybe in the very near term, maybe medium term, so a centralized exchange will coexist with the decentralized exchange for a very long time. But maybe in the long term, I see there's lots of the decentralized and the trustless exchange will come out. So that's maybe my observations. So one example for that is that maybe back to 2 years ago, we see lots of the centralized exchange is building their own DEX, their own chain. And especially they are using Cosmos SDK to building their chains. So I think that's a very good example that this kind of decentralized technology could be very good complementary to the centralized exchange, to this centralized technologies, where they can also build their own chain, their own DEX to have more developers to build their own ecosystem. So I think that's maybe in a very we can foresee a future that this kind of solution is, I think, is maybe it's a better solutions or maybe better designs for all kinds of the financial system or maybe financial service providing companies. So I think maybe I think we can see more and more this kind of decentralized solution be adopted by the centralized companies.
That's a great point, Jeffrey. You're absolutely right that we can already see some evidence of centralized companies embracing decentralized technologies to survive the curve and make sure that they come out the other side as continuing to be relevant. Between Binance with Binance Chain and other examples, it's happening right in front of us. And as I think of all three of our panelists, all three of you, rather than working for just one company, all three of you work in a capacity where you get to deal with many companies, either through your funds or through your clients at your law firm. This means that instead of just looking at one thing, you get to look at an entire set of things. I'm wondering if there are any other notable examples from either your portfolio companies or your clients that illustrate the type of embracing of this technology to survive the curve, and maybe you'd like to discuss one or more of them to see how this fits in context.
Yeah, maybe let me. I think there's lots of examples, but let's say maybe there's some. Actually, I think there's some example of companies doing that, like maybe for some payment company. Actually, they are also providing this kind of paymaster solutions for the because we know there's AA wallets, account instruction wallets on the Ethereum right now. So there's lots of the paymaster servicing this kind of solutions are coming out. So right now we also observe that this kind of like for the payments companies or maybe that's solution companies, they also want to provide this kind of solutions for their maybe for some this kind of payments on the Ethereum itself. So that's I think examples for that expanding their business on another side. So it's not maybe maybe in the long term there's a mass adoptions for the Ethereum, for the Cosmos, for the Bitcoin. So that's if there's a trend that's happening, so this kind of payments company could survive in that trend. So that's maybe one example. And another example actually is coming from the Bitcoin system actually. So actually we also talk with I also talked with several other projects are building with the company with Bitcoin recently, especially like maybe Bitcoinomic. This projects, and they actually there's also some other like this payment solutions. They are also adopted the Lightning Network and other solutions to facilitate their settlement and also payments within the different regions of the world. So I think that's also a very interesting examples for them to doing like that, and they can also provide some like rewards for providing this kind of liquidities. So that's we also see for some of our portfolio and other partners.
Those are great examples. Do either of you have something to add?
Actually, as a legal aspect, mostly the centralized exchange and centralized background companies more interest to be involved in cryptos. The legal aspect. They want to have compliance in legal issue, and then because they are central and they have to obligate some in most of law system, and then that's why they need help for they need lawyers in this case. But my observation in decentralized exchange is a little bit far away from this, and they don't that much concern about legal. And they think we are decentralized. We are not centralized, so we don't have to be compliant in legal issue because we completely decentralized. We can whatever we want. But I don't believe this shouldn't be like that, because a decentralized system, it should be also concern of a legal and compliance of legal system. Why? Because it's not only, I believe freedom of the finance. This is another thing. As an investor, I also use DeFi system. No, I don't want a centralized system. As you know why we choose decentralized system, because it's never, we can see FTX and other things. You don't trust, you should be you should trust the system, but also you want your own money and financial freedom. But on the other side, so many once people have some problem in legal issue, they must also some people also be authorization and give this, how we say, I'm so afraid of talk about this subject, by the way, in this centralized panel. I know they don't like it that much to talk about this, but we,
It's a spicy topic for sure.
yeah. So as you see, I'm super nervous about that because I just only lawyer here in this decentralized event. So, but if we want sustainability business, we should concern about this case. As maybe new generation system we can build, not should be traditional. Maybe we can also help the lawyers and law office to adapt the new system. Maybe there should be also some legal tech and then compliance in decentralized system. Maybe that's why decentralized system very far away from this subject. And adoption not only will be the technology people, also for the lawyers, it have to be done. Yeah.
Let me take a slightly different angle to just provide a different color here. So, if I were to extrapolate your question on, how are our portfolio companies embracing this space, I'll talk a little bit about my non-crypto companies, right? So, vast majority of our portfolio is in regular tech companies that have nothing to do with the Web3 space just yet. And I think the boost in awareness that occurred over the last couple of years is incredible. And so a lot of people then turn to become crypto curious. And I think there seems to be a little bit of a gap now, where you have Web2 companies that are at the forefront of their respective tech feats, and what they're really looking to do is see if there's a sensible way to adopt some of the benefits that we see in the Web3 ecosystem. And you can look very tangibly at the first set of application use cases around loyalty points and a few others. But ultimately, what they're also looking for is the stability and resilience of a tool that is not going to let them down, not going to fail, not going to have bugs, and is really battle tested to push out to millions, tens, hundreds of millions of users. And so I think that's the interesting gap as to where our company's looking to embrace crypto. I think you start to see a lot of Web3 native protocols build brand partnerships, and I think that's a great first step. How do you merge Web2, Web3, really get the Web2 user base into Web3, or ultimately think about it as one ecosystem? But I think that gap is still to be filled. And I think one of the most exciting things I'm looking to see over the next couple of years is all the entrepreneurs out there in this room and others, they're actually building those applications and demonstrating to the Web2 companies that, hey, by the way, this is something you can offer your clients and work with us. Perhaps that's something we can do together.
Great thoughts. We're coming down to the end of our panel. I'd like to ask our panelists to maybe spend 30 seconds talking about the inverse. We've talked a lot about surviving the evolution, but Seema, you brought up BlackBerry, an exact example of a company that did not embrace the change. If we think of, humans survived the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs, let's talk about the dinosaurs. In 30 seconds or less, what do you think companies should be doing to make sure that they don't become the dinosaurs during this evolution that these blockchains are bringing us today?
Happy to kick it off. So from my perspective, I think what companies should be doing is what you're starting to see some companies do, which is first off attend events, conferences like these where they're mixing with folks that are really at the disruptive edge of where this technology is headed in all dimensions. I think second step is for them to actually test it out, right? It's all well and good to learn, and the next thing is to say, well, how does it make sense, or does it even make sense? And I think the vast majority of companies haven't really got their mindset around that yet, but I fully believe that a handful more will.
Excellent.
Yeah, okay, so I will go next. And I think I do believe that maybe in the futures, the companies should maybe adopt more like trustless and this kind of technologies. Not necessarily to be very decentralized, but this kind of technology should be verifiable and trustless within the network, within layer 1, layer 2, or maybe in applications, in roll-ups, or whatever, as long as they can verify it by trustless by any party. So that could be bring us to this future.
Excellent. Seema, the final word?
Yeah. Actually, we now have a great event here, and this is one of the steps we can fight for this. But also, still traditional institutions very powerful, and they have government support them, legal side support them. So I believe the crypto system also should be adoption in that way, and then involve other institutions in their adoption, and then not only small group, not only crypto guys, also to other institutions, even the public people, like the people on the street. We need to teach them what is this and how they can use this technology in their life. So then we can fight with dinosaurs, I believe.
It's great thoughts, Seema. Let's give a hand for our panelists. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Great job. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Right. All right. No. Well, I think it's time that we address the elephant in the room. The next speaker owes me money and probably owes you money too. So now we have Chris Amani, CEO of Terraform Labs. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Okay. It's good to be here. So let's get started. Yeah, that wasn't part of the script. So the original title of this presentation was The Past, Present, and Future of Terra, but after a couple of rehearsals, it was clear that if I was going to cover the past, I was probably just going to sit up here and cry for about 20 minutes. So we narrowed it down in scope a little bit. We want to talk about the future of Terra. We're really excited about what we're building, and we want to walk you through it. So for those of you that I don't know, my name is Chris Amani. I took over from Doe as the CEO of TFL about 6 months ago. I've been in the community since early 2021. I joined TFL as COO at the end of 2021. Was there for the DPEG
was in the room, in the war room, and we kind of plotted if we should relaunch the chain, how we should relaunch the chain, and have stuck around ever since to help see that vision through. So let's talk about the path forward. There are very few companies in crypto that are more singularly associated with their founder than Terraform Labs is with Doe. And regardless of what you think of him, it's his legacy that we're carrying forward today. And so it presents a unique opportunity with how to chart a path forward for a company that was so associated with its founder without him here to help. I think a lot of people in our ecosystem, a lot of people in our community, I've gone down the rabbit hole myself, have tried to parse his words right before he left to try to come up with an idea of what he wanted Terra to be and where it was going. But the reality is we were working with him on a daily basis to figure that out, and it wasn't yet clear. We were trying a lot of things. We were testing a lot of different things. He's an incredibly flexible thinker, and so he was coming up with new ideas on a daily basis. Just by virtue of the fact that I'm standing on this stage today instead of him means his circumstances have changed so much that whatever he was thinking at that time is probably not as relevant as you might think it is. But stepping into this role, I had to come up with some plan, right? And so what I decided to do was go back to 2021 when I got interested in Terra and think about the things that resonated most with me. And I was going back through all of the old content that I went through. This was Doe back before he was a Twitter celebrity, and he was just a guy building a protocol and a blockchain. And I found this quote in Decrypt from 2021. It says, "I'm one of the people who believe that Wall Street exists to serve Main Street and that capital allocated in a vacuum is meaningless." This was the original vision behind UST. It was to be useful, to be the most useful form of money. And in order to be the most useful form of money, it needed to be used in real economic activity. The original killer use case for UST was a point-of-sale system payments app that was in retailers in South Korea. My first aha moment with UST was being able to buy things on Amazon with it through Kado and have them shipped to my house. UST was never meant to be built on the back of an interest rate. Ultimately, UST failed, but this mission still resonates with me. I think if the DeFi systems we're building, if the protocols we're building are all just trading each other's incentive tokens, we're not going to build anything meaningful. We need to take crypto to Main Street, and we need to be able to bring Main Street to crypto. And so that's like one common thread from the philosophy that brought me to Terra that I think we can carry forward as we chart a path forward. The other one is cross-chain by default. UST was always meant to be used on any chain. It was mint and burned on Terra, and we love the Terra ecosystem and all the applications that we're building on Terra. But we loved it everywhere else as well. Within TFL, we were using all of the different applications across all of the blockchains. We had partnership deals with all of the major layer ones. We were integrating with a lot of protocols. It was impossible for Terra and for UST to hit its, to meet its objectives or to be what it wanted to be without leveraging all of crypto. We don't have a stablecoin anymore, right? And we're not going to have a stablecoin, which is controversial. Some people want us to build one, but we're not going to do another stablecoin. But we are going to build applications that bring Main Street to crypto. We're going to build applications that capture real-world activity and that are useful. And in order to do that, we have to take them cross-chain. We can't expect to onboard the next 100 million users and try to trap them in a box on a single blockchain. So those are like the two common themes that we carry forward from Terra circa 2021 into what we take into the future. To summarize, I would say these 5 bullet points are a good way of thinking about what we're going to do going forward. We're building much more than just a Terra blockchain. It's always been in TFL's DNA to build the applications as well. We built tons of applications. We spun them out. We have, I would say, 7 or 8 different applications under development right now, with, I'd say, another 10 in the queue ready to go. And so we're going to take these applications and we're going to try to figure out how to plug them into the real world and how to capture real economic activity on chain. We aren't ignoring the Terra blockchain, though. It is our home, and we do expect that it will thrive. We've also been rebuilding the Terra blockchain. So we've got a 2-year deep R&D effort to completely rebuild the Terra blockchain from scratch, Cosmos SDK compatible, IBC compatible. but much more scalable. And ultimately, that new blockchain will allow us an entirely new design space to build the applications we're going to need to fulfill our mission. Number 3, we will grow organically. This one's going to be a little bit controversial to some of our community, but we're working on building something that's going to last for a long time, right? And building those types of applications take time. They take focusing on different type of metrics, a focus on user retention, a focus on user engagement. I think crypto's done a pretty good job at figuring out how to acquire users. I think we've done a really bad job at figuring out how to retain them. And anyone who's built a successful business before will know that, you solve your problems from the bottom up in regards to your funnel. You solve for retention before you throw a lot of fire on top of the funnel in terms of user acquisition. So we've got a lot of applications under development. We're feeling good about the product market fit that we have, but we're going to iterate on them organically. We're going to take the feedback, we're going to apply new features, and we're going to continue to grow them in a sustainable way, in a responsible way, and make sure that we really nail customer retention, customer engagement before we throw a lot of user acquisition into the top of the funnel. And this will be a long process, right? We're going to have to grind this out. These types of applications that we want to build are not going to be these are not going to be kind of overnight success applications, although we do have some that have been in the works for a while that we think are ready to go now and that are going to get a lot of traction. I already covered cross-chain by design. I think the types of applications we're building are lacking in the Cosmos ecosystem. I think they're lacking in the crypto ecosystem. The vast majority of what we're going to build will be complementary to what I've seen presented here today. I think Cosmos needs a team that can build these applications. I don't think there are a lot of people working on them. And with the cross-chain by design, our plan is to take all these applications to your chain to interact with your protocol, but layer in a different type of application on top of them. So I think everything we're going to do is going to be super complementary to the stuff that's being built today. And lastly, I think in terms of like the suite that we're building, and I'm going to get into some of the products later, but we're going to have an entire suite of cross-chain applications that allow for commerce to happen in crypto, that allow us to bring economic activity on-chain again. The set of indexers and infrastructure that we're building, the tooling that we're going to have, we think Terra and Luna are going to be at the center of crypto commerce long into the future. So if these types of applications are the ones you want to build, Terra is going to be the place to do it. Okay, so let's get into the applications. I think if you're familiar with Terra, you're familiar with Station. This is our flagship product at this point. People loved it. It was one of the most popular applications in the last bull market. I would say one of the either number 2 or number 3 most used wallets behind MetaMask. It was beautiful. It worked. That was V1. In V2, we launched a cross-chain version of this, and it was awful. I couldn't use it. If you loved V1, you hated V2. That's just a fact. But we learned a lot about cross-chain, and we've been taking those learnings, and we're putting those learnings into Station V3. And if you love Station V1, you're going to love Station V3. It takes everything you loved about the original version of Station. It's beautiful. It's intuitive. It abstracts away everything you need it to abstract, and it applies it to cross-chain. We're really excited to get this out. Beyond next year, this thing is going to be the portal for consumers using all of our applications. It will be much more than a web wallet. But for now, we think we're going to have one of the best wallets on the market out, and that version 3 will be out in the next couple of months. Enterprise. Really excited about Enterprise. Some of you might have heard of Enterprise DAO. That was just a tip of the spear of what we want to do with the Enterprise brand. Enterprise is ultimately a brand about how you can do business in Web3. We started with Enterprise DAO, and we're rolling out now Enterprise Hub, which is a Web 2.5 wrapper around a number of different tools that help you build applications and run your business in crypto, and hopefully try to bring as much of your economic activity on-chain as possible. Treasury is the next app that will be out. The equivalent competitor to this is Gnosis Safe, but Treasury will be cross-chain by default. It'll be Cosmos by default, and will allow teams and protocols to run all of their payments out of Enterprise. The next thing that will launch on Enterprise is Enterprise Payments. Enterprise Payments will allow either DAOs or treasuries to run payroll on-chain. It'll allow them to do vesting contracts on chain for tokens. You would be able to set up payment streams. You can use yield redirection. So if a DAO or a protocol team has a DeFi position and they want to fund payments out of the yield that they're getting, they can do that. And the cool thing about it is all of those streams are represented as NFTs. So there are a lot of interesting things you can do with those NFTs in DeFi protocols, and a lot of kind of interesting swap mechanisms you could build around those as well. So payments will tie together kind of DAO and Treasury and the ability to make payments. And then the last thing you see up here is labor market. This is our first attempt at a truly commercial app where we're going to try to bring entire labor markets on chain. And enterprise labor is the first version of that. It's a place where either a DAO or a treasury or an individual can post a job that they need work done for. It's a place where either of those entities can also pick up a job and do work. It's going to be wrapped in a reputation layer that we've already built. So an individual, a DAO, or a protocol that's doing work for another party will be building reputation at the same time. That reputation will be completely decentralized. They can take it with them to any platform they want to use. They can use it in Web 2. They can use it in Web 3. It really brings the best of Web 3 to, it kind of combines the best of experience you would see in something like Upwork or Fiverr, but with the sovereignty of owning all of your data, owning your profile, and not having platform lock-in. And then the hub is a wrapper. The hub will continue to expand as well. We have a list of 4 or 5 other projects or products that we want to build in the enterprise hub that are going to make running a business in crypto a lot easier. The hub will eventually be a platform for other developers as well. So if you like enterprise and you have an idea about an app that you want to launch inside of it, you'll be able to integrate and launch that app as well. Next up is Warp. Our team's pretty excited about Warp. Warp is an automation tool for Web3 protocols. Right now, a lot of protocols in crypto are handling automation with bots run on centralized servers. We want to bring all of that economic activity on chain, and Warp allows you to do that. There's an SDK that you can program into. We have a keeper network that will run those jobs automatically for you. More efficient, more decentralized, crypto native. If you want to learn more about Warp, the way they do it also, incredibly flexible. I'm not smart enough from a technical perspective to explain it to everyone. We have a workshop tomorrow at 10 a.m. and a small hackathon. So if you're still running centralized automations, come talk to us about Warp. We can help you out. We can decentralize all of that and bring it on chain. Foundation is a product that we developed out of frustration we had with trying to launch Station v2. We relied on public infrastructure, which was often spotty. And then a lot of the outages we had were just out of our control completely. So we wanted to build an entire infrastructure network or framework where we could control, we could make sure it was scalable, and we could provide all of the data we needed to launch the types of applications we wanted to build. The interesting thing about Foundation is we have it built out now. It's scalable. It's really not that expensive to use. And so we're opening up for free for anyone who wants to use it. So if you are a chain that wants someone else to run your infrastructure, your public infrastructure for you, we can do that. If you're an application that's launching on Terra, I've heard of applications on Terra that are spending upwards of almost $1 million a year for infrastructure. We can run that for you for free. If you're an application that just wants free access to the data so you can build your own indexers or even have generalized indexers, it would be free for you as well. So come find our team if that's interesting to you. There are a lot of different ways to partner with us on Foundation. We're really excited about this project because we think it's going to make building all of your applications a lot easier and a lot less expensive. So come find us. Alliance is an interesting one. There's a lot you can do with this. I haven't fully wrapped my head around all of the use cases, but Alliance is an open source Cosmos SDK module that allows you to redirect yield, redirect your staking rewards to other purposes. So you can create alliances with other chains to try to drive like mutual beneficial economic activity. You can direct alliance rewards or your staking rewards to LPs that you want to incentivize on your chain. There are a lot of different things you can do here. All of the use cases, I couldn't go through all of them today. It's its own presentation. If you want to learn more about it, it's just like a really cool way to redirect all of your, or redirect some portion of your staking to achieve other potential outcomes. So come find us at the booth and we can tell you more about it. And the last product on the list is JAX. This is JavaScript smart contracts in Terra. So we're hoping that this provides a new design space for developers who want to build on Terra. This will be ready at the end of the year. Vanilla JavaScript smart contracts. It should make developing in Cosmos and on Terra specifically a lot more easier and open us up to a lot of new types of applications. Lastly, what's next? I haven't covered everything, but there are a few more things that we haven't fully announced yet, but I can tease here today. Project Verity is our reputation project. So we've been experimenting with decentralized identity and reputation. I think in order to make these marketplaces actually work and functional, we need people who are using them to be able to build an identity and build a reputation. This plugs into like the best-in-class decentralized identity protocols that are using zero-knowledge proof. So you could also integrate other types of certifications in as well. It would allow for DAOs to vote based on humanness rather than tokens. A ton of different use cases that could be built on top of this. So if you've been looking to build an application based on decentralized identity, but you haven't found an implementation that you're happy with, we have one. We're pretty excited about it, and we think it's gonna change. It's gonna open up an entirely new space for consumer applications. Number 2, Project Tashkent. We see that on Terra there's going to be a lot of different type of marketplaces. There are a few that we want to launch ourselves, whether they're one-sided or whether they're like a regular e-commerce type of application. Project Tashkent is like the tools that you need to build your own. So Enterprise Labor Market is an implementation of Project Tashkent, but the tools that are in Project Tashkent would allow anyone who builds on Terra to get a jump start, to have all of like kind of the Lego pieces in place to build your own marketplace. So if you're interested in building marketplaces, if you're interested in building commercial apps, Project Tashkent will give you all of the tools you need to do so. You'll just be able to take what we've already built, modify it, and turn it into your own application. Lastly, Project Quill is a big one. We've been working on this for 2 years. This is rebuilding the Terra blockchain. This is a deep R&D effort. It's going to make our blockchain faster, less expensive, more decentralized, and it's going to plug into IBC and it's going to plug into Cosmos SDK. We're really excited about this. We think it's going to open up like an entirely new set of applications that can be built on top of our blockchain. I think that'll ultimately help us, and ultimately will be needed for us to kind of reach this vision of being able to do apps that can actually handle real economic activity. That's all I have, 20 seconds left. Just one more note to all the Terra community that's listening in right now. You guys are wild. Thanks for sticking around. We look forward to building with you, and we love you guys. Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Okay, now it's time to talk about validators, and for that, we have Michael Greenberg from Allnodes. Michael, welcome. Applause, come on.
One, two. All right, thank you for inviting me here. My name is, oh, by the way, where's my clicker? Thank you. Which one is this here? The green one? Green one forward, all right. Okay, here we go. It doesn't work. Doesn't work. Okay, here we go. Thank you. Okay, my name is Michael. I'm Chief Operating Officer at Allnodes. Allnodes is non-custodial staking platform. We currently support over 80 protocols, and 30 of those are Cosmos-based chains. You see, I came from time when TV was black and white. So I'm that old. Now, fast forward a little bit, I saw a color TV. I was fascinated. I looked at it with fascination and just listening to news. I was very little. And I was, just looking at it, couldn't understand any word what was saying there. Then fast forward a little bit, my friend introduced me to a blockchain. Same fascination, listening to him, talking about blockchain, still don't understand any word. Then fast forward a little bit to this day, here I am in front of you at the stage, fascinated, still don't understand every word. But we as a company brought you something that might really make you fascinated. You might not understand every word, but it's true innovation. What we do, what we help to do for the validators is we're going to make their lives easier. And how we're going to do it, I'm just going to show you now. So it's not about presenting something like eureka moment that is like groundbreaking in our industry. It's just a simple way of interacting with the ecosystem, making life of the validators and delegators easier. And how we do it is through intuitive node management, grant management, simplifies governance, and free RPC endpoints. Let's begin with the initial step. If you're a validator, how do you create a validator? You have to spin it up. You have to activate validator. You need to generate mnemonic for your owner address. Then import mnemonic into Linux-based client, CLI. Then for that particular network, protected by a long password, create a key store file, protected by a long password, and should be, and do it all over again for every validator. What if you have 20 of them? What if you have 30 of those validators? What if you have 30 validators on each of 30 networks that you support? So this becomes a full-time job. It's really impossible. So what we do, what you have, so 30 validators, 30 owner addresses, 30 key store files, plus 30 passwords on a headache and security risks, right? So you need a terminal. If you want to make even a slight change to your validator node, something like changing the name or changing commission fee, what you're going to need to do, you're going to open the terminal, you're going to connect to your server with your Linux-based wallet, type long commands, and do it all over again for every single task, passwords, and so on and so forth. So you can see the picture, right? It paints the picture. So the problem that we solve is one ledger for all the validator-related tasks that you need. So basically, delegate all validator-related tasks to that ledger, and from that ledger, you will be able to manage all of your nodes on all of your Cosmos networks without even knowing the mnemonic key, the original mnemonic key. Not only that, that ledger that will be not controlling but performing tasks on all of your nodes won't have even a single coin because it will use the money that is in your original ledger to perform those tasks. So for example, completing task for every single of those, like you see on the screen, commission rate, validator, description, identity, website change, all these requires all these long commands that you need to type in manually, prone to a lot of mistakes. Now, next one, this is our solution. One ledger to manage all of your validators. problems that we solve, owner address security risks, gone. You will see soon how we implement it. I will show you on the screen. Node managed complexity. You will be able to manage those nodes with a single click without typing anything, no passwords, no long commands, no CLI whatsoever. Governance, you will be able to, with one click, follow all the proposals across the entire spectrum of a Cosmos network. 50, 100, 200 nodes, 1,000 nodes. I can tell you, All Nodes is one of the largest infrastructure providers. We run close to 45,000 nodes. We have 80 protocols on our infrastructure. 30 plus of those are Cosmos-based. We have over $2 billion AUM. And I can tell you that this is how we operate. The Cosmos-based chains operate everything that is dealt with nodes is taken care of with one ledger only, no manual commands whatsoever. So one solution through simplified node management and without sharing your mnemonic and private key. So this is how it's done. Basically, you go on our website, log in. You can do it. You don't have to be our own client. It's free. This system is free. You don't have to be client. You don't know how. You can be just. You can run your infrastructure anywhere outside of All Nodes. It doesn't have to be on our infrastructure. Click on Monitor. You will be prompted with this screen. Choose the selected desired network. Depends on what validator, on which network you have it, and just start watching it. Now the next screen will show you that your node with some additional details. And then click on 3 dots to the right side, and this is the prompt that you're getting. There's a lot to unpack here, but what I'm going to specifically mention right now is that you click Edit Validator. Once you click Edit Validator, you will be prompted with the screen, choose your type of wallet. We support a lot of them. In this particular case, we choose Kepler wallet. It can be a Ledger, it could be a Kepler. Now, that Kepler wallet has already imported a mnemonic key of your node, of your validator node. So you need to access it, correct? So once you click on it, this is the magic. All the add actions with the node that you can perform are listed here. This is just a small part of it because you can scroll up. There's many more down there. And what you do, let's change the name. You click on change name, type your name. Again, remember before I mentioned CLI, commands, passwords, copy, paste, billions of movements at the same time. Click next and you complete it. You just changed the name of your node within literally, I don't know, 20 seconds. It's going to be much faster than I'm presenting it here. Okay? So now, the next thing I'm going to be talking about is grant management. So that's another beast, and it's real fun. Now, let's say you have a wallet with a lot of money in it, okay? And you're constantly performing tasks like withdrawing staking rewards, changing commission, voting, anything of that nature. And imagine you connect your ledger constantly, and not to mention important mnemonic keys, how much time that takes. What if you can delegate these tasks to another ledger, to completely different address? Pick your employee, pick your neighbor, pick whatever you want. Pick your own phone. Delegate to that phone those tasks and do those tasks from your phone. Now, your phone won't even have a single penny on it because what we do, how we created the system, your phone pretty much uses the money from your main account to perform those tasks. How we achieve that? By utilizing OFS, I don't know how to pronounce it correctly, SDK model with the lesser known fee grant model from, again, SDK, from Cosmos SDK. So basically, you're giving permissions to that ledger, and you perform all these tasks. So basically, what we achieve, we save you money, save time, because time is money. You can, in your organization, you can select certain key people to, let's say, you're going to be voting, you're going to be staking, unstaking, you will be changing commissions, and so on and so forth. Without them knowing any of your mnemonic key. Basically, we secure, increase your security to galactical proportion. You will never, ever access your ledger, your mnemonic key, forever. You don't need it because everything that you need to do with your node is being granted to certain key addresses that you select. That employee was fired, no problem. You revoke those grants. He lost his phone, no problem at all. So the same thing goes with the governance. Governance is the most complex thing in Cosmos. There's so many proposals. There's so many things that you need to follow to track them. Look in the browser, read them up. We created a system that solidifies everything into one place where you look, vote, right in the UI that we designed. So multiple proposals on many networks, no problem. This is one place in our system where you can just log in. Again, it's free. I mean, you just import your node and start doing this. There's no problem. It's like within less than 20 seconds. You see those orange dots? These are pressing votes, means that within 24 hours, the vote is going to be, you need to vote within 24 hours. So just click on it, drop down menu, choose, read a little bit about the proposal, read more if you want, everything within one place. Select yes, no, abstain, click done. You want to do it yourself? Fine. You want someone to vote on your behalf? That's great. The most important thing is that your mnemonic is secure. No one has ever access to it. And you can delegate that to a particular address. So basically, one ledger, as many networks as possible. I'll talk briefly about RPCs, but just to explain a few things, and one more, reiterate and give you that idea that how great this is. Imagine that I am diving, okay? I can vote on my phone. I can do anything, stake, restake, and delegate everything pretty much with the node if I have the rights, right? On my phone, without having any money on it, okay, at all, because the process takes money from the original wallet. Yeah, I'm diving underwater. If I'm drowned, that's no problem. I lost my phone. What's going to happen? My boss from headquarters at all knows what he will do. He will revoke those grants and delegate those grants to another phone with a live person. And that person can go and do base jumping. No insurance required. What's the beauty of it? There's no security risk ever at any moment in time. I lost it. If someone comes to me with the gun, there's nothing on it. But at the same time, I can do pretty much everything that I'd be allowed to. So free RPC endpoints, guys, we believe that if we do a node management system for Cosmos ecosystem, and it's free, we need to support new development projects with the free endpoints. So build apps, send transaction, access data, it's all there. If you're a new project, you want to build something new, come over, we might help you out. Talk to us at the booth. By the way, all the demonstrations of everything that I just spoke to happen in our booth. You can actually do voting with us. You can change your vote. Everything is instantly. No skills required, okay? So we help businesses to use their basic save time. And I believe we increase the adoption because more people can participate in voting, more people can participate and try the business of validating as well. Okay, so this is publicnode.com, free RPCs, literally free, come do whatever you want, unlimited. And these are the Cosmos-based network that we currently support. And this is all I wanted to say. So basically, to recap, enhanced private security, private key security of owner address using grants. Second, without dashboard, you won't miss a single proposal. Easy, free. Now you can grant rights to your employees, to yourself as well. Imagine you travel and you want to spend time somewhere and you know that you have important things to do, like let's say voting or something of that nature. You can do it on your phone, sitting on the mountains, smoking a cigar and drinking coffee. There's no problem. You don't have to log off with all these keys. There's no need for 30 keys. There's no need or anything like that. It's secure to 100%. And no needs, obviously, to remember a bunch of commands. Everything operates through our interface. And with this, I finish my presentation. Thank you.
I have the pleasure of introducing our... Okay, sorry. No worries. Can we start? Sure. Okay, I have the pleasure introducing our next speaker, Theo Pelliot. He is head of ecosystem OKP4. And OKP4 also one of the sponsors of HackMoss. Please welcome Theo. We are pretty excited to have you here.
Thank you. Hey everyone. Before we dive into off-chain coordination, let me start with a question. What do all these require? Like managing a portfolio well, taking a good business decision, healing a disease, inventing a new product? What they all require is knowledge. Knowledge is the ability to know that to buy ETH instead of iOS in 2020, or it's navigating difficult situations, difficult environments. It's knowledge about the human body, about microbiology. It's very important, right? But where does it come from? In the world of Tai Lopez, in the physical world, it comes from books and brain. You have a book, you have a brain to read the book and to process it, then you have knowledge. Simple. In the digital world, it's a bit of the same. You have data sets, algorithm. The data sets are processed by algorithm. You have knowledge. The subtle difference is that the data sets and the algorithm, they can be copied infinitely at almost zero marginal cost. And that's really powerful. There's a problem, though, is that the digital world is very siloed. I mean, a lot of people have managed to build protocols or to build systems that can share infrastructure for computation or storage, but still the data and the algorithm themselves, they are not shared. They are mostly the companies, they keep it for themselves. Even as an individual, we don't want to expose our data. And that's a huge issue, right? Pepe is sad because the data and the algorithm are not shared, and the knowledge is not created. So that's why we have rug pulls, that's why we have pandemics, that's why we have hunger, that's why we have climate change. We don't know how to solve these problems. It's a matter of knowledge. So what's the alternative? The alternative is, yeah, we all share our data, our algorithms, and there are our own terms. We contribute together toward a common goal, and we are all rewarded for that. That would be nice, right? So why not? Why isn't that the case? First, the main reason is we don't have the right tools to coordinate ourselves. It's really the main issue, and there's some good news here. Crypto is the future of social coordination. A lot of people say crypto is the future of finance, but finance is just a social coordination system. Really, the basics of crypto is about social coordination, and finance is just one system. And that's why we've built, and we're still building, the Open Knowledge Protocol. It's a protocol that is specifically designed to enable off-chain coordination at scale. This is a brief history. It started with Bitcoin, a pretty simple crypto-enabled coordination system where miners and nodes, they contribute together to have a database of scarce units that can be transferred. It's the payment. Then came Ethereum with DeFi, with NFTs, with DAOs, a bit more complicated coordination system. But this is really the beginning. This is really, I mean, there is a lot of more complex and more exciting things that are to come. So OKP4, to be more specific, it's the first settlement layer for off-chain workflows using shared resources. So it's a settlement layer, like any blockchain, but it's for off-chain workflows. So workflows are a set of actions towards a desired outcome, but these workflows are based on shared resources. So shared data sets, shared algorithm, shared resources for computation, shared software, anything can be orchestrated through a workflow using the blockchain. So to be more specific, the blockchain, it enables to define any rules on chain. So basically any rule attached to any resource. So you have data, you have algorithm, you can reference it through the protocol, and you can attach some rules to it, like what does it take to access it? Do you need some credentials? What is the business model? Any kind of rules you can attach to it. And so once you have the rules and once you have the resources, then you can initiate workflows on these resources. And so there is basically two kinds of users. There are the providers who are referencing their data sets, their algorithm, and defining the rules. And there is a consumer who can basically build a workflow and say, oh, I want this to happen. I want to access such data sets and mix it with such other data set and algorithm. And so the consumer will do a request, and if it's done in compliance with the rules, then the workflow will happen off-chain. So to be very clear, the data sets and algorithm, they are not on-chain. They are shared, they are referenced in the protocol, they are described in the protocol, like the metadata of the data and the algorithm, but they stay off-chain. They're just referenced in the blockchain. Same for the computation. The blockchain, all it does is making sure that the rules are enforced, that they are respected, but then the computation happens off-chain, where the people have decided for it to happen. So what it enables OKP4 is to reference any resource, as I said, to define any rules, and to enforce these rules. And this has a lot of different use cases. But first, how does it work? There is 3 pillars. This is mostly defined by a set of modules and smart contracts on the chain. But the first pillar is the governance. So it's the rules, it's a law. So if we wanted for people to define their rules on, for example, Ethereum, you would need many smart contracts, at least one smart contract, every once someone wants to introduce a new rule, and that's pretty bad in terms of composability and in terms of performance and many things. So we've implemented a Prolog interpreter as a module in the blockchain. A Prolog is a programming language designed specifically to define facts and rules, so it's perfect to do that, and we've built it on-chain. Then we have the ontology. So the ontology is let's say the semantic representation of everything that is shared. So the data sets, the algorithms, the services that are shared, they are all described in the ontology, and you can see the link between them. And once you have once you have the ontology with the resources and the rules applied to it, there is a whole set of smart contracts for orchestration that enforce the rules, like payments, like everything that is related to the economy and to the incentives for the off-chain world to work. So this is another way to explain it. This set of smart contracts and module, it can orchestrate anything off-chain, and it's literally anything. It can even be bank accounts, it can even be the Twitter accounts, it can be anything as a service. And
it can be orchestrated under any conditions you want. And that's really powerful. I mean, you don't realize it, so that's why I'm going to use an example, but it's really powerful. As an example, let's dive into AI. So it's a buzzword, I know, but it makes sense to explain to you how it works. So AI, you know, for context, they are created every day by the thousands. They are getting better every day. They're probably going to take your job. They're controlled by a handful of corporations, and these corporations get even more powerful as the AI becomes more powerful. This is a map of the main contenders, the 4 dark horses, and I mean, are we something to do here? Maybe. What about crypto? So I've consulted with thousands of scientists that came up with this figure. So it's a very robust figure, but yes, this market exists in the middle. There's something to do. Why? I mean, how does crypto contribute to AI? For examples, composability, the ability to define rules for data requirements and to make them composable with each other and with the algorithms. Ease of capital formation, you create a token, you have capital. Incentive alignment, of course, to create the right incentives for people to contribute toward an outcome that is collectively specified. Reducing trust assumptions, of course, you remove the intermediaries, you create trustless or trust-limited systems. It's way better to create this right environment where you have the trust and the incentives. And of course, on-chain governance, you all know that. So that's why we're announcing the OKP4 AI Factory. What does it look like and what its purpose? So the question is, what if AI was collaboratively trained, collaboratively owned, collaboratively governed? That would be nice. What kind of AI? Any kind, basically, from very large foundation models to very specialized models with a very specific use case, from open source to proprietary. That's available. And the AI Factory, basically, it's 3 things. So it's a set of rules and governance templates. So this is things that we provide and that anyone can use. It's data requirements definition that anyone can tweak or can use as is. It's contribution quantification mechanisms. So it's how a collective of people contribute to the AI and how do we measure their contribution and how do we reward them or give them some ownership of the AI. And then a token factory for DAOs that want to use the AI Factory. Then a set of open source algorithms ready to be trained, and a set of tailored service and workflows for builders and developers to create their AI or DAO AI very easily. And a set of integration and connectors with the more Web 2-like world for cloud, but even with protocols like, I don't know, Akash, I don't know, SuperCloud maybe. And let me show you the AI Factory, what it looks like in terms of UI and in terms of interfaces. This is a portal of OKP4. It's a very generic portal, but within it, you can use all the templates that are available. You can interact with the protocol, basically, in a no-code way. So first, you have to create a zone. So a zone is a set of rules that will be the foundation for the whole ecosystem to be built on top. And here, because you want to create this AI DAO, you need to create the zone that will be the foundation for the collective of people to contribute. And so you create a zone, you define the title, what is it for, and then you use a template. So it's a template of rules. Here is the AI Factory. The template, it has a preset of rules that are applied to the zone. So for example, identity management, do we use the keys? Do we use some more Web 2-like authentication system? Same for the governance model. Is it like with a token? Is it a multi-sig? Is it just a single person that has access to it? Regarding the data set, same. You can define all the rules you want, like what kind of data set are allowed, who can edit the metadata, is the download of that data enabled within that zone or not. Same for the services, what kind of services, and of course the business model. So once you have all the rules defined, you create your zone, so you push a transaction into the protocol, and then it's accepted and your zone is created. Great, we have a zone. Now, as a contributor, I want to share some data sets. Anyone can do that. So I want to share a data set, so I will, use this interface. Maybe I have a data set in my local computer, so I will need to use a storage service, or maybe I just have it available on the cloud somewhere, and I just need to reference it. But here in that situation, maybe we want to use a service to store it. That's fine, okay? And then we need to describe the data. So we need to fill the metadata of that data and describe it as well as possible for the other people to use it. So that's my job. I will fill the blanks, and then I will reference my data into the protocol. So my data, as I said, it's off-chain. We just reference it and describe the metadata and the rules on-chain. And then I reference it in the protocol. That's great. Now imagine there is thousands of different individuals who contributed with their data sets and their algorithm, and we need to train that AI finally. So we are going to build a workflow. Here is a workflow builder. So it's an interface where you can drag and drop the data sets and their algorithm together. And here we are creating a simple workflow to convert two DGen1, DGen2 data into a compatible data format, and then use these two data sets with the price history of Pepe to train our foundation model here. And then we want to make that AI accessible via API, so we put a connector. Now I need to pay, and if I respect the rules of each of these data sets and the rules of the zone, then the transaction will be accepted by all the validators who will check all the different rules and say, okay, it's compliant with the rules, we accept the transaction, and then in the off-chain world, there is the workflow engine and the different algorithms and data sets that are listening to the blockchain and that basically make the magic happen. So these workflow engine, they are only listening to the blockchain, and only if there is a consensus, and only if the rules are respected, that the different access rights are given. So this was a simple example about an AI factory. Maybe not that simple, but still, it's a lot of possibilities. But what else? I think we need to go way bigger than just DeFi and NFTs. I mean, these use cases in the off-chain world, they are pretty huge. And that's where we come in, and that's what we want to build, is this right governance infrastructure for any off-chain thing. And maybe you want to build, as a builder, as a developer, you want to create a use case for decentralized physical infrastructure network, or you want a DAO to have access to a Twitter account and publish through it, or maybe you want just to do some analytics based on data that is shared by many people, and even data, and even private data. You want these people to contribute without losing the risk of losing ownership of their data. And these kind of use cases, they'll soon be available, and soon people will build on OKP4 for these kind of use cases. Now, we've built using the Cosmos SDK, of course, for a sovereignty reason, but there are also the IBC and the Cosmosm that enable interoperability. And that's really huge because as a hub for governance and for rules definition and access to the off-chain world, we're going to benefit from the whole interchain. And you know protocols like Akash, like Jackal that provide, let's say, infrastructure services in the off-chain world and marketplace for off-chain infrastructure. It goes way beyond that, and every protocol will soon benefit from it. And that's the idea. And the key term here is sovereign interoperability, to really be sovereign but interoperable. So where are we now? So now we're in testnet since November 2022. We thank very much all our validators who helped us a lot during this quite long journey. We found no critical exploit yet since that time with 150 validators. And now the modules and the smart contracts are deployed. We're going to end that phase of the incentivized testnet to get ready for mainnet. Right now we have our builders program that is open for anyone to build on top of the protocol. And we have an ambassador program that will start very soon, in the 4th of October. So when mainnet? Mainnet is coming for 2023, exactly when the bull market returns, right? So I want to finish with this quote. It's the ultimate use of token is to coordinate real-world behavior at scale. I think it's really true. If you think as well, please, as a builder, join us, just build with us, build on top of the protocol. As an ambassador, please learn about it. It's pretty abstract and difficult maybe to know these new terms now, but it will come and we need a lot of education on it. And as an investor, you can reach me out as well.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Thanks for presentation on OKP4, Theo. And right now, it's a privilege to have Park Fairback join us right now. She's head of community Anoma and Namada. Please welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming today. Are we going to get the presentation up? Not seeing it. Okay, hi. I am Park. I am head of community at Heliax. We are one of many contributors that is working on Namada. And today, what I'm going to be speaking to you about is bringing modular privacy to the interchain. So I just want to spend a little bit of time talking about what this is. But in order to start talking about what it is that Namada can do for the Cosmos, I think we have to ask ourselves first, what does the Cosmos care about, right? And I think there's any amount of debate that can come up around this question. But the central value props of the Cosmos ecosystem are we have app chains and interoperability. App chains meaning that you can have ecosystems that are built around very specific purposes and can be implementations that are very direct. And then interoperability, allowing all these protocols to interact with one another in a way that they can become interdependent, right? So having app chains and interoperability means that these chains can depend on one another for features and services, but it also means that chains can depend on one another to solve each other's problems, right? It's not just the sharing of liquidity, but it's also seeing that as one protocol works on one problem, maybe there's something that's missing and another protocol can offer that. And what this means is that the single chain thesis can be dead, right? We can have interaction that provides the means for resilience between domains. We've seen this already happen in the Cosmos. We've seen entire domains go down and it have marginal effect on the ecosystem. And it means that one chain is not going to rule them all. So interoperability, being in a required quality of all future blockchain technology, means that we can continue to engage in this collaboration and be more resilient. And I think, or we think, that this is the bet that the Cosmos is taking. So how can chains work together to solve problems? And what's missing in the Cosmos if we can interact with one another in order to build these guarantees for each other? Well, first off, there are implications for having blockchains public by default. So let's think about that a little bit. What does it mean for blockchains to be public by default? Well, it turns out, actually, it means every domain right now is public by default for the most part, unless you're specifically a privacy chain. And what this means is that all of your accounts, all of your history, all of your transactions, all of your interaction with that chain, all the way back to the beginning of the chain, is visible. It means that maybe entire businesses could be built around knowing who you are. So if all blockchains are public by default, and they can't retrofit privacy because of the way they've been built, this presents a problem for being able to work backward and correct the inability for maybe big businesses or even individuals to decipher who you are across the domains that you're interacting with. It also means that with current privacy networks, if you're isolated to your individual network, you can't share privacy between domains. So you have to ask the question, how do we fix that? So I'm going to speak a little bit about where we are in terms of the state of privacy. Right now, we have privacy as an asset, right? And that's useful, but only within the domains where you're doing it, right? Up until the present time, if you want to engage in privacy, you have to interact entirely within that individual domain. But IBC makes things interoperable, right? That's a fantastic utility function. The problem is, everyone can see what you're doing across the interchain. So not only can they see your entire history of interaction on the chain where you might have started from, but also every other chain that you connect to in the future. And you know what? That's probably not that private. So interoperability means you become more visible through these interactions if there's a way to link it back to your original account. So if we need to get to a point where we have privacy by default across all systems, and we need to figure out how to get there, there's probably something that we need here. We need a way to retrofit privacy to the domains that already exist. And Nemata is building this as privacy as a service. We need a way to retrofit privacy to the domains that already exist, to all of the public blockchains that can accept this sort of implementation and are connectable through IBC or through bridging. And Nemata probably solves this. So what is Nemata? Let's talk a little bit more about that. Nemata is a network united around bringing privacy to public blockchains and their users. And the way we do that is by providing the means for an asset-agnostic anonymity set and rewarding people who engage in privacy and giving people the means to operate privately from within Nemata in other domains. It also provides governance through stewardship. Nemata is built of a protocol, a community, and a token. And so I'm going to go into a little bit more detail about what each one of these can offer. So first of all, let's talk about the protocol. The protocol is a cubic proof-of-stake layer 1 that gives this initial offering to the domains that it's connected to. It provides asset-agnostic privacy to the Cosmos. So to break that apart, it's built out of 3 core modules: the unified shielded set, the ability to commit shielded actions from within the set, and the cubic proof-of-stake model. So I've been mentioning this asset-agnostic pool for a while now, and I don't think I've really given you a lot of detail on how it works. But for the Cosmos' purposes, and for all domains that it's connected to, you can take your assets, bring them into the pool, and then they become anonymous. Pulling your assets into the pool turns them into tokens that cannot be identified to an account, but are still connected to your ability to use them. And the interesting quality of this is as you continue to add assets to the multi-asset shielded pool, you increase the anonymity of the overall set, which means that if more people engage in privacy, more privacy increases across the domains that can connect to the multi-asset shielded pool. And this is why we say that size matters. As the multi-asset shielded pool increases the amount of assets inside the pool, privacy goes up. And this affords the possibility for adjusting to the fact that privacy is not available across all the other across domains previous to Nemata. So next I'm going to speak about what shielded actions are, which are what you can do from within the multi-asset shielded pool. If the multi-asset shielded pool has you holding your assets in there, that's great, but what can you do from there, right? Well, you can perform actions that allow you to transact outside of the multi-asset shielded pool, do something like a swap on osmosis, and then bring your assets back into the shielded set. And that entire action is made on a temporary account. It performs the action outside of the set, and it's returned to the set, and it's never associated with the original holder of the tokens unless you take them out of the set. So this allows you to engage in privacy at rest. This allows you to hold onto the guarantees that you have unlinkability from the actions that you perform across the cosmos. And last, I'm going to speak about the cubic proof of stake model, which is the Sybil resistance method that we have in Namada. So cubic proof of stake allows for faster efficiency of verification by light clients, resulting in quicker overall state changes. Cubic slashing, which means that we keep validators honest. If they increase the amount of assets that they're holding inside or managing as validators, we penalize them if they put themselves at risk. And finally, auto-compounding rewards, which I think everyone will be very happy about, so you don't have to keep clicking the stake button on Kepler, on wallets in general. So then, additionally, we have to talk about the community that supports this protocol and how it is that they can contribute. So these are all of the users, validators, developers, all of those who maintain and sustain the network across its history and engage in making sure that the mission of Namada grows outward, participate in stewardship and in governance, and increase the anonymity of the unified shielded set. So that means every user who adds their assets to Namada, you can consider as a part of our community, because what you're doing is you're collaborating with other people who are engaging in privacy. And we reward you for it. So then we have the token, and we use this unit of account, the NAM token, to do fee payment, inflationary rewards for staking. So this gives us our summary of the pieces of what Namada can be, which is the protocol, yes, but it's also a network of individuals and technology and pieces that fit together to increase the anonymity set. And then all of them can use this NAM token as an incentive mechanism across the technology. So what's the outcome? I've explained to you, I gave you a pretty high-level understanding of Namada itself. But what's the outcome on that original vision we were talking about, where we said that we're trying to offer privacy to other domains? Well, if the app chain and interoperability thesis is correct, and an app chain can help out another domain, then maybe if we add Namada to the mix, we'll see some interesting effects. You'll start seeing a lot more private actions from within the multi-asset shielded pool, from the unified shielded set. You'll start increasing privacy across all domains, and then maybe the cosmos can become a lot more private. So this is what Namada is. Namada is privacy as a service. And for the cosmos, this means engaging in privacy across IBC, holding your assets within the multi-asset shielded pool, and earning rewards for this. It also means, and this isn't what I went into in this presentation, but ceding privacy to other domains, and we're built around this premise, right? It's not just for the cosmos, but for anything that Namada can connect to. And this is what Namada is constructed around, and hopefully will become the start of a movement towards retrofitting privacy to public chains. So what can users do? Well, on the protocol itself, you can earn rewards by holding your assets in the set, which I can't stress enough is the greatest benefit of it. If you add your assets to the set, you increase privacy for other people. If you encourage others to engage in privacy, then they are also rewarded, and everyone collaborates towards increasing privacy. And then, of course, you can commit those shielded actions from within the multi-asset shielded pool. Each action can be atomic and won't be associated with your initial action. But then beyond that, you can ask yourself, we have a lot of developers here, we have a lot of people from different chains, from different validators. What is it that you can do? Well, on the most basic level, you can advocate for the use of privacy technology and engage in it and utilizing Namada as you perform all your actions throughout the cosmos. You can also identify privacy projects that exist out there and nominate them for public goods funding. And you could also run a validator on Namada. Any number of you that I've already met today who are validators, I want to continue these conversations and bring in an amazing set of validators who want to see this project continuing to go on. And the reason for this is that if we begin to use multi-asset shielded pools across domains that can be connected, then we will begin to increase privacy to a system that wasn't built to be private initially. This means that we can use the interoperability guarantees of the cosmos to increase the guarantees of what privacy can mean to everyone. So you can join Namada in making this possible and increase privacy for all of those that are connected by IBC or who can be connected to Namada. And this means also building other multi-asset shielded pools in the future. But we believe to be the first. We believe to be contributing to a project that can be the first of many. So with that, I want to make a few announcements. I think you all will be very interested by these. So the first one is that I want to announce the drop of our new website. So you can use the new website to learn a lot more about the protocol and continue to understand why it is that this implementation exists and how it is that you can engage with it. So this is very useful. This means that you can engage in privacy advocacy and how it is that the multi-asset shielded pool that Namada has can be utilized to increase overall privacy, as well as understanding that it is a collaborative effort, that public goods funding is something that should be a core implementation and core piece of how it is that all users interact with ecosystems. So that's the first one. And the second one, I want to announce the drop of our incentivized testnet program, right? So if you're a validator, I'd like for you to speak with us. We will be releasing more information on what the incentivized testnet program will look like in the near future. So join our Discord, follow us on Twitter so you can learn more about it. And then finally, I want to announce the drop of NAM, the token of the Namada ecosystem, as an airdrop to Atom holders. So what I want from all of you today is that you join the Namada community. You can either follow us on Twitter or join us on Discord so that we can continue to advocate for privacy as a core piece of the technology that we move forward. And understand that it is possible to retrofit privacy to the domains that already exist and correct for some of the issues that have been a part of how we've built blockchains into the current era. Privacy is a collaborative effort. And in building Namada, this is the vision. Your collaboration with Namada will encourage this forward. So with that, thank you, and I hope to see you in the Discord.
Oh, sure. Now, it is time to forget some inspiration. Please help me welcoming for our next speaker with big round of applause. Charles Dosey will be with us, CEO of DYDX Foundation. Please welcome the stage.
me get this set up. Excellent. Before providing you with the latest update on DYDX, as we continue to push forward in democratizing access to financial opportunities, I'd like to talk about Astropolis. In literature, as per Eugene Jola's book, Astropolis is an idealized future civilization. Asteromo, or Astropolis, is also an orbiting arcology proposed by architect Paulo Soler. Additionally, Astropolis was also referred as the first space resort by Playboy magazine in 1968. Finally, Astropolis is a famous techno music festival in France. But for me, Astropolis is a notebook where I drop ideas, concepts, missions related to the future of blockchain systems, connected societies, and DeFi. Let me share with you these futuristic views of Astropolis, what it could bring us, and how it could look like. Communities. We are in 2033. In Astropolis, the decoupling between traditional and network economies has kept accelerating. The rise of multi-citizenship. In 2033, Astropolis is a bed of communities and cities coordinated via blockchain with the support of our AI allies. Those network states host Astropolisians, collectives, tribes, and robots. In Astropolis era, the GDP metric had to be revised. The classic formula GDP equal population size plus productivity had to be upgraded. GDP is now population, humans, by robots, by AI registered entities plus productivity. In Astropolis, technology is the answer to an aging population. The tech is the answer to formerly known government budgets, now called DAO treasuries. Robots and AI agents also pay taxes, which comes handy to ambitious network states and protocols. In 2033, intermediaries and value extractors struggled and eventually vanished. Years after years, shareholder capitalism was replaced by stakeholder capitalism, a more meaningful and inclusive form of collective capitalism. Astropolis illustrates the paradigm shift in how the world is organizing itself. It provides all toolings and platforms for autonomous, yet interconnected economies. Through waves, herds of new users now form Astropolis. Microeconomies, robots, algorithms don't compete on technology anymore, but they compete on ethos and tangible use cases. Infrastructure. We are in 2033. Over the past year, blockchain kept unloading heavy tasks and responsibilities from institutions via ZK and smart contract business logics. Astropolisians have evolved with machines, AI allies, and blockchain systems are upscaling society. The necessary and complementary link between AI and blockchain is now obvious. Data centers are now hybrid, allowing on-demand and scalable computation that is cognizant of privacy concern, enabling data residency that works in harmony with our self-hosted AI agents. AI identities don't have bank accounts, but a KYM and multi-sig wallets, allowing them to expand their masters and generate optimal revenues from unused computing resources. Talking of bank accounts, in 2033, large legacy institutions have now cleaned up their innovation theaters and turned off their permission blockchain for good. CBDCs sit on public networks, concluding a long and painful transformation of legacy architectures and back-end systems. Banks and centralized crypto exchanges have expanded their offer and reinvented themselves, moving away from rent-seeking business models to DeFi facilitations and aggregators. Fintech in the front, DeFi at the back is now the norm. CBDCs compete with stablecoins of all sorts, as well as crypto-native monies. Ignited by the Bank of International Settlements' relentless research and experimentation, all financial institutions are now integrating DeFi as their sole backend and making the best of global liquidity and global financial innovation. In 2033, decentralization is pragmatic and ethical. Embedded in public infrastructure, a full spectrum of decentralization levels are contextualized to support hundreds of new cases. All challenges like MEV, AML have been solved. Duality or multiplicity of block productions led to a more agile, fair, and creative consensus system. Privacy pool. Privacy pool monitored by community-led autonomous agents ensures that values and ethics of the various economies are carefully implemented. In Astropolis, our identity is composed of legacy attributes such as age and gender, but also expanded to real-life attestation, such as participation at events, career achievements, governance votes, and video game scores. Social networks don't own or store our intimate memories anymore. Facebook was forced by progressive governments, users, and network states to co-build a brand new social media public infrastructure. In an Urbit fashion, we log in with our data on AI engine, and we log out with them too. Astropolis help us to be ourselves, rich of our cultural background, rich of our ethos. The technologies eventually became our technologies, crafted for our care. Assets, derivatives. CeFi has been a fertile soil for modern finance. Led by the example of the DYDX chain ecosystem, the DeFi market of derivatives have gone through a transformational evolution. In Astropolis, DeFi brings perpetual to their next iterations, improving their distribution, widening their access, and accelerating their innovation velocity. There are now hundreds of thousands of crypto derivatives. Derivative indexes, led by AI-powered allocators, are the choice of many. Communities vote on risk management frameworks aligned to their values and ethos. Platforms are monitored by AI agents, programmed accordingly. Market making and liquidity became more opinionated, sometimes ethical, other times political. Insurance companies got lean and leveraged weather or health index derivative contracts to hedge and build fairer and embedded financial products. In Astropolis era, permissionless market supports new kind of digital assets, but also enable real-world assets to evolve, gaining new reach and fostering innovation. In Astropolis, the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act has wind down. Consumer protection, resolution authorities, systemic risk regulations, and derivatives are now co-designed by 20 territorial countries, 51 network states, all sitting equally around the table, agreeing on new rules, principles, and ethos. All are implemented on public networks via smart contracts exclusively. Technologies get our trust foundations to evolve and become increasingly stronger. The evolution of stablecoin. After absorbing the remains of government tokens called US dollar or euro back in the day, Astropolis has developed a new type of currencies. A spectrum of monies now support and contextualize subsets of Astropolis' economies. Stablecoins are now, for the most part, based on government bonds, sucking the last bits of value out of legacy government systems to feed network states. Deflationary currencies coexist with flat coins based on inflation, while energy coins, water coins are emerging, reflecting the challenges of our planet and human species. DYDX chain. In Astropolis era, the DYDX chain went through multiple iterations. The base chain has ossified, solidified, while the application layer covers more assets and functionalities. Each user of the DYDX now hosts its own certified DYDX interface on its own Urbit virtual machine. The world's largest asset manager utilize the protocol, but also contribute to the code base and ecosystem. Thousands of developers have been mandated for code-based improvement by DYDX key stakeholders and users. A new generation of protocol users has emerged, aligned with the code. They are maintaining public goods for their own benefit and everyone else's. The symbiosis between users and software has progressed. Access to research and precious datasets are granted to the protocol by new generation of asset managers, enabling a fair, accessible, efficient, and transparent marketplace. The Women of DYDX, comprising hundreds of members, supported the launch of ethical yet performant new trading pairs and markets. DYDX curriculums are now taught all around the globe to ensure democratized access to financial opportunities and ever-expanding integration to the DYDX protocol in Astropolis digital economies. The list of tradable assets on DYDX is lively, welcoming innovative products, retiring underperforming ones, thanks to AI recommendation and high-velocity governance. On its Sunday edition, the DYDX Journal, published by the DYDX Foundation, goes through those headlines. Cover picture: the DYDX platform has reached 25 trillion in annual volume. Community vote: from October 2034, new indexes will share their management fees to fund core missions such as the DYDX talent development, protocol research, and AI enablement version 7. Hardware: low latency hardware upgrade for the DYDX validators planned this summer. The DYDX Journal goes on with its weekly performance section. AI agent economy, plus 4.2%. Drinkable water index, plus 2%. Space industries, stable. Climate event, short-term contracts, minus 0.5%. Dow top 10 index, plus 6%. Air cleaning economy, minus 0.2%. DYDX DAO now coordinates treasury management, research, grants, operations, and branding. Intense debates are supported by strong protocol data infrastructure and AI-driven risk and compliance report. Our collective leadership settles. In the Astropolis era, DYDX counts close to thousands of employees across the ecosystem, making it a poster child of revenues per employees and AI agents metrics. We are in 2033. The boardroom of sunsets. The protocolization of our economies, states, and communities fires all engines. Distributed governance went from an experiment trying to mimic past societal frameworks to data and ethos-driven collective leadership. I hope you enjoy this futuristic travel in a possible not-so-distant future. Let's have a quick look at the latest on the DYDX ecosystem. And then after, we will sing a song together. Thank you, everyone. A short update on DYDX after this kind of trip and travel in the future. To understand the future, you want to understand the past also and the history. DYDX was founded in 2017, built first on Ethereum Layer 1. We were one of the very early applications to move and explore the world of rollups and Layer 2 with Starkware's StarkX. The new DYDX chain is built on Cosmos SDK, as many you know, and we've been customizing the chain really for the very specific focus and use cases of DYDX. DYDX has been successful, and thanks to your support, we've reached $1 trillion of trading volume to date. So thank you, everyone. I think we can clap our hands. Congratulations, everyone. So we are very excited about the DYDX chain. Why are we moving to the DYDX chain? We want to keep progressing towards our decentralization roadmap, leveraging the best technologies available around us to make sure that we can improve and decentralize further matching engine, order book, and the sequencer when the time comes. The DAOs also will enable and empower the new DYDX chain. Higher throughput capacity will be also delivered by the chain, as well as a faster finality of orders, as well as new trading products. The DYDX version 3 platform has been doing great. The average daily volume in 2023 was more than $900 million per day. Total volume, 258 million, and total fees, $58 million, with a total active number of traders of 66,000. So we are very excited about these kind of foundations, and we just want to magnify all of this with the new DYDX chain. We'd like to spend some time to thank all the supporters of the DYDX chain. More than 58 validators participated in different versions of the testnet. The block time is currently at 1.63 seconds, and there was 5 million plus transactions on the testnet. So we very much look forward to the mainnet when the time comes. What's next? Next is the genesis and the bridging. So word in the street is that many people are working towards the DYDX genesis. There will be a bridging step as well to essentially allow users, if they decide to bridge to the DYDX chain, their DYDX tokens, as well as starting to stake, if they decide again, and secure the DYDX network. User experience is paramount at DYDX. You can see here, you're welcome. You're welcome with MetaMask, you're welcome with Kepler, you're welcome with a number of different wallets. That's really one of the demonstrations of the relentless efforts from the teams involved to really deliver the best experience in the industry. We also announced a few days ago a one-click onboarding experience together with Axelar and Squid. When you want to explore the DYDX chain, there will be multiple tools available to you. One of them is the observatory, which you can scan the QR code here and get a snapshot of the activity on the testnet, but also soon get the pulse of the DYDX chain. MinScan Explorer will be also a great traveling buddy for you, giving you all the data you might want to get from the DYDX chain as well. Skip Protocol has been a strong supporter of DYDX. Thank you to the DYDX grants DAO for bringing on these experts. You can also look here at via this QR code on how the order book is lively and how it works together hand in hand with validators. The source code of DYDX has been totally open. So you can also scan this QR code and get access to multiple components and modules from the platform for you to look at and possibly integrate if this is your objective. DYDX chain will be run by the DYDX token. So DYDX is becoming an L1 token of the DYDX chain. It's going to enable you to stake, to secure the chain, and to participate in governance. That's a massive change from the Ethereum version of the DYDX token. All fees collected by the protocol will be distributed to validators and stakers. If you decide to stake, you will be essentially part of this amazing journey of DYDX, and we're very excited to have you. The new version of DYDX also later on will enable permissionless market. So each user following risk management frameworks and liquidity frameworks will be able to list in a permissionless manner new markets. It's exciting for new crypto assets. It's also very exciting to know that there is a lot of people thinking of real-world assets, thinking of new products, and some part of the talk earlier was mentioning insurance, was mentioning health index, weather indexes. So there is really many different fields we can explore together with this new functionality coming up on DYDX, the permissionless markets. If you want to get a snapshot, the foundation, DYDX Foundation is publishing every 6 months its annual or semi-annual report. Scan here also the QR code to get the latest data, statistics, and the latest news about the report. If you want to join the DYDX journey, you're welcome. There is many people working with us, and we are very grateful for that. You can join to enable the DAOs. There is 2 DAOs within the DYDX ecosystem per today, the Grants DAO and the Operation DAO. You can also help with mapping tools on Cosmos around DYDX, helping with the DAO strategies, constitutions, building bridge, contributing to governance, and connecting wallets, of course. How to participate? Start your journey at the DYDX Foundation Twitter account. This is where we gather all the latest news of the ecosystem. The dydx.forum website is also a great way to get regular updates of the conversations happening within our ecosystem. Thank you very much. See you soon.
Okay, so now it's time to talk about NFTs. And for that, there's nobody better but Shane Vitarana from Stargaze. Big applause, come on.
Hey guys, we're going to talk about the future of interchain NFTs. All right, let's get started with the numbers. So, Stargaze has so far minted over 1 million NFTs. So if you hate NFTs, I'm sorry. So that amounts to over $16 million in total sales. That includes the primary marketplace and the secondary marketplace. And these sales have fees associated with them. So Stargaze has real yield, and it's, I believe, one of the first chains in Cosmos to ever have real yield since March of last year. So the daily average revenue since launch is about 2,000 a day, which is better than most Cosmos chains, which is normally around 0. Creators have earned almost $9 million so far on Stargaze. And speaking of creators, I'm sure many of you have heard of Bad Kids, which is the collection that's doing a little over half the volume on Stargaze. It's been one of the best performing assets in Cosmos. It's 10x'd in value since launch. And it's also one of the best cultural exports or biggest cultural exports of Cosmos. It's crossed the chasm over to Ethereum. You have people like Hasu from Flashbots, who has a robot Bad Kid. And he's trying to get everyone who works at Flashbots to get a Bad Kid. I think there's 1 or 2 more who has them now. And if you work at Flashbots and you don't have a Bad Kit yet, you can buy it with ETH now. So the onboarding process is a lot easier. Of course, there's other NFTs in Stargaze as well. It's not just Bad Kids. We do creator spaces every week, run by Ruan and Stardy. And they do an amazing job on it. If you want to learn more about the other creators on Stargaze, come check out the spaces every Wednesday. There's a bunch of projects that have been migrating to Stargaze, notably MetaRats and Raccoon and Rec Bulls. Rec Bulls actually did a DAO vote on if they wanted to move to Coinbase Base, which is the new layer 2 from Coinbase, or to Stargaze, and their community voted 3-1 to migrate to Stargaze. So this is pretty awesome, right? A community is voting to move to a chain that has infinitely less resources than Coinbase does. So why do creators prefer Stargaze over the others? And I think one of our secret sauces is our infrastructure. I really like this quote by Reid Hoffman. If you're not embarrassed by the first version of your product, you've launched too late. And I think this quote really applies to a lot of projects in Cosmos, which spend a lot of time writing white papers and so forth. We're not in school, guys. You don't have to write a white paper. Just write code, build a product, and ship product. Okay, anyway. In terms of infrastructure, a lot of devs kind of start out looking at smart contracts, which is really only the tip of the iceberg. If you want to make a really good Web3 product, you have to also kind of look at the underlying infrastructure, indexer, front end. All this stuff has to be optimized if you want to build a product with amazing UX. At Stargaze, about 90% of our code is what you see at the bottom of the iceberg over here. One of those pieces is the RPC cluster. This is managed by Eric from Rhino. So this is kind of like a mini version of Alchemy, right? When we started working on Stargaze, like none of this infrastructure existed in Cosmos. There's no Alchemy, there's no the graph, there's no indexing services and stuff like that. So we had to build all this stuff. It's probably one of the most highest performing RPC clusters in the ecosystem right now. It's been handling all our mints, even the after the filter mint that minted out in a couple of minutes. It was able to handle it. We have nodes all around the world. The other thing is IPFS. So Stargaze is not just a DeFi product. DeFi products are mainly just dealing with text and numbers. Stargaze has to deal with images, video, audio. That's a tremendous amount of processing and tremendous amount of work. The existing solutions that we tried was kind of slow and clunky, so we had to build our own. We have IPFS services around the world, servers around the world. They host around 2.2 terabytes of content. And the other piece of this is an indexer. So we have a Cosmowasm indexer built in Rust, built by Fabian Penso, who's part of the team. It decreased load times from like 25 seconds to under half a second. So if you use Stargaze in the early days, you kind of know what I'm talking about. And getting back to the Reid Hoffman quote that I talked about, when we launched Stargaze, we wanted to get it out as soon as possible, right? We were seeing NFT activity happening on Ethereum, other ecosystems, and there was like nothing in Cosmos. And we wanted to launch as soon as possible, get it out there, and then if it took off, we knew we had the ability to scale and move fast. So having a fast indexer is very important for building a product with amazing UX. This is something that only Stargaze has. So as you guys may know, Stargaze is not just an NFT platform. It's also a Cosmowasm a smart contracting platform. So if you want the best UX for your app, you should consider Stargaze because you get this amazing fast indexer for free. It's already used by, obviously, the Stargaze site and TFM, and also Skip uses it for badkids.zone, and maybe you can use it for your project. So that said, Stargaze is actually kind of like 5 or 6 startups in one, right? The app chain, this Cosmowasm layer, RPC layer, IPFS, indexer, and the website. All right, let's talk about updates to the Launchpad. So mint hooks is a new feature. Right now, when you go ahead and mint, you have whitelists that kind of gate the minting process. Now you can upload custom code and kind of customize that process. So let's say you want to, instead of paying to mint an NFT, you want to burn one and mint another one. You can do burn to mint. Let's say you're worried about your collection getting botted. You can make sure that they have to have a .stars name if they want to mint. We're opening it up for new assets. We're going to soon be able to mint with Atom, Osmo, USDC, native USDC, and also staked stars. And we just launched this real-world assets minter. There's a lot of activity right now in the NFT space with real-world assets. There's Pokemon cards, watches, and so forth. And our go-to-market for this is with Noble, the USDC chain. We have a campaign with them where you come in and you transfer the Frenzy token to Stargaze, and then you mint an NFT that is claimable for a real-world bracelet. Live auctions is a feature that we launched a few months ago. It's a soft, closed, dynamic ending auction. So the way it works is that right when an auction is going to end, it extends the time when a new bid comes in. So this prevents MEV capture, and it actually kind of makes it more fun. because you kind of get into like a competition at the end with the other bidders. So it prevents sniping at the end. And also, we built it in a way that has 0 off-chain actors. Almost everywhere where you see auctions, you have off-chain actors that have to settle the auction when it's done. Because we built on Cosmos, we built a module called Cron that kind of uses the ABCI layer of Cosmos that sends events back to the contracts, and we can settle the auctions on-chain, 100% on-chain. And we're working with the team in Fairblock to work on seal bid auctions as well. So this is just a different type of auction where your bids are encrypted, and there's a potential for the seller to earn a higher price because they don't see all the other bids. And also, you don't have to be online at the very end of the auction. So it'll be interesting to see which one of these kind of get more usage. So Cosmos is a very DeFi-heavy ecosystem. And we've been thinking about ways on bringing DeFi users into ecosystem of NFTs. And every collection has floor tokens, which are kind of around the same price. And floor tokens are kind of like almost fungible tokens. So it kind of opens the design space to build DeFi. So we're going to be building a host of NFT finance, NFT-Fi projects or protocols. And the first of that series is called Infinity Swap, which is an AMM for NFTs. So here's kind of and this is launching this week. This is kind of a preview of it. So the way it works is that you can add liquidity. You can create a buy pool, a sell pool, or a trade pool. If you create a trade pool, you have NFTs on one side, and you have stars on the other side, and you define a curve where the trades will happen along. And then you can earn yield, swap fees essentially, on these trades. So now you can start earning yield on NFT trading. So now, essentially, Stargaze will have an order book-based marketplace and an AMM-based marketplace. And we're not stopping there. We added a swap router that allows you to trade among all the pools. So you can put in some amount of stars, and it'll find the best deal for you by routing through all the pools. Another thing we've been working on is improving our onboarding UX. So the plan all along for Stargaze was this 3-phase plan. We wanted to kind of capture all the users in Cosmos first. Then we wanted to kind of move to everyone else who's crypto native, and then focus on a mainstream audience. And I think we have accomplished phase 1. And right around the time we were starting to move to phase 2 a couple of months ago, Johnny.eth posted this tweet saying, "Buying a bad kit is the hardest problem in computer science." Now, I'd be lying if I said that this did not bother me. It bothered me a lot. So we started focusing on UX. We've been working with Skip. So now if you go to stargaze.zone/swap, you can easily swap from any Cosmos asset to stars directly in one click. This also works with Ethereum. We've been working with Squid for one-click swaps from ETH to stars. And of course, we've been working with Kato as a fiat on-ramp to go directly from USD to stars. And we didn't stop there. We kind of extended this to when you buy an NFT. So now you can buy an NFT with pretty much any IBC asset. We're starting with Atom, Osmo, and USDC. And it'll automatically find the chain where you have the deepest amount of liquidity for that asset and do the swap for you and let you buy in one click. We've also integrated MetaMask, so this MetaMask snaps now. So now using Stargaze is no different than using Ethereum and it probably even has better UX than any L2. We've also been working on interchain NFT transfers. This is also very close to launch. Here's just a screenshot where an NFT is being transferred from Stargaze testnet to Terra 2. Amazing job, Trevor Clark, on working on this UI. And this is something that we're working on next. We're working on a new version of the marketplace. This is going to be an intent-based order book. So we're kind of moving into a world where we have all these IBC-connected chains, and it kind of makes no sense to have all the liquidity localized, right? So this is going to allow off-chain actors, IBC-capable actors, solvers, to go and match orders to complete optimal trades. And this is going to support any type of asset. It's not just NFTs. A lot of people have been wanting to trade bundles. They want to trade their bit kit together with their bad kit. So this is going to make that happen. And of course, there's one more thing. Some of you may have gotten codes to use ibc.chat. ibc.chat is pretty much token-gated chats with a really nice UI. If you got the badge for Cosmoverse, we're going to be having a chat room that you can go and chat with everyone else who has the badge. And of course, we're not stopping there. In a couple of weeks, you'll see this button next to your profile where you'll be able to buy shares of your friends and get into a one-on-one chat with them, and also into a collective chat with everyone who owns your shares. All right, folks, that's all I had. Thanks a lot. Take care.
Our next speaker comes all the way from Mars. Davide, welcome to the stage.
Okay. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Davide from Delphi Labs. I'm a Mars contributor. And today, just quick disclaimer, today what I want to talk about is leverage and why I believe it is a sleeping giant in DeFi, and why it's really important to sort of like understand the principles behind leverage and why it can enable massive growth in DeFi. So what is leverage? Let's take a step back. So when you say leverage, a lot of people default to, like, you know, what I do, I think about this, which is kind of like the crisis of 2008, 2009, Wall Street collapsing. This is Lehman Brothers, where they were given a notice of, in the same day, leave the building, that the company failed. So, you know, some people are pretty scared about this word, right? Rightly so. But the question is leverage just a tool for speculation? Or there's actually more to this, right? So to answer that question, we have to take a step back and try to understand what leverage really is. Even further back, what is finance, right? Finance really exists, without getting too philosophical here. It really exists because the people that actually have capital are not necessarily the people that have the best ideas. So you need to create this sort of incentive system where the person who has capital can give the capital to someone who has the best ideas. And if you do this right, in aggregate, this results in growth and overall wealth for everyone, right? So in its purest form, like leverage is just a loan. I just lend you money, right? And what is this incentive? It's just an interest rate. And how does this work? Based on essentially how risky my loan is, I'm probably going to need to be compensated for the risk that I'm taking to lend you the money and not get it back, more than, than a risky loan, right? Like less risky loan should be less, you should have a lower interest rate than a higher risk loan, right? Pretty basic. And you see leverage everywhere. You see it in student loans, you see in mortgages, you see in government debt, you see it in car loans, and so on, right? It's omnipresent in the current world today. So then, to answer that question that we were asking before, is leverage just a tool for speculation? Really, I want to take a step back and go really, really far back to the Roman Empire. So, if we look at history, arguably, of course, the history of the West, arguably, probably the biggest social and experiment of associated with leverage was the Roman Empire. In fact, actually, the Roman civilization, where if you take it, this civilization lasted over 1,000 years, and really they had leverage, they had loans in the Roman Empire. How did the loan really work? If I lent you money and you weren't able to pay me back, you became a slave. So this thing was called an axiom, and in fact, you were actually the collateral, right? But did this work? It actually, of course, there's many other things that made the Roman civilization successful, but this certainly is one of them, right? What happened after the Roman civilization? We had the medieval ages. So if people think about medieval ages, what is the first thing that comes to mind, right? A lot of poverty, decline, and all that, right? So now, was leverage present in medieval ages? It actually was, but very minimal. Why? Because the Christian church essentially abolished the ability to charge an interest. It was considered usury. So what ended up happening is that nobody would lend. This incentive we discussed about, interest rates, was not there. So for me to lend you money, I need to sort of be compensated for the risk. So if there's no compensation, I'm just not going to lend. And this is kind of like what the result was. So then what happened after that? We had Renaissance. Now, what was the particular thing about Renaissance? The Medici family of Florence came up with this invention where they kind of circumvented the concept of not charging an interest rate. They essentially arbed the the exchange rate between a loan that they would get in a country and pay in one currency, and essentially pay it back in another where it would be different currency, and they would just arb that, and in fact charge an inherent interest rate, right? This actually was the beginning of Renaissance, and Renaissance, we know it as this massive growth in the West, which fueled really most of the innovations that we have today in traditional finance. Things like stocks, the invention of equity, the invention of debt, government bonds, the invention of fractional reserve banking, and so on, right? And then after this, the church lifted the ban on interest rates. So really, what's the moral of the story? Going all the way up to today in traditional finance. The moral of the story is that no leverage leads to stagnation and little innovation, because we don't have this incentive system we discussed about. The result is, in aggregate, we're all poorer. So is there something to learn here for crypto? Why is leverage an important primitive for crypto? The short answer is yes, it is. So how does leverage work in crypto? Let's briefly talk about that. There's really two main ways you can achieve leverage in crypto. One is through traditional money markets, so like the Aves and compounds of the world, just lending and borrowing. And the second one is through derivatives, specifically perps. So is there an issue with the current state of leverage in crypto? The short answer is there is. It's quite capital inefficient. And for leverage to really do its magic, it needs to be capital efficient. So let's go through a couple examples to understand why it's capital inefficient. So if you have leverage through a money market, so the way you would do that, say you want to get exposure to an osmosis LP on leverage, the way you would do that is you would stick some collateral into a money market, you borrow over collateralized, which in itself is very capital inefficient. You can borrow, say I stick $100 into Aave, I can only borrow up to $100. So in fact, I can borrow less than $100 because there's an LTV. Then I take that, I move it outside of Aave, and I go into Osmosis, and essentially I stick that into an LP. And that's kind of like a levered exposure to the LP, right? Now, what's the other issue there? My LP asset can't be used as collateral in my money market. So essentially, like my probability of being liquidated on my loan on Aave is actually higher than it should be in reality, right? In a capital efficient system, you wouldn't need to do this. You could actually have the LP would be collateral itself on Aave, right? What is the issue with derivatives? So specifically with perps. So in crypto, when we talk about perps, the first thing that really comes to mind is full-on speculation. So speculation is great. It's actually a really important, it's a really important principle behind providing liquidity to a market, right? So the players that actually speculate in markets are actually providing good value, technically, to the market, right? But the issue happens when all of the volume is either speculation or it's essentially market makers that are essentially taking the other side of the bet, right? So taking a step back, perps are essentially, you can connect them to the traditional finance instrument, which is futures. The reason why futures was invented in the first place is to create a marketplace between speculators, so risk takers, with, on the other side, hedgers, which are risk reducers, right? In crypto, we don't have much of that. We don't have much hedging. Why don't we have much hedging? Again, because it's capital inefficient. We don't have capital efficiency. And this is kind of an issue because, when there is no bull market, it's probably fine. When there's little volatility, it's probably fine. But when you have a massive bull market or bear market, the market makers, which are taking the other side of the bet, are essentially going to demand higher spreads, which is going to result in higher trading fees. And the funding rate you're paying, it's going to be much higher. And the result is people are just going to get wrecked. It's just inefficient, right? So then the question is there a solution to this capital inefficiency? These were the examples. The short answer is yes. Yes, there is. Mars is attempting to solve this problem through the introduction of credit accounts. A credit account is a DeFi primitive that is akin to a sub-account on traditional, on centralized crypto, right? Things like centralized exchanges, right? And so what the credit account allows you to do is that any asset that you hold, that you stick into your credit account, may it be a token, right? I don't know, Osmo, Atom, USDC, may it be an LP, may it be any DeFi primitive, a vault, that is available on the chain where the credit account exists as a primitive, any asset can act as collateral. So you already are solving that this way you solve the initial capital inefficiency problem that we discussed for just lending, right? On top of that, any asset is not just acting as collateral, it's cross-collateralizing each other. So this really brings that capital efficiency and enables things like lending and borrowing within the same credit account, spot trading, margin trading, levered LPing, levered staking, high leverage strategies. All these things are essentially solving the first problem we discussed about capital efficiency associated with lending and borrowing and providing that leverage in a way where ultimately the system benefits, right? So the next question is, how do we solve this? How do we solve the problem that we discussed about in perps? So say you have an hypothetical perps integration with Mars. So Mars, you can have perps in Mars. What you could actually do in Mars is provide the other side of the trade that really doesn't exist much in crypto, which is the hedging, right? And you could do things in Mars like the traditional basis trade, which is just collecting the funding rate, because all of a sudden you can hold in Mars, for example, Osmo, and you can short the perp of Osmo, right? So by doing that, you're collecting the basis trade, you're collecting the funding rate, right? You can do it on leverage, which means you can borrow Noble USDC, for example, lever that up, and short on leverage the perp, right? That is a form of hedging. But let's not just limit ourselves to that. What you can also do is levered lending, which means that, levered lending, which is also delta neutral. So for example, say you have a 16% interest rate on the money market of Mars, which is called the Red Bank, and on Atom, right? What you can do now on Mars is you can stick that into a Red Bank, use that as collateral, short the perp, and all of a sudden you're collecting 16% with no volatility, or very little volatility. Now you can lever it up again with a stable coin, and it's levered delta neutral lending. What else can you do? You can do levered staking, delta neutral staking, which means you take an LSD, like ST Atom, for example, or ST Osmo, you go short the perp, all of a sudden you're collecting the staking yield, delta neutral, with almost no volatility. You can lever that up again with a stable coin, and so on. But all these things are cool and potentially can provide a lot of yield. That's actually good yield. But the really thing to think about here is that you're collecting yield, but what else is happening? Your hedging is providing liquidity to the other side of the trade. So if I'm speculating with perps and I'm going along and there's a bull market, all of a sudden the other side of the trade are maybe vaults that are built, maybe Apollo built something like this, vaults, or just people doing them themselves in their credit accounts. And all of a sudden, this is balancing itself. The yields are going higher here. People are providing liquidity here. They're taking less risk and hedging the risk off. And the spot traders, the leverage traders on the other side, on the long side, are not being wrecked by trading fees or by market makers and so on. So essentially, this is translating into more capital efficiency and more yield opportunities for everyone. And this is really the moral of the story. Like, leverage in itself is not necessarily a bad thing. It's just a tool to amplify risk, so amplify rewards as well as potential losses. If used in a good way, it can help the system grow and achieve that 10 or 100x that we really want to see in DeFi. That is just there. We just need to build these primitives and get them to work to get DeFi the way we want, to the point that we want to get to. That's pretty much it. Thanks.
How do you feel? Check it. Okay, guys, I would like to invite another speaker from Ethereum Foundation, Kaan Uzan. He will speak about Cosmos, Ethereum, and Turkish community. Please welcome.
So, hello everyone. My name is Kaan, and today I'll be talking about the Turkish community, Cosmos and Ethereum. I'll be mainly giving an overview of the Turkish ecosystem from my perspective. Besides, I'll be touching on Cosmos and Ethereum from different aspects. And also, at the end, I'll be throwing more questions than giving answers. But yeah, I'm hoping everyone will learn some things from this talk. Briefly about me, my name is Kaan. I'm working at Sourcify at the Ethereum Foundation. Sourcify basically is a source code verification tool, a decentralized and open source verification tool. I'm also organizer at East Berlin. I'm a big shiller of DevConnect Istanbul. You can find me online and offline speaking about DevConnect Istanbul. And yeah, like all the opinions and memes you'll see online and offline are just my own. So, Turkey, welcome. Hoş geldiniz. Thanks everyone for being proactive and coming to Turkey and going to places where crypto actually really matters instead of like throwing another crypto conference in first world among ourselves and calling it a day. I would like to also thank the organizers of this amazing conference. The energy is really in the air, and it's great to see all the Cosmos people in my hometown. And yeah, in general, why this is important is that crypto basically matters mostly in not first world countries, like in developing countries where there isn't a financial system or where there's a really incentive to look for alternatives instead of like first world, because in first world usually you have access to the financial system, you have functioning institutions, and there's more need for the crypto in the third world. So looking at the Turkish ecosystem, I would say we have a lot of central exchange users, and honestly, the main motivation is just to make money. If you go to the street, ask for people, what is crypto? Yes, they will know what crypto is, what Ethereum is, what Cosmos is, what Bitcoin is. But beyond that, it's just a tool for them. They wouldn't know what the ethos is, what the motivation, what the goals are. And that's why I would say like we have enough traders. Not to say that trading is unimportant. We don't need central exchanges or so. But I would say what's lacking is the other side of the things, which is like the builder culture, more projects that are touching on the daily life. And the question here I will ask is like, how can we show these people there's actually more to crypto than like meme tokens and JPEGs and all the popular things? So we can ask this ourselves when we are here. And here, one important thing is that the pool is really huge. Like we have maybe 10 million of traders, I would say. I don't really know the exact numbers. But the pool is huge, and if we can even convert a tiny bit of people, that's a big gain. Besides, crypto is an escape from inflation and depreciating currency in Turkey. Last 2 or 3 years has been painful, I would say, for the Turkish economy. A really high inflation, at the same time, like lowering interest rates, caused really high inflation as well as negative interest rates. We can see around last year, the inflation peaked according to the official and independent numbers. Like independent numbers almost reaching at 200% inflation. And yeah, this really changed the behavior of people in really unproductive ways. Turkey is also very economically connected with the rest of the world, especially EU. And as the cliche goes, it's like has the perfect location, center of the world. But why I say this is the closed economy has not been an option even through the difficult times for the state or for the different economical actors. So capital controls, unlike like Venezuela or Iran, was not an option for the Turkish economy, which is a blessing and a curse in both sense, whichever you like. And we have regulatory uncertainty. Like we have, I would say, a lot of gray areas where it's not clear like how it should be taxed. Can you pay for things in crypto? If you find a crypto company, how is it going to be looked upon by the state? So while the rest of the world, EU especially, is approaching to a more regulatory certainty, we still, I would say, in a gray area. But at least we don't have SEC. Yeah, and also during the volatile currency times, it was an escape hatch for the common people, I would say, I would argue. For example, I think this spring, the margins between sells and buys in banks and in the free market has been quite high. The access to foreign exchange, like to protect your currency, protect your income, you have to go to foreign exchange, foreign currency, and it wasn't as straightforward and there wasn't a free market, I would say. These were like, we can call this indirect control. As I said, it's not possible to directly control the capital. But yeah, we could see there was a huge gap between, almost 10% gap between buys and sells. But at the same time, for example, in USDT, you could almost access the currency in the same rates, like almost negligible margins. So people were able to protect their income just buying stables in central exchanges. And more on the positives, we have a really thriving young population and an amazing university club scene. So I would say this is a really grassroots movement, and you can really see most of the young people in the universities are really curious about crypto and want to learn more. And now I'm really happy that a lot of technical projects are coming up from these clubs, and now we are starting to getting more fruits of these clubs. And I would say like this is a really important gateway for everyone. I also know, for example, like Sunny from Osmosis also started as a blockchain club in the Berkeley. I think university clubs can be a starting place for many other big projects. And for me, this is such a low-hanging fruit because students don't need much money. So now I will call out that instead of just throwing a party for like $50K maybe, you can just throw 10, 20, 40 university events and funnel these people into your projects or into crypto. And like the returns from these communities, I would argue is really high. So now the question I would like throw is like, how can we really funnel these people to crypto? Because it's also clear that crypto has a big lack of talent. Just only maybe a couple of thousand people can do impressive work, good work in crypto. But at the same time here, there is a big demand for global careers, like being connected to the rest of the world among young people. So like these are really intersecting sets, and I'm hoping to see more of this in the future. We also have a thriving gaming sector. Last 4 or 5 years has been quite impressive in the Turkish gaming sector, starting with a couple of projects. So a hint here might be those interested in the gaming in crypto, how like you can look into how you can dog food crypto into these companies, into gaming sector, and Turkey might be a good place for that. And this might be especially relevant for Cosmos and app chains that want to focus on gaming. And similar to gaming, similar to what happened in gaming, now that we can maybe confidently call Istanbul a gaming hub, how can we make Istanbul a crypto hub? What are the things that enabled this for the gaming sector, and what can we learn from that in the crypto sector? Turkey is also a country of high censorship, I would argue. This graph shows the number of website blocked access each year. And this is, of course, not only limited to internet access. There has been social media blockages during difficult times, during earthquake times. And yeah, this graph also shows the number of data requests to Meta from the Turkish government institutions. So we can also have a lot of things to build on for the Turkish people in terms of censorship, privacy, and data ownership. So this concludes my talks part about Turkey, and I'll just briefly touch Ethereum and Cosmos, let's say side by side. So why I'm giving this talk? Because I want to learn Cosmos. I'm a total Cosmos noob. I had no idea about Cosmos like a month ago or 2 ago. So I can suggest, if you want to learn something, you just give a talk, make yourself anxious, and then you'll have to learn it. But it was fun. I learned quite a lot of things, and that's why I'm giving this talk, and I find it interesting. So what is the thesis of Ethereum? Like in Ethereum, more or less what we believe is most of the applications will move to upper layers. So in the next years, we don't expect, let's say, applications to live on L1 Ethereum, but move to rollups. So what we say is like the bottleneck is execution. It's basically impossible for the whole world, for the 1 million validators in all over the earth to execute the same thing at the same time. And let's say we said, let's move things off the chain and just keep it as a guardian. Also, we have other bottlenecks, not to say that the only bottleneck is execution, but state growth is another bottleneck. But yeah, focusing back on the execution part, basically there are two approaches here. If you're already familiar with the rollups, the first one that are more prominent at the moment, that are more popular, let's say, are the optimistic rollups. Here, the idea is we say, let's not force every validator to execute everything. Just keep things off the chain, and whenever something goes wrong, we come back to L1, and every validator will calculate everything if it's correct. So by moving things off-chain, but putting the data, we put the L1, the layer 1, as an arbiter, and in case something goes wrong, you can come back and see. The other option is the ZK proofs, where it's just it's mathematically proven that something is correct verified, and if you think something goes wrong, you can, again, go back to L1 and ask if it's really correct. It's nice because this means every L2 running on top of Ethereum inherits its security. Security here means like you crypto-economically know that the computation will be done correctly. Otherwise, they will be slashed. The validators will be worse off if they don't follow the rules. The flip side is everyone inheriting the security means everyone has to pay for it. Now, on Ethereum, all the apps and rollups will be competing for the block space. And this causes, for example, if one application is causing the gas fees to increase, like if there's NFT minting, then your users will also encounter higher fees, which you actually don't want. This will change for the rollups, just to mention, because the proto-dunk sharding EIP 4844 will introduce a different block space for rollup data and different block space for execution data, which means whenever a gas fees increase for an NFT mint, for example, this will not affect the rollup fees because the market fee, the gas fees, the gas market for rollups will be different than the execution, L1 execution market. But then you can ask, like, does your app need so much security? Like, yes, it's a blessing to have the Ethereum security, but maybe you don't need it. That's actually what Cosmos is striving for. One can actually argue, if you take it to an extreme, that every app on Ethereum is either overpaying for the security or free riding on the other security. So, of course, this is an extreme statement, but you can also draw it like this. And I would say as the Ethereum L1 matures, the experimentation is now moving to rollups and other places, and maybe to app chains. And if there is, I would argue, if there's a market fit here, if there's a demand for application-specific use cases, then the app chains as well as app-specific rollups can fill the demand here. And it's really nice that Cosmos here treating the interoperability between those chains as a main problem. Yeah, and maybe one day, over the time, the Ethereum community can also learn from these learnings of Cosmos interoperability research. Yeah, and at the end, basically both ecosystems are evolving into the same future. On the one hand, you have Cosmos approach, which is like more mesh-like, bottom-up, like a mycelium and app-first. On the other hand, you have the hierarchical approach of Ethereum, where the L1 is the arbiter of the truth, is is the center of everything, and from that you have like a tree-like structure, which everything is connected to the L1, but also can have specific use cases. But more importantly, with the app chains, as well as now that we are seeing application-specific rollups, and now that spinning up a rollup is so easy, we are basically converging into the same thing, but from different sides. But more importantly, I would argue that the both communities value builders. It's a builder-first community, both. Open source, decentralization, censorship resistance, these are the main values, and we argue both as things should be built as public goods. Some of the things I would now think Ethereum did well, really fastly. So I think we have a good culture of public goods that can be seen in, for example, Optimism RPGF, which really shows that if you build for the community and for a need, you will get rewarded by the community. Another public good project is Protocol Guild, which is a guild of 150 self-created core developers. Here, the main idea is giving an incentive for the core developers to stay in the core development over the long term. And treasuries like Uniswap, Lido can fund the Protocol Guild and give back to the protocol where they mostly where they benefit. Another nice thing is actually the community war room, which is recently found. Like whenever there's a security incident in Ethereum, now the community gets together and tries to work around it. We have a nice client diversity, I would say. So whenever something goes wrong, especially on the consensus side, the network stays more resilient. And I would say the role of the Ethereum Foundation over time has become more giving, more of a gardener role instead of being the center of everything. Now the EF more stays back and let the community build things. Another amazing resource in Ethereum is ethereum.org. If you haven't visited ethereum.org yet, check it out. It has an amazing resource for learning everything, even the really basic things from Ethereum. I think this makes things really easier for the newcomers. And it's a really community-driven project. So a lot of the things are contributed by the GitHub repo. Things I wish we did better. So source code verification, this is because it's my specialization, I would say. We really don't do a good job of source code verification because now it's de facto in the hands of a central company, and it's not community owned, and it's a closed source project. Another thing I think we suck, I would say that straightforwardly, is the UX. It's just completely not human readable, not thought for the end user. So maybe these can be things that Cosmos ecosystem can see and work towards. So this concludes my talk, and thank you for listening. Do I have questions? Okay.
Okay, guys, thank you for joining us. Our last panel about to start. And the panel will be about building in bear market. I would like to invite Jonathan Karras from Lewana, Head of Communication. Please welcome.
Hi, thank you all. We're going to have an exciting panel today. We're going to end today, and it was an amazing day. We're going to end on a strong note. So I'd like to introduce the people that are going to be on the panel. So can we have here our panelists? Let's see, do I have the list of names? I don't have the list of names. Okay, I've just got everybody's Telegram names here. So if you are on this panel and you happen to be standing right over there, why don't you come up and we'll have everybody introduce themselves. Okay, here we have, so I want, oh, there we go. We've got Dennis, Ela, Steve, Chad. And so let's take turns and maybe we'll start at the end here. Why don't you tell us a little bit about who you are and what your journey was to enter into the Cosmoverse.
Yep, so my name's Steve Horvath. I'm with Fortify. We're an institutional MPC wallet and security platform. Built all of our own DeFi capabilities in-house.
Yeah, I love to be a Chad, but this is a wrong name. So, unfortunately, I'm not a Chad, I'm just a Paymon. I'm founder of Fairblog. So we are working on like encryption of transactions for applications like private governance, seal bid auctions, and encrypted limit orders, this kind of stuff.
Awesome.
Yeah, my name is Ella. I'm head of ecosystem at Kronos. The Kronos, I believe, is the first EVM Cosmos chains backed by Crypto.com. We've been 2 years launched since mainnet launch. Currently top 10 chains among all L1s and L2s by total value locked.
Yeah, my name is Dennis. I lead developer experience at ZetaChain. ZetaChain is a EVM-based Cosmos chain focused on interoperability between blockchains. It provides message passing between EVM chains and acts as a platform for smart contracts that are connected to all the chains, including Bitcoin. Yeah.
Awesome. So the first question when it really comes to discussing the concept of building or succeeding in a bear market is really nailing down what the expectations are. Are you building for the users that are here today? Are you building for the users in the next market cycle? How do you actually define success, both internally and with your communities at large? One of the biggest challenges that we have in crypto is that we're often building in public, and many times what we have as internal goals are not necessarily aligned with what our community's goals are. So if you have anything that you could share on that topic of goal setting and during a bear market, we'd love to hear about it. Same order.
Yeah, so starting out, being a SaaS-based company, kind of servicing the industry as far as like institutional players like market makers and foundations and funds. There's really two different aspects, I think, for this question that I kind of take away is like defining success. So from a growth perspective, obviously you have predefined goals that you're striving towards, and for the companies trying to go from a mission perspective. In a bear market, market conditions can definitely impact that, even though the goals stay the same. It definitely impacts the criteria and how you measure those, right? And so from a growth and like BD and sales perspective, you want to keep those achievable and reachable, but still pursuing those growth goals that you have, so you can achieve those as well. But I think also on the flip side, like from a product perspective, in a bear market, it gives you don't have the volume, right? And the volume's down. It actually gives you more time to build products and actually ship products. So it gives you, I think there's some positive aspects in how to define the success from a product perspective where you can support more chains, like in our case, from a wallet perspective, right? Or do more stuff on the product side that maybe you wouldn't be able to do in a full raging bull market because you have servicing and clients and things that you're trying to get to as well.
Yeah. So personally, I don't think success is like an end goal or something. It's like a state. So I feel successful personally whenever I'm like learning, like contributing, and having just a little bit of progress every week. So like this is my just personal way of thinking of being successful, and I think like translating this to the context of crypto for like both as an individual and a team, I think there's plenty of opportunity as an individual to learn and like development, research, like building like connections and like all of the creative ideas. As a team, I think the same thing, like just shipping and having like active feedback and learning more and growing more. This is like the state of being successful, and you eventually be in a really happy success state. Yeah.
That's a wonderful answer, and I agree with you that success is definitely a state of mind.
Yeah, I think with Kronos, we're a relatively mature ecosystem. Currently, about like 400 projects and partners in the Kronos ecosystem. I think especially in the bear market, the first thing we want to make sure that the pillar projects, the building blocks of DeFi, of NFTs, for example, they're doing okay. So I think during this tough period, we're supporting them a lot more. We're being a lot more hands-on with helping them to target the users, and then we help them with various like marketing and community onboarding campaigns, and then more engaged in like partner introductions and finding out ways that these pillar projects are still around. So pretty happy to share, like, for example, in the DeFi sector, the top one DEX on Kronos still have like over 120 million TVL today. So I think having those ones that are still being relevant and still capture that user base is quite important to us. And only if we have those projects can march through the bear market, then there will be more projects that would be interested in coming in and build on top of them. And then secondly, I think different protocols have different communities, right? Within us, our communities and user base are predominantly centralized exchange users. So we're targeting the crypto.com users, and then we're designing our approaches based on their appetite, what they want to do. So we see like, okay, right now DeFi has been quite low activities, but these users are not just interested in seeking yield, they're more interested in like finding out new things to do. So gaming is a new sector that we discovered actually still have quite high user activities within the Kronos chain. So we will be spending more resources on these verticals that our users are interested in.
Yeah, so I agree with previous speakers that success kind of depends on the project, but also depends on the stage of the product. So right now for us, it's reaching mainnet. That's the main goal, and we're very much aligned with our community on that. Like we all want to see Zeta Chain reach mainnet, and I think what's important, especially in a bear market, is to let go of like all the additional things and like focus on the main feature of your product. I mean, I wish we could build very quickly everything that we want to build, but that's just not possible because you need to focus on the important things. And for us, the security of the platform, the features that we already have, kind of polishing them and making them available to developers is more important than extending the feature set right out of the gate. Like we don't want to pursue all the possibilities right now. It's the time to focus, and that's what we're doing.
Those are great answers. Just to give a little bit of a color from Levana's perspective, very similar to everything that you just said. We had to adjust the state of mind to really just make every day that we survived was a definition of success. We had to adjust the expectations within community. And then when we were able to launch about 2 months ago, leverage trading on top of Osmosis and Injective, to really compare numbers not as they were historically when we first started, but what other mature products were doing in the market. So being realistic. So a follow-up question to this is team management. Many of us had to go through various levels of downsizing. Budgets become constrained during a bear market. It's hard to keep staff motivated when it could be that equity or token rewards, which might keep them going in a bull run, seem less like a light at the end of the tunnel during a bear market. So I'm curious how internal team management and potential restructuring has led to challenges or opportunities within this market?
Yeah, I think for us, fortunately, we haven't had to go through some of those unfortunate events that other projects have had to go through. But as far as keeping motivation during the bear market, I think a lot of that is going to be having a common vision and goal, or at least a unified vision for the company and a unified vision for everybody in the company that everybody's striving for, so that when we are, when we have product roadmap, deadlines or sprints that we want to meet, and we're pushing out products. Just like one of these was supporting the Cosmos ecosystem and supporting some of the app chains in the Cosmos ecosystem, and being able to deliver that on time in the time frame that we wanted to do that and go out with it. That was a huge win for us. And we did the same thing with other native chains, right? So being able to hit those milestones and keep everybody focused on the common goal of reaching those visions that we have for the company helps, I think, at least keep the morale and team happy. We'll see. They're watching on live stream, so I might get roasted for that.
That's great.
I think, personally, I found it really positive to be in a bear market. Like, there is not a lot of scammers anymore. There is the noise to like the signal ratio is really low, so you don't want to work on like a lot of marketing and other stuff. And fundraising is significantly harder, so you are forced to have the really annoying process of being honest with you and your team to find an idea that actually makes sense on the technical level, and you cannot just raise with like a random idea, high-level idea, and people will respect you if you survive in that, and you can have like better results. And I think this is important to highlight it to your team and community too. You should educate them about the importance of the technology that you are building, like for the like near future, and also like the importance that like what's the actual. So a lot of people knew about like NFT and like other stuff, but it's important. Like it's a really good time to educate people about like what's our vision about like revolutionizing all of the infrastructure, and we should educate people and engage our community and like our team in that discussions, and keep hiring like more technical people, like more thought leaders, than like just marketing.
Yeah, I think the essence of Chronos has always been, onboarding the next billions normies into Web3. And I think within this bear market, we're keeping the same ethos, but also taking a more pragmatic approach. Whereas we have this North Star where everything needs to be driven, matrix driven, right? If we make a business decision, if we have a grant decision, how does that contribute to increased on-chain DAU? How does it contribute, increased on-chain TVL? Like everything needs to be quantified so that when we know every cent that Chronos Lab spent is directly have a contribution to the Chronos chain.
So it has to be KPI focused.
Yeah, so for us, the team was always very lean, and I think that's one of the key to success. Like you don't want to uncontrollably grow during bull and then contract at bear market. Like you always want to keep the team as lean and nimble as possible. And also we are trying to engage the community as much as possible for like with ambassador programs, with kind of encouraging people to contribute to documentation, to the code, and that's been quite good, and this allows us to kind of scale without necessarily becoming bigger, right? And also involve the community in the process, which is super important. But yeah, sometimes like you can have a team of 2 or even 1, and it's sufficient to cover a whole area of responsibility in a project if you hire the right people.
Great answer. Curious, do you feel like the bear market has impacted Cosmos differently than other ecosystems? That could be differently, that we've survived it better than others, or that we've been impacted more negatively than others? And if so, any thoughts about how we best capitalize when the market begins to turn around to strengthen Cosmos in the best way?
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, I think obviously the market conditions have impacted all the different ecosystems as a whole in a similar manner. You know, when I think about Cosmos, we just recently supported Cosmos. I've been personally kind of checking out Cosmos since 2017 to 2018. And it's a young ecosystem and it's growing and it has a lot of opportunity, it has a lot of potential. I think what I'm most excited about for Cosmos is the IBC and the messaging system between the interchains and the app chains. And I think that, you know, having to go from mainnet to L2s to transact and then back out is such a pain, and having to bridge through that. And I think the opportunities that Cosmos has to make that more efficient and a lot more user-friendly from a UX perspective, I think it has the opportunity in the next, you know, to build upon that now and improve that experience as we go into the next bull run and get the next you know, cohort of users onto the system.
I think from the positive side, since there is a lot of like focus on infrastructure and level like investment, so Cosmos, I think of it as a really cool science and technology park. So there's a lot of technical, like, I don't know, flexibility using Cosmos SDK. So, like, I don't know, in our team in Fairblock, we are using NBlock, Begin Block, ABCI++ in future, and all of the, like, I don't know, changes to the, like, execution logic, which is quite unique to Cosmos. And there's a lot of, like, successful projects just coming out of, like, Cosmos historically. So this is a like special place. Like Cosmos is actually a really good place to build, validate your idea, and be like really creative in the infrastructure level from the positive side. But from the negative side, obviously there's much less like liquidity inside Cosmos ecosystem right now, and like all of the projects are struggling with having a lot of users and like liquidity. So this is the reason that we are seeing a lot of like, I don't know, at least the successful projects. The current successful projects are trying to be like cross-chain, like, I don't know, having more market on the other ecosystems too. So there's some kind of pressure to like, you know, learn how to do it in cross-chain, which is, I don't know, at the end of the day, it's a good thing.
Yeah, I agree. Like, from my experience, you know, when we first launched, like our focus has been, you know, building our ecosystem, you know, within the Kronos ecosystem. But I feel like compared to other EVM chains or EVM ecosystem, like Cosmos is, because of the app chain thesis, right? Like different protocols are more collaborative and trying to figure out like how can I build on top of your protocol and using your assets. So during this bear market, I think Kronos ecosystem, we started to become more and more engaging with the rest of the Cosmos ecosystem, started various IBC channels with various Cosmos chains, and now also speaking with protocols to bridge like yield-bearing tokens, for example, from Kronos over to other Cosmos chains. So I think this is very positive, as in, you know, we're not just a standalone like EVM chain trying to build our own walled garden, but there's a whole world out there that we can collaborate with.
Yeah, I agree that ecosystems that are focused on interoperability and projects that are building tools for and solutions for interoperability, it's kind of easier for them because they're not locked in. The way we adapted to this climate is we put more emphasis on tooling that will enable other ecosystems to leverage the tooling we're building, like, for example, smart contracts for Bitcoin, right? There are a lot of value in Bitcoin, and providing the tools for this huge user base and developer base, in our opinion, is hugely important. So it's not about like kind of focusing inwards, but rather seeing opportunity elsewhere, kind of outside of your project, and see how you can add value to other projects, and thus benefiting yourself as an ecosystem.
Great answers. All right, we're just about out of time. So I'd like for each of you to address the audience and give them a 30-second pitch as to why they should come and use the service that you're building in the current market condition.
So we're building an institutional MPC wallet and infrastructure company. So we're providing secure infrastructure for institutions to interact with smart contracts and interact in DeFi in a secure manner. So we're verifying smart contracts, we're verifying token contract addresses, and we're trying to make it basically give our clients ubiquitous access across native protocols so they can go and interact safely and securely within DeFi, wherever they want to go within the ecosystem.
So in Fairblike, we are working on the concept of pre-execution privacy and conditional decryption. So it means that, like in general, like when you are sending a transaction in a like the app or a blockchain application right now, everybody can see them. Like all of the bots or like your competitors, they can see them. So the way that we are thinking about is that like we are enabling other protocols and like users to encrypt their transactions under certain conditions, and we will decrypt it in a decentralized way when those conditions are met. So like we are basically enabling more applications like sealed bid auctions, private governance to protect the contents of your votes, bits, like messages and moves during the execution of your transactions. And also like we are saving you like from like, I don't know, front-running attacks. And this is the very special place that having privacy and encryption actually saves you money. You cannot find it anywhere else in other applications that privacy is not a luxury. It actually helps you financially too.
So for Kronos, we're a blockchain, layer 1 blockchain that's sitting in the intersection of EVM environment and Cosmos ecosystem. So if you're a project that built on other EVM chains, it's very easy to deploy, but at the same time, you enjoy the interoperabilities in the Cosmos ecosystem. It is also backed by Crypto.com, which is a major licensed centralized exchange in the space with over 80 million users. We're also based off an existing community called CrowFam that has existed way before Kronos chain existed. They're highly engaging, always interested in trying out new projects. A case in point, 5 weeks ago, a new game launched on the Kronos chain in this deep bear market. Then they're still able to achieve over 1,000 DAUs on chain, and the protocol's revenue up to date is generated about 400K already. So also a shameless plug that we have an in-house run accelerator program. So if you're early stage projects building the Cosmos ecosystem or Ethereum ecosystem, we'd love to talk to you and support you with fundraise.
So Zeta Chain is building a platform for developers to build omni-chain contracts, and what this means is you write a contract once, deploy it on Zeta Chain, and by default it's connected to all of the connected chains, both EVM and even the ones that don't have smart contract support. So in practice what this means is your users can call your smart contract and send value to it from any connected chain, which is kind of the next step in interoperability. Instead of sending individual messages and dealing with all this complex architecture, which Zeta Chain also offers cross-chain messaging, but with omni-chain contracts, you just have to worry about one contract that is connected to everything. And I think it's the best time to start building because there's so much untapped potential in chains like Bitcoin and building dApps for chains like Bitcoin. As well as existing EVM chains. Like in 1 hour, you can go through a tutorial and build a Bitcoin staking dApp, which is pretty amazing.
That's pretty cool. I'm curious about building perps on Bitcoin. Well, we should talk. So Lavana is a perps DEX on Osmosis, and we just recently launched on Injective. So we offer 30x long and short leverage trading on all of your favorite Cosmos tokens and Bitcoin and Ethereum. And we actually have an Injective partnered workshop tomorrow, which if you come to it, you'll get $25 of INJ. So that's something fun to do in a bear market. So I want to thank all of our guests. This was a really interesting panel, and you guys are the builders. What you are doing is enabling that when the bull market comes, and I think that we're all excited for it when it does come, it's going to come because of the hard work that you guys are putting into the market today. So regardless of how we get there, you should be proud of yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for hosting.
Okay. Thank you all for being a part of Cosmoverse 2023. It's been a great day full of insightful discussion. We're going to continue tomorrow morning. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
And today I'm joined by Theo from OKP4. So if you'd just like to explain a bit about yourself and your background in crypto and let everyone know, that'd be great.
Yeah, thank you, Danny. So yes, I'm Theo. I'm a co-founder and head of ecosystem at OKP4. My background, I started in
welcome to the second interview of Cosmoverse 2023. Right, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening wherever you are. Welcome to Cosmoverse 2023 Istanbul. Now, this video, we're going to take you on a tour around Cosmoverse at the Swiss Hotel. Unfortunately, we can't record on the first floor, so we are going to have to cut out here, and then we will continue from the stairwell onwards. But let's go and enjoy the tour and go and see what the event's all about. So this venue, yeah, it's a very, very big venue. So we've got 5 floors. We've got the main stage on the 5th floor. As you can see, we've got the exhibitions, the Hacker Lounge on the 7th floor, and a lot of the workshops are going to be on the 10th floor. So let's go down the stairs and go and start exploring the venue. Perfect. Right, I think first place we go is if we continue around this way. Sorry, can I just show, can we just get the diagram of how the layout is as well, please? So as everyone can see, the main stage, lunch area is just around here. We're currently on the 5th floor. I am going to be exploring and learning while I go around with everyone who's watching. So if we continue around to the left, let's go and have a look. Oh, sorry, guys. So we can see everywhere it's got all the labels, Cosmoverse Hacker Lounge. So if anyone's interested with the OKP4 stand, they've got a spin the wheel. So feel free to come and join this booth if you are at the event. Right, let's carry on veering around to the left now and go and have a look here. Right, so I assume...
Can you switch on the microphone? Yeah, check. I'll request the Osmosis team to please come here. And any team members who want to test for tomorrow, anyone wants to do the rehearsal or anyone showing the demo for tomorrow, please get it done today itself. We have our AV team present here. They will do the needful. We've got Osmosis team and we've got Circle team as well. Yeah. Any other teams who are going to check the demos for tomorrow? Okay. Yeah.
I do. Yeah, so like what precisely will it be? Will it be like an HDMI cable up, will it have a cable or something? Or yeah. Yeah. So what are we doing with that? We have
Okay, any other teams who have to do the demo, please assemble here quickly for tomorrow.
Utku Bey.